Welcome to a modern retelling of Eight Cousins, brought to you by Bookwave Studios. We've refreshed the language to feel natural and current, while carefully preserving the heart of Louisa Alcott's original masterpiece. We hope you enjoy this modern retelling of Eight Cousins. Chapter 1. Two Girls. Rose sat alone in the formal parlor, clutching a tiny handkerchief ready to catch her tears. She'd chosen this room specifically for her misery. It was dark and quiet, filled with ancient furniture, heavy curtains, and portraits of stern-faced relatives. Men with powdered wigs and women with towering caps stared down from every wall, along with children in outdated clothes who looked as uncomfortable as she felt. It was the perfect place to be sad, and even the spring rain tapping against the window seemed to agree, whispering, "Go ahead and cry, I'm right there with you." Rose had good reason to feel down. Her mother had died years ago, and now her father was gone too, leaving her with no home except this one with her great-aunts. She'd only been here a week, and although the old ladies had tried their best to make her happy, they hadn't had much success. To them, Rose was like a sad butterfly they didn't know how to care for. They'd given her free run of the house, and for the first couple of days, she'd entertained herself by exploring. It was an impressive old mansion, filled with odd corners, beautiful rooms, and mysterious hallways. Windows appeared in unexpected places, small balconies overlooked the garden, and the upper hall was a treasure trove of curiosities from around the world, souvenirs from generations of Campbell sea captains. Aunt Plenty had even allowed Rose to rummage through her famous china closet, a delightful space filled with every treat a child could want. But Rose showed little interest in sweets, and when that failed, Aunt Plenty gave up in despair. Gentle Aunt Peace tried teaching her fancy needlework, and planned an elaborate wardrobe for a doll that would have thrilled most girls. But Rose only went through the motions, sewing quietly until her aunt caught her wiping tears on a miniature wedding dress. That was the end of their sewing circle. Next, both aunts brought over the neighborhood's model child to play with their niece. But Ariadne Blish was the worst failure yet. Rose couldn't stand her. She said Ariadne looked so much like a wax doll that she was tempted to pinch her just to see if she'd squeak. After that, the exhausted aunts left Rose to herself for a few days. Bad weather and a cold kept her indoors, so she spent most of her time in the library with her father's books. There she read for hours, cried a little, and lost herself in daydreams, finding the comfort that imaginative children often do in their own thoughts. But it wasn't healthy for her. She grew pale and listless, despite Aunt Plenty feeding her enough iron supplements to build a stove, and Aunt Peace treating her like a prized pet. The poor aunts racked their brains for a new distraction, and decided to try something bold, though they weren't optimistic. They kept their plans for this Saturday afternoon secret, never guessing that their unusual niece would find her own entertainment in the most unexpected place. Before Rose could squeeze out a single tear, a sound broke the silence, making her ears perk up. It was just a bird's soft chirp, but it seemed to be an extraordinarily talented bird. As she listened, the gentle twitter changed to a lively whistle, then a trill, a coo, a chirp, and finally ended in a musical mixture of all these notes, as if the bird was laughing. Rose couldn't help but laugh too, and forgetting her troubles, she jumped up eagerly. "It's a mockingbird! Where is it?" She ran down the long hallway and peeked out the doors at both ends, but saw nothing with feathers except a bedraggled chicken hiding under a leaf. She listened again. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the house. Following the changing melody, she found herself at the china closet door. "In there? How strange," she said. But when she entered, there were no birds, except the painted swallows on the Chinese porcelain lining the shelves. Suddenly Rose brightened and quietly slid open the panel that connected to the kitchen. The music had stopped, and all she saw was a girl in a blue apron scrubbing the hearth. Rose stared for a moment, then asked abruptly, "Did you hear that mockingbird?" "I'd call it more of a Phoebe bird," answered the girl, looking up with a twinkle in her dark eyes. "Where did it go?" "It's still here." "Where?" "In my throat." "Want to hear it?" "Oh yes. I'll come in." Rose squeezed through the sliding panel onto the wide shelf on the other side, too curious and excited to go around through the door. The girl wiped her hands and crossed her feet on the small island of carpet where she sat surrounded by soapy water. Then, amazingly, from her slender throat came the swallow's twitter, the robin's whistle, the blue jay's call, the thrush's song, the dove's gentle coo, and many other familiar bird sounds. She finished with the joyful song of a bobolink that seemed to be swinging through summer meadow grass. Rose was so astonished she nearly fell off her perch. When the impromptu concert ended, she clapped her hands in delight. "That was wonderful! Who taught you?" "The birds," answered the girl with a smile as she went back to work. "It's amazing! I can sing, but nothing nearly that good. What's your name?" "Phoebe Moore." "I've heard of Phoebe birds, but I don't think real ones could do what you just did," laughed Rose. She watched with interest as Phoebe scattered soft soap across the bricks. "May I stay and watch you work? It's so lonely in the parlor." "Of course, if you want to," Phoebe replied, wringing out her cloth with a competence that impressed Rose. "It looks fun to splash the water around and dig out the soap." "I'd love to try it, but my aunt probably wouldn't approve," Rose said, suddenly interested in this new activity. "You'd get tired of it pretty quick. Better to stay clean and just watch." "Do you help your mother a lot?" "I don't have any family." "Then where do you live?" "I'm hoping to live here. Debbie needs someone to help around the house, and I've come to try out for a week." "I hope you stay. It's so dull here," said Rose, who had taken an immediate liking to this girl, who sang like a bird and worked like a grown-up. "I hope so too. I'm 15 now, old enough to earn my own living." "You're staying a while too, aren't you?" asked Phoebe, looking curiously at her guest and wondering how life could possibly be dull for a girl wearing a silk dress, a frilly apron, a pretty locket, and a velvet ribbon in her hair. "Yes, until my uncle comes. He's my guardian now, and I don't know what he'll do with me." "Do you have a guardian?" "Goodness, no. I was left on the poorhouse steps as a tiny baby. Miss Rogers took a liking to me, so I've been with her ever since. But she died recently, and now I take care of myself." "How interesting." "It's just like Arabella Montgomery in The Gypsy's Child." "Have you read that story?" asked Rose, who loved tales about orphans. "I don't have any books. When I get free time, I run off to the woods. That refreshes me better than stories," Phoebe replied, as she finished one task and started another. Rose watched her sort a large pan of beans, wondering what it would be like if her whole life was just work with no play. After a while, Phoebe seemed to think it was her turn to ask questions. "You've had lots of schooling, I guess?" "Oh my, yes. I've been at boarding school nearly a year, and I'm exhausted from all the lessons. The more I learned, the more Miss Power assigned, until I nearly cried my eyes out. Papa never gave me difficult work, and he taught me so pleasantly that I loved studying. We were so happy together." Rose's voice broke. "But now he's gone, and I'm all alone." The tears she'd been waiting for earlier now came on their own, two of them rolling down her cheeks, telling her story of love and loss better than words ever could. For a minute, the only sounds in the kitchen were Rose's quiet sniffles and the gentle patter of rain outside. Phoebe stopped sorting her beans, and her eyes filled with sympathy as she looked at the curly head bent down, noticing how the heart beneath the pretty locket ached with grief, and how the fancy apron was now being used to wipe away genuine tears. Somehow, this made Phoebe feel more content with her simple brown dress and blue-checked pinafore. Her envy changed to compassion, and if she dared, she would have hugged her sad new friend. Worried that might not be proper, she said cheerfully instead, "Surely you're not alone with so many relatives, and all of them rich and smart, too. Debbie says you'll be spoiled rotten since you're the only girl in the family." Phoebe's last comment made Rose smile through her tears. She peeked out from behind her apron with a face that shifted from sadness to comic distress. "That's part of my problem. I have 6 aunts, and they all want me, but I hardly know any of them. Papa called this place the Ant Hill, and now I see why." Phoebe laughed with her. "Everyone calls it that. It's a perfect name since all the Mrs. Campbells live nearby and keep coming up to check on the old ladies. I could handle the aunts, but there are dozens of cousins. Terrible boys, all of them, and I hate boys. Some came to see me last Wednesday, but I was lying down. When my aunt came to get me, I hid under the covers and pretended to be asleep. I'll have to meet them eventually, but I'm dreading it." Rose shuddered. Having lived alone with her sick father, she knew nothing about boys and thought of them as wild animals. "Oh, I bet you'll like them just fine. I've seen them racing around when they come over from the point, sometimes in boats, sometimes on horseback. If you like boats and horses, you'll have a great time. But I don't. Horses frighten me, boats make me sick, and I can't stand boys. Poor Rose wrung her hands at the awful future awaiting her. Any one of these horrors would have been bad enough, but all three together were too much. She began thinking about returning to her hated school. Phoebe laughed at Rose's dismay until the beans danced in the pan, but tried to offer some comfort. Maybe your uncle will take you somewhere without boys. Debbie says he's really kind and always brings wonderful gifts when he visits. Yes, but that's another worry. I barely know Uncle Alec. He hardly ever visited us, though he often sent me nice things. Now I belong to him and have to obey him until I'm 18. What if I don't like him? I worry about it constantly. Well, I wouldn't borrow trouble. Try to enjoy yourself. If I had family and money and nothing to do but have fun, I'd think I was in heaven. Phoebe began, but got no further as a sudden commotion outside made them both jump. That's thunder, said Phoebe. It's a circus, cried Rose, who from her high perch had glimpsed a colorful cart and several ponies with flying manes. The noise faded, and the girls were about to continue their conversation when old Debbie appeared, looking cross and sleepy after her nap. You're wanted in the parlor, Miss Rose. Has someone come? Little girls shouldn't ask questions but do as they're told, was all Debbie would say. I hope it's not Aunt Myra. She always terrifies me, asking about my cough and acting like I'm about to die, Rose said, preparing to leave the way she came, through the slide, which was large enough for a slender girl since it had been built to accommodate Christmas turkeys. You'll wish it was Aunt Myra when you see who's here. And don't let me catch you sneaking through my kitchen that way again, or I'll lock you in the boiler, grumbled Debbie, who believed in being strict with children. Chapter 2. The Clan. Rose scrambled back through the china closet as quickly as possible. Before leaving, she made faces at Debbie while adjusting her clothes and gathering her courage. Then she crept down the hall and peeked into the parlor. No one was there, and everything was so quiet she figured the visitors must be upstairs. So she boldly skipped through the half-open double doors and froze at the sight that nearly took her breath away. 7 boys stood in a row, different ages, different heights, but all with blonde hair and blue eyes, all wearing full Scottish outfits and all smiling and nodding as they said in unison, "How are you, cousin?" Rose gasped and looked frantically around as if ready to bolt, her fear making 7 boys seem like 70. Before she could escape, the tallest stepped forward with a friendly smile. "Don't be scared. This is the clan, come to welcome you. I'm the chief, Archie, at your service." He held out his hand, and Rose timidly placed her small white one into his large brown paw. He held it gently as he continued the introductions. "We're in full costume because we always dress up for special occasions. Hope you like it. Now I'll tell you who everyone is. This big one is Prince Charlie, Aunt Clara's only child, which means he's extra special. This older fellow is Mac, the bookworm, Worm for short. This fashion plate is Steve the Dandy. Check out his gloves and hairstyle. Those 2 are Aunt Jane's boys, and quite a pair, believe me. These are my brothers, the Brats, Geordie and Will, and Jamie the baby. Now men, step forward and show your manners." To Rose's horror, 6 more hands were extended, and she realized she was expected to shake them all. It was torture for the shy child, but remembering these were relatives who had come to welcome her, she did her best to respond warmly. Once this formal ceremony ended, the clan broke ranks, and suddenly both rooms seemed filled with boys. Rose quickly retreated to a large chair and sat watching the invaders, wondering when her aunt would rescue her. As if determined to do their duty properly, yet uncomfortable with it, each boy paused by her chair during his wanderings, made a brief comment, received an even briefer reply, and then moved on with visible relief. Archie came first, and leaning over the back of her chair said in a fatherly tone, "I'm glad you're here, cousin. I hope you'll find the anthill pretty fun." "I think I will." Mac pushed his hair out of his eyes, tripped over a footstool, and asked abruptly, "Did you bring any books with you?" "4 boxes full. They're in the library." Mac immediately disappeared, and Steve struck a pose that showed off his outfit to advantage, saying with a charming smile, "We were sorry to miss you last Wednesday. Is your cold better?" "Yes, thank you." Rose couldn't help smiling as she remembered hiding under the covers. Feeling he'd been received with special attention, Steve strolled away with his head held higher than ever, and Prince Charlie pranced over, saying casually, Mom sent her love and hopes you'll be well enough to visit next week. It must be awfully boring here for a little kid like you." "I'm 13 and a half, even if I am small," Rose protested, forgetting her shyness in her indignation. "My apologies, ma'am. Never would have guessed." Charlie walked off laughing, pleased to have sparked some spirit in his quiet cousin. Geordie and Will came together, two sturdy 11 and 12-year-olds, and fixed their round blue eyes on Rose, firing questions like they were in a shooting competition and she was the target. "Did you bring your monkey?" "No, he died." "Are you getting a boat?" "I hope not." With military precision, they made an about-face and marched away. Then little Jamie stepped forward and asked candidly, "Did you bring me anything nice?" "Yes, lots of candy," answered Rose, whereupon Jamie climbed into her lap, gave her a noisy kiss, and announced he liked her very much. This startled Rose, especially when the other boys looked over and laughed. Embarrassed, she quickly asked, "Did you see the circus go by?" "When? Where?" all the boys cried excitedly at once. "Just before you arrived. At least, I thought it was a circus. I saw a red and black cart and several little ponies." She got no further as the boys erupted in laughter. Archie explained, "That was our new dog cart and the Shetland ponies. You'll never hear the end of your circus, cousin." "But there were so many, and they moved so fast, and the cart was so bright red," Rose tried to explain her mistake. "Come see them," Prince Charlie urged. Before she knew what was happening, she was whisked out to the barn and enthusiastically introduced to 3 shaggy ponies and the flashy new dog cart. She'd never visited the barn before and worried about propriety, suggesting, "Auntie might not like me being out here." "She told us to entertain you," the boys protested, "and we can do a much better job out here than cooped up in the house." "I'm afraid I'll catch cold without my coat," Rose said, though she wanted to stay despite feeling out of place. "We've got you covered," they assured her. One plopped his cap on her head, another tied his jacket around her neck by the sleeves, a third wrapped her in a carriage blanket, and a fourth threw open the door of an old carriage. "Step in, ma'am, and make yourself comfortable while we put on a show." So Rose sat in style, enjoying herself tremendously, as the boys performed a Highland fling with such spirit and skill that she clapped and laughed harder than she had in weeks. "How was that?" asked the prince, flushed and breathless when the dance ended. "Spectacular. I've only been to the theater once, and the dancing there wasn't half as good. You're all so talented." "We're quite the group," Charlie agreed, delighted by her praise, "and that's just the beginning of what we can do. If we had our bagpipes here, we'd play you a sweet melody." "I didn't know we were Scottish. Papa never mentioned it or seemed interested in Scotland, except wanting me to sing old ballads," said Rose, feeling as if she'd left America far behind. "We didn't know either until recently," Archie explained from the carriage step where he'd perched. "We started reading Sir Walter Scott's novels and suddenly remembered our grandfather was Scottish. So we dug up the old stories, found a bagpipe, put on our tartans, and jumped in with both feet. It's been amazing fun. Our parents love it too, and I think we're pretty good at it." "You should see our sword fight sometime," added the prince. "I'm Fitzjames, and he's Roderick Dhu. It's really something." "And you should hear Steve play the pipes," Will called from his spot on the driver's box. "He makes them wail like nobody's business." "Mac's the one who finds all the old stories and tells us how to dress properly. He picks out the best parts for us to recite," Geordie added, putting in a good word for the absent worm. "And what do you and Will do?" Rose asked Jamie, who sat beside her as if to make sure she didn't forget about the promised candy. "I'm the page boy. I run errands. Will and Geordie are the troops when we march, and the stags when we hunt, and the villains when we need to chop some heads off." "How accommodating of them," Rose replied, making the utility men beam with pride and resolved to perform as Wallace and Montrose as soon as possible for their cousin. "Let's play tag," shouted the prince, swinging himself up onto a beam and tagging Steve with a resounding slap on the shoulder. Forgetting his fancy gloves, the dandy tore after him, and the others scrambled in every direction, seemingly intent on breaking their necks as quickly as possible. It was a new and astonishing sight to Rose, fresh from a proper boarding school, and she watched the active boys with fascination, finding their antics far more entertaining than those of Mops, her dear departed monkey. Will had just covered himself in glory by diving headfirst off a high loft and landing unhurt when Phebe appeared with a cloak, hood, and boots, along with a message from Aunt Plenty that Miss Rose was to come in immediately. "We'll bring her," answered Archie, issuing some mysterious order that was promptly obeyed. Before Rose could climb out of the carriage, the boys had grabbed the pole and rolled her out of the barn, around the oval driveway, and up to the front door with a cheer that brought 2 caps to an upper window and caused Debbie to shout from the back porch, "Those wild boys are going to be the death of that poor child." But the poor child seemed much improved by her excursion. She ran up the steps looking rosy, happy, and windblown, only to be met with dismay by Aunt Plenty, who begged her to lie down at once. "Please don't make me. We've come to have tea with our cousin, and we'll be good as gold if you'll let us stay," the boys pleaded, not wanting to miss their tea. Aunt Plenty's name perfectly matched her generous nature. "Well, dears, you may stay. Just be quiet and let Rose rest. Then get cleaned up, and we'll see what we can find for supper," the old lady said as she bustled away, followed by a barrage of requests. "Marmalade for me, please. Lots of cake, Auntie. Bring out those baked pears. I'm your man for lemon pie. Make some fritters. Rose will love those. She'd rather have tarts, I bet." When Rose came down 15 minutes later, every curl neatly in place and wearing her frilliest apron, she found the boys lounging in the long hallway. She paused on the landing to observe her newfound cousins. They all shared a strong family resemblance, though some had darker blonde hair than others, some had tanned faces rather than rosy ones, and their ages ranged from 16-year-old Archie down to Jamie, who was just 6. None were particularly handsome except the prince, but all had a healthy, happy look, and Rose decided boys weren't as terrible as she'd feared. They were all busy with characteristic activities. Archie and Charlie, obviously best friends, paced back and forth whistling Bonnie Dundee. Mac was reading in a corner, holding his book close to his nearsighted eyes. Steve was fixing his hair in the hat stand mirror. Geordie and Will were investigating the inner workings of the grandfather clock. And Jamie lay kicking his heels on the mat at the foot of the stairs, clearly planning to demand his candy the instant Rose appeared. She guessed his intention and preempted him by dropping a handful of sweets down on him from above. At his cry of delight, the other boys looked up and smiled. The little cousin standing on the stairs above them was a charming sight, with her shy eyes, bright hair, and laughing face. Her black dress reminded them of her loss and filled their boyish hearts with a kind and protective feeling toward our cousin, who no longer had a real home. "There she is, all dressed up," called Steve, blowing her a kiss. "Come on down. Tea's ready," added the prince encouragingly. "I'll escort her in." Archie offered his arm with great dignity, an honor that made Rose blush like a cherry and wish she could run back upstairs. Supper was a lively affair, made more interesting by the 2 older boys dropping mysterious hints about some exciting event coming soon. It was something wonderful, they claimed, but wrapped in secrecy for now. "Have I ever seen it before?" asked Jamie. "Not that you'd remember, but Mac and Steve have, and they loved it," answered Archie, causing the 2 mentioned to neglect Debbie's delicious fritters while they racked their brains. "Who gets it first?" asked Will with his mouth full of marmalade. "Aunt Plenty, I think." "When will she get it?" demanded Geordie, bouncing in his seat with impatience. "Sometime Monday." "Goodness gracious, what is the boy talking about?" exclaimed the old lady from behind the tall teapot, where little could be seen except the top bow of her cap. "Doesn't Auntie know?" chorused several voices. "No, and that's the best part. She loves it more than anyone." "What color is it?" asked Rose, joining the fun. "Blue and brown." "Can you eat it?" Jamie wanted to know. "Some people think so, but I wouldn't try it," answered Charlie, laughing so hard he spilled his tea. "Who does it belong to?" Steve chimed in. Archie and the prince looked at each other blankly for a moment. Then Archie answered with a wink that set Charlie off again. "To Grandfather Campbell." This stumped them all, and they gave up the puzzle. Though Jamie confided to Rose he didn't think he could survive until Monday without knowing what this remarkable thing was. Soon after tea, the clan departed, singing "All the Blue Bonnets Are Over the Border" at the top of their lungs. "Well, dear, how do you like your cousins?" asked Aunt Plenty as the last pony disappeared around the corner and the noise died away. "Pretty well, ma'am, but I like Phoebe better." An answer that made Aunt Plenty throw up her hands in despair and hurry off to tell her sister Peace that she would never understand this child, and thank goodness Alec was coming soon to take the responsibility off their hands. Tired from the unusual excitement of the afternoon, Rose curled up in a corner of the sofa to rest and think about the big mystery, never guessing she would be the first to discover it. Right in the middle of her thoughts, she fell asleep and dreamed she was back in her own little bed at home. She seemed to wake and see her father bending over her, to hear him say, "My little Rose," to answer, "Yes, Papa," and then to feel him take her in his arms and kiss her tenderly. The dream was so sweet and real that she woke with a cry of joy, only to find herself actually in the arms of a bearded man who held her close and whispered in a voice so like her father's that she clung to him instinctively, "This is my little girl, and I am Uncle Alec." Chapter 3. Uncles. When Rose awoke the next morning, she wasn't sure if she'd dreamed the previous night's events or if they'd really happened. She hopped out of bed and got dressed, even though it was an hour earlier than she usually woke. She couldn't sleep anymore, consumed by the urge to sneak downstairs and see if the large suitcase and packing crates were actually in the hall. She vaguely remembered stumbling over them on her way to bed, but the aunts had hustled her off quickly, wanting their beloved nephew all to themselves. The sun was shining, and Rose opened her window to let in the fresh May air coming off the sea. As she leaned over her small balcony, watching an early bird catch a worm and wondering about Uncle Alec, she spotted a man jump over the garden wall and whistle his way up the path. At first she thought it was a trespasser, but a second look showed it was her uncle returning from an early swim. She hadn't dared to look at him much the night before because whenever she tried, she found his keen blue eyes already watching her. Now she could study him as he strolled along, taking in the old place with obvious pleasure. He was tanned and energetic, wearing a blue jacket with no hat on his curly hair, which he occasionally shook like a wet dog. He had broad shoulders and moved with an alert confidence that Rose found reassuring, though she couldn't explain why. She had just decided, with relief, "I think I'll like him, even if he looks like someone who makes people behave," when he glanced up at the budding horse chestnut tree and spotted her eager face watching him. He waved, nodded, and called out in a cheerful, booming voice, "You're up early, little niece." "I got up to see if you were really here, Uncle." "Did you? Well, come down and make sure in person." "I'm not allowed outside before breakfast, sir." "Oh, really?" he said with a shrug. "Then I'll come up to you." To Rose's amazement, Uncle Alec climbed up one of the pillars of the back porch hand over hand, stepped across the roof, and swung himself onto her balcony, landing on the wide railing with a grin. "Any doubts about me now?" Rose was so stunned she could only smile as she approached him. "How's my girl this morning?" he asked, taking her small, cold hand between his large, warm ones. "Pretty well, thank you, sir." "Ah, but it should be very well." "Why isn't it?" "I always wake up with a headache and feel tired." "Don't you sleep well?" "I lie awake for ages, and then I have dreams, and my sleep doesn't seem to refresh me." "What do you do all day?" "Oh, I read, sew a little, take naps, and sit with Auntie." "No running around outside? No housework or riding?" "Aunt Plenty says I'm not strong enough for much exercise. Sometimes I go for drives with her, but I don't really enjoy it." "That doesn't surprise me," Uncle Alec muttered, half to himself, then added briskly, "Who do you play with?" "No one except Ariadne Blish, and she was so prissy I couldn't stand her. The boys came yesterday and seemed nice enough, but of course I couldn't play with them." "Why not?" "I'm too old for boys." "Nonsense. That's exactly what you need. You've been babied too much. They're good kids, and since you'll be around them for years to come, you might as well be friends right away. I'll find you some girls too, if I can discover any sensible ones who haven't been spoiled by ridiculous schooling." "Phoebe is sensible. I'm sure of it. I like her, though I just met her yesterday," Rose said, suddenly animated. "And who is Phoebe?" Rose eagerly shared everything she knew, while Uncle Alec listened with an odd smile playing around his mouth, though his eyes remained thoughtful. "I'm glad you're not snobby about your friends," he said when she finished, "but I'm curious why you like this girl from the poorhouse. You can laugh, but I do. I can't explain exactly. She just seems so happy and hard-working, and she sings beautifully, and she's strong enough to clean floors, and she doesn't have any problems to worry about." "How do you know that?" "I was telling her about mine, and I asked if she had any, and she just said no, except I'd like to go to school someday, and I will." "So she doesn't consider abandonment, poverty, and hard labor to be troubles?" She's a brave girl, and I'll be proud to know her." Uncle Alec nodded approvingly, making Rose wish she had earned such praise herself. "But what are these problems of yours, child?" he asked after a moment. "Please don't ask me, Uncle." "Can't you tell me as easily as you told Phoebe?" Something in his tone made Rose feel it would be better to speak up and get it over with, so she answered, blushing and looking away. "The biggest one was losing Papa." Uncle Alec gently put his arm around her and drew her close, saying in that voice so much like her father's, "That's a sorrow I can't fix, my dear, but I'll try to make it hurt less. What else is bothering you?" "I'm so tired and sickly all the time. I can't do anything I want to, and it makes me irritable," Rose sighed, rubbing her aching head like a fretful child. "That we can fix, and we will," her uncle declared with such confidence that his curls bobbed, revealing the gray ones hidden beneath the brown. "Aunt Myra says I have a weak constitution and will never be strong," Rose commented, pensively, as if being sickly was something to be proud of. "Aunt Myra means well, but her hobby is believing everyone is at death's door. I sometimes think she's disappointed when people stay healthy. We'll show her how to build up your strength and turn pale little ghosts into rosy, energetic girls. That's my specialty, you know," he added more calmly, his outburst having startled Rose. "I forgot you were a doctor. I'm glad about that, because I really do want to get better. Just please don't give me much medicine. I've swallowed gallons already, and it hasn't helped at all." As she spoke, Rose pointed to a small table just inside her window, where a regiment of bottles stood at attention. "Ah, let's see what mischief these well-meaning women have been up to." With one long reach, Uncle Alec brought the bottles onto the wide railing, examined each carefully, smiled over some, frowned over others, and announced, "Now I'll show you the best way to take these concoctions." Quick as lightning, he sent one after another smashing down into the flower beds below. "But Aunt Plenty won't like that, and Aunt Myra will be furious. She sent most of them," cried Rose, half frightened and half delighted by such dramatic action. "You're my patient now, and I'll take full responsibility." "My prescription methods are clearly superior, because you look better already," he replied, laughing so infectiously that Rose joined in, adding cheekily, "If I don't like your medicines any better than those, I'll throw them into the garden too. Then what will you do?" "When I prescribe such nonsense, I'll give you permission to dump it as fast as you can. Now, what's your next problem?" "I was hoping you'd forget to ask. But how can I help if I don't know? Come on, tell me number 3. It sounds wrong, but sometimes I wish I didn't have quite so many aunts. They're all very good to me, and I want to please them, but they're so different from each other. I feel pulled in all directions," said Rose, trying to express the confusion of being like a baby chick, with 6 mother hens all clucking commands at once. Uncle Alec threw back his head and laughed like a boy, completely understanding how each good lady had tried to paddle her own way, thoroughly muddying the waters and bewildering poor Rose. "I think we'll try a course of uncles now, and see how that suits you. I'm going to keep you all to myself, and no one gives advice unless I ask for it. That's the only way to maintain order, and I'm the captain of this little ship, at least for now. What's next on the list?" But Rose hesitated, blushing so deeply that her uncle guessed the nature of this problem. "I don't think I can share this one. It wouldn't be polite, and I don't think it's going to be a problem anymore anyway." As she stammered through these words, Dr. Alec turned his gaze toward the distant ocean and spoke seriously, tenderly, in a way that touched her heart and stayed with her for years. "My child, I don't expect you to love and trust me right away, but I want you to believe I'm giving my whole heart to this new responsibility. If I make mistakes, and I probably will, no one will regret them more than I will. It's my fault that I'm a stranger to you when I should be your closest friend. That's one of my biggest regrets, especially now. Your father and I once had a falling out, and I thought I could never forgive him. I stayed away for years. Thank God we reconciled the last time I saw him, and he told me then that if anything happened to him, he wanted me to take care of his little girl as a token of his love. I can't replace him, but I'll try to be a father to you. If you learn to love me even half as much as you loved him, I'll consider myself blessed. Will you give me that chance?" Something in Uncle Alec's expression moved Rose deeply. When he held out his hand with that anxious, vulnerable look in his eyes, she instinctively leaned forward and sealed their agreement with an innocent kiss. His strong arm held her close for a moment, and she felt his broad chest rise, with what seemed like a great sigh of relief, but neither spoke until a knock at the door made them both start. Rose poked her head through the window to call, "Come in. while Dr. Alec quickly wiped his jacket sleeve across his eyes and resumed, whistling cheerfully. Phoebe appeared with a cup of coffee. "Debbie sent me to bring this and help you get dressed," she said, her dark eyes widening at the sight of the sailor man on the balcony. "I'm already dressed, so I don't need help." "I hope the coffee's good and strong," Rose added, eyeing the steaming cup eagerly. But before she could take it, a tanned hand intercepted it as her uncle said, "Hold on there. Let me check this prescription before you swallow it. Do you drink this strong coffee every morning, Rose?" "Yes, sir, and I love it. Auntie says it tones me up, and I always feel better afterward." "This explains the sleepless nights, your racing heart, and why your cheeks are yellowy pale instead of rosy. No more coffee for you, young lady, and you'll soon see I'm right. Is there any fresh milk downstairs, Phoebe?" "Yes, sir, plenty. Just in from the barn. That's the drink for my patient. Bring me a pitcher and another cup. I'd like some myself." And to Rose's dismay, he tossed the coffee after the medicines. Dr. Alec noticed her wounded expression but ignored it and soon banished it by saying cheerfully, "I've a special little mug in my luggage. It's made of a wood that supposedly improves whatever you drink from it, like a quassia cup. That reminds me, one of those crates Phoebe wanted to drag upstairs last night is for you." Knowing I was coming home to a ready-made daughter, I collected all sorts of interesting things during my travels, hoping you'd find something you liked. Tomorrow morning, we'll have a grand unpacking session. Ah, here's our milk. I propose a toast to Miss Rose Campbell, with all my heart. It was impossible for Rose to stay grumpy, with the promise of a treasure box of gifts dancing before her eyes. Despite herself, she smiled as she drank to her own health and discovered that fresh milk wasn't such a terrible prescription after all. "Now I'd better leave before I'm caught sneaking around again," said Dr. Alec, preparing to descend the way he'd come. "Do you always move about like a cat, Uncle?" asked Rose, amused by his unconventional methods. "I used to sneak out my window as a boy to avoid disturbing the ants. Now I rather enjoy it. It's the quickest route, and it keeps me flexible when I don't have rigging to climb. See you at breakfast." And with that, he swung down the drainpipe, across the roof, and disappeared among the budding honeysuckle vines below. "Isn't he a strange guardian?" Phoebe remarked as she gathered the cups. "He's a very kind one, I think," Rose replied, following her out to investigate the big boxes and guess which might be hers. When her uncle appeared at the breakfast bell, he found her examining a steaming new dish on the table with apprehension. "Got another problem, Rosie?" he asked, patting her smooth head. "Uncle, are you going to make me eat oatmeal?" she asked dramatically. "Don't you like it?" "I hate it," Rose declared with all the emphasis a wrinkled nose, a shudder, and a groan could convey. "You're not much of a Scotswoman if you don't appreciate parritch." "Too bad. I made it myself and thought we'd enjoy it with all that cream floating on top." "Oh well, never mind." He sat down looking disappointed. Rose had planned to be stubborn, but seeing he wasn't forcing her, she suddenly changed her mind. "I'll try to eat it for you, Uncle. It's just that people always go on about how healthy it is, and that makes me despise it even more," she admitted, a bit embarrassed by her flimsy excuse. "I do want you to like it, because I want you to be as strong and healthy as Jesse's boys, who were raised on this traditional food. No hot bread or fried stuff for them, and they're the biggest, handsomest lads around. Ah, good morning, Auntie." Dr. Alec turned to greet the old lady, and with a firm resolve to eat or die trying, Rose picked up her spoon. Within 5 minutes, she'd forgotten what she was eating, so engrossed was she in the lively conversation. It amused her to hear Aunt Plenty call her 40-year-old nephew, "my dear boy," and Uncle Alec kept them entertained with stories about everything from distant lands to the latest gossip about the anthill. The dreaded porridge disappeared without complaint. "You'll join us for church, I hope, Alec, if you're not too tired," said the old lady when breakfast was over. "I came all the way from Calcutta specifically for that, ma'am. But I should let the sisters know I've arrived. They're not expecting me until tomorrow, and there'll be chaos in the church if those boys spot me without warning. I'll send Ben up the hill with a message, and you can stop by Myra's yourself. She'll be pleased, and you'll have plenty of time." Dr. Alec left immediately, and they didn't see him again until the old carriage waited at the door, and Aunt Plenty came rustling downstairs in her Sunday finest, with Rose following like a small shadow in her black dress. As they drove to church, Uncle Alec's hat was more off his head than on, for everyone they passed smiled, waved, and gave him warm greetings. Despite the warning, the boys were in such a state of excitement that the adults sat in constant fear of an outburst. It was simply impossible to keep 14 eyes off Uncle Alec, and the mischief they got up to during the sermon defied belief. Rose didn't dare look up after a while, as these troublemakers focused all their attention on her, making her fluctuate between laughter and embarrassment. Charlie winked at her from behind his mother's fan. Mac openly pointed at the tall figure beside her. Jamie stared so fixedly over the back of his pew that Rose feared his round eyes would pop out. George tripped over a stool and dropped 3 books. Will drew sailors and Chinese figures on his clean cuffs and displayed them proudly. Steve nearly disrupted the entire congregation by pretending to faint and sniffing smelling salts so strongly he burned his nose. Even dignified Archie wrote in his hymn book, "Isn't he awesome?" and passed it politely to Rose. Her only salvation was focusing on Uncle Mac, a stout, placid gentleman who seemed completely unaware of the boy's antics and dozed peacefully in his corner. This was the only Uncle Rose had met in years, since Uncle Jem and Uncle Steve, Aunt Jessie's and Aunt Clara's husbands, were at sea, and Aunt Myra was a widow. Uncle Mac was a merchant, very wealthy and busy, and as quiet as a mouse at home, where he was so outnumbered by women that he rarely ventured an opinion. Rose liked the big, kind, silent man who had come to see her when her father died, regularly sent magnificent packages to her at school, and often invited her to his warehouse. The enormous building was filled with teas, spices, wines, and exotic fruits, and he always encouraged her to eat whatever she wanted and take home as much as she liked. She had secretly regretted that he wasn't chosen as her guardian, but now that she'd met Uncle Alec, she felt better about it, especially since she didn't particularly care for Aunt Jane. When church ended, Dr. Alec hurried into the vestibule, where the young bears mobbed him with hugs. The sisters shook his hand, their faces bright with happiness. Rose was nearly flattened behind a door in the crowded passage from pew to vestibule, but Uncle Mac rescued her and safely deposited her in the carriage. "Now, girls, I want you all to come dine with Alec. Mac, too, of course. But I can't invite the boys because we weren't expecting our dear fellow until tomorrow, and made no preparations. Send them home until Monday." "I was truly shocked by their behavior in church," said Aunt Plenty as she joined Rose. Anywhere else, the disappointed boys would have protested loudly. As it was, they grumbled until Dr. Alec settled the matter by saying, "Don't worry, lads. Behave yourselves now, and I'll make it up to you tomorrow. But if you don't go home quietly, you won't get a single thing from my big boxes." Chapter 4. Ants. All through dinner, Rose felt like she was being watched. Afterward, she knew for sure when Aunt Plenty whispered, "Run upstairs and sit with Sister Peace for a while, dear. She likes when you read to her while she rests, and we have things to discuss." Rose obeyed, finding comfort in the quiet upstairs rooms. They had a peaceful, almost church-like quality that helped settle her frazzled nerves. Without realizing it, she became a little ray of sunshine for her sweet great-aunt, who had spent years patiently enduring her pain, waiting for release. Rose knew the sad love story behind Aunt Peace's life, which gave her a special tenderness toward the old woman. When Peace was 20, she'd been about to marry. Everything was ready, her wedding dress laid out, flowers waiting to be arranged, the happy hour approaching, when word came that her fiancé had died. Everyone thought gentle Peace would die too, but she'd faced her grief bravely. She put away her bridal things, picked up the pieces of her life, and carried on as a beautiful, soft-spoken woman whose hair turned white and whose cheeks never bloomed again. She never wore black, preferring pale, soft colors, as if always ready for the wedding that never happened. For 30 years she had lived on, slowly fading but remaining cheerful, busy, and interested in family happenings, especially the joys and troubles of the young girls growing up around her. To them she was advisor, confidant, and friend through all their delicate problems and delights. A truly beautiful old maiden, with her silver hair, peaceful face, and an aura of calm that soothed everyone around her. Aunt Plenty couldn't have been more different. A plump, energetic old lady with sharp eyes, a chatty nature, and a face like a winter apple. Always bustling about, talking, and busy with household concerns, she was a regular Martha, happily weighed down with practical matters. Rose had guessed right. While she softly read psalms to Aunt Peace, the other ladies downstairs were discussing her with complete frankness. "Well, Alec, how do you like your ward?" Aunt Jane began as everyone settled in, with Uncle Mac retreating to a corner to finish his nap. "I'd like her better if I could have started from the beginning. Poor George kept her so isolated that she's suffered in many ways. Since he died, things have gotten even worse, judging by the state I found her in. My dear boy, We did what we thought best while waiting for you to wrap up your affairs and get home, Aunt Plenty said. I always told George he was wrong to raise her as he did, but he never took my advice. Now here we are with this poor child on our hands. I freely admit I have no idea what to do with her any more than if she were one of those exotic birds you used to bring back from your travels. She shook her head in bewilderment, making the purple ribbon loops on her cap quiver like spring flowers. If my advice had been followed, she would have stayed at the excellent school where I placed her, said Mrs. Jane sternly. But our aunt thought it best to remove her because she complained, and she's been wasting time ever since. A ruinous situation for a moody, spoiled girl like Rose. She'd never forgiven the old ladies for giving in to Rose's heartfelt request to wait for her guardian before starting another term at the school, which was a regular academic pressure cooker like Dr. Blimber's and Dickens, turning out many accomplished but miserable students. I never thought it was the right school for a girl in her position, an heiress after all, put in Aunt Clara, who had been a beauty and a belle in her day and was still a handsome woman. That sort of education is fine for girls who'll need to earn their living by teaching. All Rose needs is a year or two at a fashionable finishing school, so she can make her debut properly at 18. Dear me, how short-sighted you all are to discuss education and future plans when this unhappy child is so clearly marked for an early grave, sighed Aunt Myra with a lugubrious sniff, refusing to remove her funeral-like bonnet due to her chronic catarrh. In my opinion, the dear thing only needs freedom, rest, and love, said Aunt Jessie, with tears in her bright eyes. There's a look in her eyes that touches my heart, because it shows she misses what none of us can give her, a mother. The thought of her own boys being left motherless, as Rose was, made her voice tremble. Uncle Alec, who had listened silently as each spoke, turned quickly toward his youngest sister and said with an approving nod, "You've got it, Jessie. With your help, I hope to make Rose feel she's not completely without parents." "I'll do my best, Alec, and I think you will need me because, wise as you are, you can't understand a timid little creature like Rose the way a woman can," said Mrs. Jessie, smiling back with genuine maternal warmth. "I can't help feeling that I, who had a daughter of my own, will be best suited to raise a girl." "I'm quite surprised George didn't entrust her to me," observed Aunt Myra, with an air of melancholy importance. She was the only one who had given a daughter to the family and felt distinguished by it, though unkind relatives said she had literally medicated her darling to death. "I never blamed him in the least, considering the dangerous experiments you tried on poor Carrie," began Mrs. Jane sharply. "Jane Campbell, I will not hear a word. My sainted Caroline is sacred," cried Aunt Myra, half rising as if to leave. Dr. Alec stopped her, feeling he needed to establish his position immediately and defend it if he hoped to succeed with Rose. "Now, my dear ladies, let's not argue and make Rose a point of contention. Though she's almost thin as a bone, poor thing. You've had her for a year and done what you wanted. I can't say your success has been great, but that's because there have been too many cooks in the kitchen. Now I intend to try my approach for a year, and if she's not healthier by the end of it, I'll give up and hand her over to someone else. That's fair, I think. She won't be here a year from now, poor darling, so no one need worry about future responsibility," said Aunt Myra, folding her black gloves as if already prepared for the funeral. "Good grief, Myra, you could dampen the spirits of a saint," cried Dr. Alec, with sudden fire in his eyes. "Your doom and gloom will frighten that child out of her wits. She's imaginative and will obsess over the horrible scenarios you plant in her head. You've convinced her she has a weak constitution, and she's starting to believe it. If she didn't actually have a pretty strong one, she'd already be marked for the tomb at the rate you've been going. I won't have any interference, please understand that. Just step back and let me handle things until I ask for help." "Here, here," came from the corner where Uncle Mac was supposedly asleep. "You were appointed guardian, so we can do nothing. But I predict the girl will be spoiled, utterly spoiled," said Mrs. Jane grimly. "Thank you, sister. I figure if a woman can raise 2 boys as perfectly as you do yours, then a man who puts his mind to it might attempt as much with 1 girl," replied Dr. Alec with a humorous look that amused the others greatly. It was well known in the family that Jane's boys were more indulged than all the other children combined. "I'm not worried. I do think Alec will improve the child's health, and by the time his year is up, it will be the perfect time for her to attend Madame Rockabella's finishing school," said Aunt Clara, adjusting her rings while happily contemplating the day she could introduce a pretty, accomplished niece to society. "I suppose you'll stay here in the old place, unless you're thinking of getting married." "It's high time you did," put in Mrs. Jane, stung by her brother's earlier jab. "No thanks." "Come have a cigar, Mac," said Dr. Alec abruptly. "Don't marry. Enough women in the family already, muttered Uncle Mac as the men hastily retreated. Aunt Peace would like to see you all, Rose announced before the ladies could start again. Hectic, hectic. Dear me, murmured Aunt Myra as the shadow of her gloomy bonnet fell across Rose and her black-gloved fingertips touched the girl's cheek, where the color deepened under so many eyes. I'm glad those pretty curls are natural. They'll be invaluable later on, said Aunt Clara, tilting her head to appraise Rose like a painting. Now that your uncle has arrived, I no longer expect you to review last year's studies. I trust your time won't be completely wasted on frivolous activities, added Aunt Jane, sailing out with the air of a martyr. Aunt Jessie said nothing, but kissed her little niece with such sympathy that Rose clung to her for a moment and followed her with grateful eyes as she left. After everyone had gone, Dr. Alec paced the lower hall in the twilight for an hour, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling, occasionally stopping in deep thought. Suddenly, as if making up his mind, he murmured, I might as well begin now and give the child something new to think about. Myra's doomsaying and Jane's lectures have made her as gloomy as a little indigo bag. Diving into one of the trunks in the corner, he rummaged around and pulled out a silk cushion with pretty embroidery and a dark carved wooden cup. This will do for a start, he said, fluffing the cushion and dusting the cup. I can't begin too aggressively or I'll scare Rose off. I need to win her over gently until I've gained her confidence. Then she'll be ready for anything. Just then, Phoebe came out of the dining room with a plate of brown bread, since Rose had been forbidden hot biscuits for tea. I'll take some of that, said Dr. Alec, helping himself to a generous slice before retreating to his study, leaving Phoebe wondering at his appetite. She would have wondered even more if she'd seen him turning that brown bread into neat little pills, which he packed into an attractive ivory box after emptying out his own medicine. There! If they insist on medicine, I'll prescribe these, and no harm done. I'll have my way, but keep the peace, and confess the joke when my experiment succeeds, he told himself, looking very much like a mischievous boy as he continued with his innocent prescriptions. Rose was playing softly on the small organ in the upper hall so Aunt Peace could enjoy it. While talking with the old ladies, Uncle Alec kept listening to the child's music, thinking of another Rose who used to play for him. As the clock struck 8, he called out, Bedtime for my girl, or she won't be up early. I've got some exciting plans for tomorrow. Come see what I've found for you to get started with. Rose ran in, her face bright and attentive, while Dr. Alec announced dramatically, In my travels across the globe, I've collected some excellent remedies. Since they're rather pleasant ones, I think you and I will try them. This is an herb pillow, given to me by a wise old woman when I was sick in India. It's filled with saffron, poppies, and other soothing plants. Rest your head on it tonight, and you'll sleep sweetly without dreams and wake without pain. Really? It smells nice. Rose happily accepted the pretty pillow, enjoying its faint, sweet scent as she listened to the doctor's next remedy. This is the cup I mentioned. They say its power depends on the drinker filling it themselves, so you must learn to milk. I'll teach you. I'm afraid I never could, said Rose, though she looked at the cup with interest. A funny little imp danced on the handle, poised as if ready to dive into the white sea below. Don't you think she needs something more strengthening than milk, Alec? I'll really worry if she doesn't take some kind of tonic, said Aunt Plenty, eyeing the new remedies suspiciously. She had more faith in her traditional medicines than in all these exotic cures. Well, ma'am, I'm happy to give her a pill if you think best. It's very simple and completely harmless in large quantities. You know hashish is made from hemp? Well, this is a preparation of corn and rye, commonly used in the old days, which I hope will make a comeback. How remarkable, said Aunt Plenty, examining the pills with her spectacles, her face so full of respectful interest that Dr. Alec could barely keep a straight face. Take one in the morning, and good night, my dear, he said, dismissing his patient with a warm hug. After she left, he ran both hands through his hair, exclaiming with a mixture of worry and amusement, When I think about what I've undertaken, I swear I feel like running away and not coming back until Rose is 18. Chapter 5. A Belt and a Box. When Rose came out of her room the next morning, cup in hand, she saw Uncle Alec standing in the doorway of the room opposite, examining it carefully. When he heard her, he turned and began to sing. Where are you going, my pretty maid? I'm going a-milking, sir, she replied, waving the cup. Then they finished the verse together, laughing. Before either could speak, a head and a nightcap so large and frilly it resembled a cabbage popped out from a room down the hall, and an astonished voice asked, What on earth are you doing up so early? Just warming up our voices for the day, ma'am. Auntie, can I have this room? Asked Dr. Alec, giving her a playful sailor's bow. Any room you like, except sister's. Thanks. And may I rummage through the attics and storage spaces to furnish it how I want? My dear boy, you can turn the house upside down if you'll only stay in it. That's a generous offer. I'll stay, ma'am. Here's my little anchor, he said, putting an arm around Rose. So you'll get more of me than you bargained for this time. That's impossible. Put on your jacket, Rose. Don't tire her out with silliness, Alec. Yes, sister, I'm coming. And the cabbage head vanished. The first milking lesson was hilarious. After several scares and many failed attempts, Rose finally managed to fill her cup, while Ben held Clover's tail so it couldn't flap, and Dr. Alec kept the cow from turning to stare at the new milkmaid, who objected strongly to both these arrangements. You look cold despite all the laughing. Take a quick run around the garden to warm up, said the doctor as they left the barn. I'm too old for running, Uncle. Miss Power said it wasn't ladylike for teenage girls, answered Rose primly. I respectfully disagree with Madame Stuffy, and as your doctor, I order you to run. Off you go, said Uncle Alec with a look and gesture that sent Rose scurrying away as fast as she could. Eager to please him, she raced around the flower beds until she returned to the porch where he waited. Dropping onto the steps, she sat there catching her breath, her cheeks as rosy as the scarf around her shoulders. Well done! I see you haven't forgotten how to use your legs, even as a teenager. That belt is too tight. Unfasten it so you can breathe properly. It's not tight, sir. I can breathe perfectly fine, Rose insisted, trying to compose herself. Uncle Alec's only response was to lift her up and unhook the fashionable new belt she was so proud of. The moment it was unclasped, the belt sprang open several inches, revealing the involuntary sigh of relief that completely contradicted her words. I didn't realize it was tight. It didn't feel that way. Of course it would open if I'm panting like this, but I hardly ever run, Rose explained, embarrassed by this discovery. I see you're not filling your lungs properly, which is why you can wear this ridiculous thing without noticing. The idea of squeezing a young girl's waist in a stiff band of leather and steel, just when it should be growing. He examined the belt with disgust as he moved the clasp forward several holes, to Rose's secret dismay. She was proud of her slender figure, and glad she wasn't as plump as Lulie Miller, a former classmate who struggled with her weight. It'll fall off if it's that loose, she said anxiously, watching him adjust her precious belt. Not if you keep taking deep breaths to hold it on, which is exactly what I want you to do. And when you fill this one out, we'll keep enlarging it until your waist looks more like that of Phebe, goddess of health, and less like a fashion plate, the most unnatural thing imaginable. How strange it looks. Rose glanced disapprovingly at the loose belt around her trim waist. It'll get lost, and I'll be upset because it was expensive. Real steel and Russian leather. Smell how nice it is. If it gets lost, I'll give you a better one. A soft silk sash is much more suitable for a pretty child like you than a metal contraption like this. I've got endless Italian scarves and Turkish sashes among my things. Ah, that makes you feel better, doesn't it? He pinched her cheek, which had suddenly dimpled with a smile. It's silly of me, but I can't help liking to know that. She stopped, blushed, and hung her head, embarrassed to add, You think I'm pretty? Dr. Alec's eyes twinkled, but he asked seriously, Rose, are you vain? I'm afraid I am, she admitted in a tiny voice from behind the curtain of hair hiding her red face. That's a shame, he sighed, as if genuinely disappointed. I know, and I try not to be. But people compliment me, and I can't help liking it because I don't think I'm completely repulsive. The last word and her funny tone made Dr. Alec laugh despite himself, much to Rose's relief. I completely agree. And to make you even less repulsive, I want you to grow into as healthy a girl as Phebe. Phebe? Rose looked so shocked that her uncle almost laughed again. Yes, Phebe. She has what you need. Health. If you dear little girls would only understand what real beauty is, instead of pinching and starving and bleaching yourselves, you'd save so much time, money, and pain. A happy soul in a healthy body creates the best kind of beauty for anyone. Do you understand, my dear? Yes, sir, answered Rose, stung by the comparison to the servant girl. It bothered her deeply, and she showed it by saying sharply, I suppose you'd like me to sweep and scrub and wear an old brown dress, going around with my sleeves rolled up like Phoebe does? I would indeed, if you could work as well as she does and show arms as strong as hers. I haven't seen a prettier picture lately than the one she made this morning, elbow deep in suds, singing like a blackbird while she scrubbed on the back steps. Well, I do think you're the strangest man that ever lived, was all Rose could say after this display of what she considered terrible taste. I haven't even begun to show you my oddities. You'll need to prepare yourself for bigger surprises, he said with such a whimsical look that she was glad when a bell rang, preventing her from showing how deeply her vanity had been wounded. You'll find your box open upstairs in Auntie's parlor. You can amuse her and yourself by exploring to your heart's content. I need to spend the morning setting up my room, said Dr. Alec as they finished breakfast. Can I help you, Uncle? Asked Rose, eager to be useful. No, thank you. I'm going to borrow Phoebe for a while, if Aunt Plenty can spare her. Anybody, anything, Alec. You'll need me, I'm sure, so I'll take care of lunch arrangements and be ready to help. The old lady bustled away, full of excitement. Uncle will discover I can do things Phoebe can't, thought Rose, tossing her head as she hurried to Aunt Peace in the long-awaited treasure box. Any girl can imagine what a wonderful time she had diving into a sea of treasures, discovering one pretty thing after another, until the air filled with exotic scents of musk and sandalwood, the room brightened with vivid colors, and Rose was in complete rapture. She started to forgive Dr. Alec for the oatmeal diet when she found a lovely ivory workbox. Her annoyance about the belt faded when she discovered a pile of rainbow-colored sashes, and when she came across some exquisite bottles of rose perfume, she felt they almost made up for the unforgivable sin of suggesting Phoebe was the prettier of the two. Meanwhile, Dr. Alec had apparently taken Aunt Plenty at her word and was turning the house upside down. A complete revolution was happening in the green room. Dark damask curtains were bundled away in Phoebe's arms, the airtight stove was carried to the cellar on Ben's shoulder, and the massive bedstead was transported to the attic in pieces by 3 men. Aunt Plenty hurried constantly between her storerooms, linen closets, and camphor chests, looking both amazed and amused by the new arrangements. Half of Dr. Alec's peculiar activities couldn't be described, but as Rose glanced up occasionally from her box, she caught glimpses of him striding by with a bamboo chair, antique andirons, a Japanese screen, a few rugs, and finally, a large bathing pan balanced on his head. What a strange room it's going to be, she remarked as she took a break, enjoying some lumps of delight candy all the way from Cairo. I think you'll like it, dearie, answered Aunt Peace, smiling up from a pretty craft she was making with blue silk and white muslin. Rose didn't notice the smile because just then her uncle paused at the door. She jumped up to twirl before him, her face glowing with childish happiness. Look at me. I don't even recognize myself. I probably don't have these things on right, but I love them so much. You look as colorful as a parrot in that pheasant jacket, and it warms my heart to see my little shadow turned into a rainbow, said Uncle Alec, surveying her bright appearance with approval. He didn't say it, but he thought she made a much prettier picture than Phoebe at the washtub. She had perched a purple fez on her blonde head, wrapped several brilliant scarves around her waist, and put on a gorgeous scarlet jacket embroidered with a golden sun on the back, a silver moon on the front, and stars of all sizes on the sleeves. Turkish slippers adorned her feet, while necklaces of amber, coral, and filigree hung around her neck. One hand held a perfume bottle, the other the spicy box of oriental candies. I feel like I'm in the Arabian Nights and might find a magic carpet or a wonderful talisman somewhere. I just don't know how to thank you for all these lovely things, she said, stopping her dance as if suddenly overwhelmed with gratitude. I'll tell you how, by getting rid of those black clothes that should never have been kept so long on a child, and wearing these colorful ones I've brought. They'll lift your spirits and brighten this somber old house. Don't you agree, Auntie? I think you're right, Alec. It's fortunate we haven't started on her spring wardrobe yet. Myra thought she shouldn't wear anything brighter than violet, and she's too pale for even that. You just let me direct Miss Hemming about making some of these items. You'll be surprised how much I know about piping hems and gathering armholes and shirring biases, declared Dr. Alec, patting a pile of fabric with an expert air. Aunt Peace and Rose laughed so hard that he couldn't continue his fashion lecture until they stopped. That laugh will do more for filling out that belt than anything. I'll get back to work now, or I'll never finish, he said good-naturedly. I couldn't help it. Shirred biases sounded so funny, Rose giggled, turning back to her box. But really, Auntie, she added more seriously, I feel like I shouldn't have so many nice things. Do you think I could give some to Phoebe? Would Uncle mind? He wouldn't mind, but they aren't suitable for Phoebe. "Some of your old dresses would be more useful if they could be altered to fit her," answered Aunt Peace in that practical, moderate tone that always dampens enthusiastic charitable impulses. "I'd rather give her new things. I think she's a little proud and might not want hand-me-downs. If she were my sister, it would be different, because sisters don't mind sharing. But she's not, which makes it awkward. Wait, I know, I'll adopt her." Rose's face lit up with this brilliant idea. "I'm afraid you can't legally do that until you're older, but you could see if she likes the idea. And you can certainly be kind to her. In one way, we're all sisters and should help each other." The sweet old face looked at her so kindly that Rose felt determined to settle the matter immediately. She rushed to the kitchen just as she was, still dressed in her exotic outfit. Phoebe was there, polishing antique andirons so intently that she jumped when Rose burst in, crying, "Smell this! Taste this! Look at me!" Phoebe sniffed the perfume, munched the candy Rose tucked into her mouth, and stared wide-eyed at the brilliant little figure prancing around like an exotic bird. "My stars, don't you look splendid?" was all she could say, holding up dusty hands. "I've got piles of wonderful things upstairs, and I'll show you everything. I'd share half with you, but Auntie thinks they wouldn't be practical, so I'll give you something else instead. And don't feel bad because I want to adopt you, like Arabella in the story. Won't that be nice?" "Why, Miss Rose, have you lost your mind?" No wonder, Phoebe asked. Rose was talking a mile a minute, looked bizarre in her costume, and seemed too excited to explain properly. Seeing Phoebe's confusion, she calmed down and said with sweet earnestness, "It isn't fair that I should have so much and you so little. I want to be as good to you as if you were my sister. Aunt Peace says we're all sisters in a way. I thought if I adopted you, as much as I can right now, it would be better. Will you let me?" To Rose's surprise, Phoebe sat down on the floor and hid her face in her apron without answering. "Oh dear, now I've offended her. What should I do?" thought Rose, discouraged by this reaction. "Please forgive me. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings," she began hesitantly, trying to repair the damage. But Phoebe gave her another surprise by dropping the apron to reveal a face full of smiles, despite tears in her eyes. She threw her arms around Rose and said with a laugh that turned into a sob, "I think you're the sweetest girl in the world, and I'll let you do anything you want with me." "Then you do like the idea? You didn't cry because I seemed condescending?" "I truly didn't mean to be," Rose said, relieved. "Do I like it? I love it! I cried because nobody's ever been so good to me before. As for being condescending, you can walk all over me if you want, and I won't mind." Phoebe declared with such gratitude that the words, "We are sisters," went straight to her lonely heart. "Well, now I can pretend I'm a good fairy from the box, or even better, a fairy godmother come down the chimney. You're Cinderella, and you should tell me what you want," said Rose, trying to ask delicately. Phoebe understood, having a natural refinement despite her background in the poorhouse. "I don't feel like I need anything now, Miss Rose, except some way to thank you for all you've done," she said, wiping away a tear that rolled down the bridge of her nose in the most unromantic way. "But I haven't done anything except give you some candy. Here, have more and enjoy it while you work. I need to go unpack, so goodbye for now. Don't forget I've adopted you. You've given me sweeter things than candy, and I won't forget." Carefully wiping the brick dust from her hands, Phoebe warmly pressed Rose's small hand in both her rough ones. Her dark eyes followed Rose with such gratitude that they became soft and bright. Chapter 6. Uncle Alec's Room. Shortly after lunch, before Rose had even explored half her new possessions, Dr. Alec suggested a drive to deliver the first batch of gifts to aunts and cousins. Rose was eager to go, wanting to try a soft burnous from the box that had not only a charming little hood, but adorable tassels bobbing in all directions. The large carriage overflowed with packages. Even Ben's seat was loaded with Indian war clubs, an enormous Chinese kite, and polished ox horns from Africa. Uncle Alec, dressed in blue and deeply tanned, sat upright observing familiar places with interest. Rose, feeling unusually elegant, leaned back, wrapped in her soft cloak, pretending she was an Eastern princess making a royal tour among her subjects. 3 of their visits were brief. Aunt Myra's catarrh was particularly bad. Aunt Clara had a room full of guests, and Aunt Jane showed such determination to discuss the populations, products, and politics of every continent that even Dr. Alec made a hasty retreat. Now we'll have a good time. I hope the boys are home," said Rose with a sigh of relief as they drove up the hill to Aunt Jessie's. "I saved this visit for last so we could catch the boys just back from school. There's Jamie watching for us at the gate. Now you'll see the clan gather. They're always swarming around together." The moment Jamie spotted them, he let out a shrill whistle that echoed from meadow, house, and barn as cousins came running from all directions, shouting, "Hooray for Uncle Alec!" They descended on the carriage like happy bandits, seized every package, took the occupants prisoner, and marched them into the house triumphantly. "Little Mom! Little Mom! They're here with tons of goodies. Come down and see right away." "Quick!" shouted Will and Geordie amid a general tearing of paper and reckless cutting of string that quickly turned the neat room into chaos. Aunt Jessie came down with her pretty cap half on, but with such a warm smile below it that the disheveled headgear seemed more like an improvement. She barely had time to greet Rose and the doctor before the boys surrounded her, each demanding she admire his gift, for little Mum shared in everything. The huge horns waved dangerously near her head, the war clubs swung over her, and an amazing collection from around the world filled her lap, while 7 excited boys all talked at once. But she loved it. She sat smiling, admiring, and explaining, completely unfazed by the noise that made Rose cover her ears, and Dr. Alec threatened immediate departure if they didn't quiet down. That threat caused a brief lull, and while the uncle received thanks in one corner, the aunt had some quiet conversations in the other. "Well, dear, how are things going now?" "Better, I hope, than a week ago." "Aunt Jessie, I think I'm going to be very happy now that Uncle is here. He does the strangest things, but he's so good to me, I can't help loving him." Nestling closer to little Mum, Rose told her everything that had happened, ending with a rapturous description of the magnificent box. "I'm glad, dear. But Rose, I must warn you about one thing. Don't let your uncle spoil you. But I like being spoiled, Auntie." "I don't doubt it. But if you turn out badly when the year is over, he'll be blamed and his experiment considered a failure. That would be a shame when he wants to do so much for you, and can succeed if his kind heart doesn't overrule his good judgment. I never thought of that. I'll try not to be spoiled." "But how can I help it?" Rose asked anxiously. "By not complaining about the healthy habits he wants you to develop, by giving him cheerful obedience as well as love, and even by making small sacrifices for his sake." I really will. And when I get worried about things, can I come to you? Uncle told me to, and I feel like I wouldn't be afraid." "Of course, darling. This is the place where little troubles are best solved, and that's what mothers are for, I think." Aunt Jessie drew the curly head to her shoulder with a tender look that showed she understood exactly what medicine the child needed most. It felt so comforting that Rose sat quietly enjoying the moment, until a small voice asked, "Mama, do you think Pokey would like some of my shells?" Rose gave Phoebe some of her nice things, and that was kind of her. "Can I?" "Who's Pokey?" asked Rose, looking up, intrigued by the odd name. "My dolly. Do you want to see her?" asked Jamie, who had been impressed by the adoption story he'd overheard. "Yes, I love dolls. Just don't tell the boys or they'll tease me. They don't laugh at me, and they play with my dolly all the time. But she likes me best." Jamie ran off to bring his treasure. "I brought my old doll with me, but I keep her hidden. I'm too old to play with her, but I can't bear to throw her away because I love her so much," Rose confided in a whisper. "You're welcome to play with Jamie's whenever you like. We believe in dolls around here," began Aunt Jessie, smiling to herself as if something amused her. Just then Jamie returned, and Rose understood the smile, because his dolly turned out to be an adorable 4-year-old girl who toddled in as fast as her chubby legs could carry her. She headed straight for the shells, gathered an armful, and said with a laugh that showed her tiny white teeth, "All for Dimmy and me, all for Dimmy and me." "That's my dolly. Isn't she a nice one?" asked Jamie, proudly surveying his pet with his hands behind him and short legs apart, a manly pose copied from his brother's. "She's a darling dolly." "But why call her Pokey?" asked Rose, charmed by the little girl. "She's such a curious little thing, always poking that tiny nose into everything." Since Paul Pry didn't fit, the boys started calling her Pokey. Not a pretty name, but it definitely suits her. It certainly did. After examining the shells, the busy tot grabbed everything she could find and continued exploring until Archie caught her sucking on his carved ivory chess pieces, thinking they might be candy. They also discovered rice paper pictures crumpled in her pocket, and she nearly broke Will's ostrich egg by trying to sit on it. "Here, Jim, take her away. She's worse than the puppies, and we can't have her around," ordered the oldest brother, picking her up and handing her to Jamie, who received her with open arms and the warning, "You'd better be nice to her, because I'm going to adopt her like Rose did Phoebe, and then you'll all have to be good to her. Adopt away, baby, but I'll need to give you a cage to keep her in, or you won't have her long." "She's getting worse than a monkey," laughed Archie as he rejoined his friends. Aunt Jessie, foreseeing trouble, suggested Jamie take his dolly home since she was only visiting and it was time for her to leave. "My dolly's better than yours, isn't she? Because she can walk and talk and sing and dance, and yours can't do anything, can she?" Jamie asked proudly as he watched Pokey perform a funny little jig and sing in her sweet voice. Pusscat, where you been? I've been to London to look at the Queen." After this amazing performance, she left with Jamie, both making a terrible racket blowing on conch shells. "We should head back, Rose. I want to get you home before sunset. Would you like to come for a drive, Jessie?" asked Dr. Alec as the music faded in the distance. "No, thank you. But I see the boys want to run around, so if you don't mind, they can escort you home. But they can't come in. That's only allowed on special occasions." The words had barely left Aunt Jessie's mouth when Archie announced commandingly, "Pass the word, boys. Boot and saddle and make it quick." All right. In a flash, not a trace of boy remained except the mess on the floor. The parade galloped down the hill at a pace that made Rose cling to her uncle's arm. The old horses got excited by the ponies racing around them and went as fast as they could, with the fancy dog cart rattling in front. Archie and Charlie had abandoned their ponies once they acquired this magnificent vehicle. Ben enjoyed the commotion while the boys performed stunts that made Rose declare circus was definitely the right name for them. When they reached the house, they dismounted and stood 3 on each side of the steps in military poses while Uncle Alec handed Rose out with exaggerated elegance. Then the clan saluted, mounted at command, and with wild whoops tore down the avenue in what they considered authentic Arab style. "That was amazing, now that it's safely over," said Rose, skipping up the steps with her head turned to watch the tassels bounce away. "I'll get you a pony once you're a little stronger," said Dr. Alec, watching her with a smile. "Oh, I couldn't ride one of those horrible jumpy little beasts. They roll their eyes and bounce around so much I'd die of fright," cried Rose, clasping her hands dramatically. "Are you a coward?" "About horses, yes." "Well, never mind. Come see my new room." He led the way upstairs without another word. As Rose followed, she remembered her promise to Aunt Jessie and regretted objecting so strongly to the pony. 5 minutes later, she regretted it even more. "Take a good look and tell me what you think," said Dr. Alec, opening the door and letting her enter first, while Phoebe was seen hurrying down the back stairs with a dustpan. Rose walked to the middle of the room, stood still, and looked around with widening eyes, because everything had changed. This room had been built above the library to suit someone's fancy, and had been unused for years, except during holiday gatherings when the house overflowed. It had 3 windows, one facing east overlooking the bay, one south where horse chestnuts waved their green leaves, and one west toward the hill and evening sky. A warm sunset glowed there now, filling the room with golden light. The soft murmur of the sea could be heard, and a robin chirped good night among the budding trees. Rose noticed these things first, instinctively appreciating their beauty. Then she took in how dramatically the room had been transformed. Once so gloomy, empty and solemn, now full of light, warmth, and simple luxury. Indian matting covered the floor, with colorful rugs scattered here and there. The antique andirons gleamed on the wide hearth, where a cheerful fire dispelled the dampness of the long-closed room. Bamboo lounges and chairs were arranged throughout, with quaint little tables in cozy corners, one holding a pretty basket, another a desk, and a third several familiar-looking books. In an alcove stood a narrow white bed with a lovely Madonna hanging above it. The Japanese screen, half folded back, revealed a delicate blue and white wash set on a marble slab, and nearby stood the big bathing pan with Turkish towels and a sponge as large as Rose's head. "Uncle must love cold water like a duck," she thought with a shiver. Her eyes moved to the tall cabinet, where a half-open door showed tempting drawers, shelves, and cubbyholes that delight children's hearts. "What a perfect place for my new things," she thought, wondering what her uncle kept in that cedar retreat. What a beautiful dressing table, was her next thought, as she approached this inviting spot. A round antique mirror hung above it, topped with a gilt eagle holding a blue ribbon bow in its beak. The ribbon tied back a muslin curtain falling on either side of the table, which held ivory-handled brushes, slender silver candlesticks, a porcelain match holder, several pretty trays for small items, and, most impressive of all, a plump blue silk cushion trimmed with lace and pink rosebuds at the corners. The cushion puzzled Rose. In fact, the whole table did, and she was thinking with a sly smile, "Uncle is quite the dandy." I never would have guessed, when he opened a large closet door, saying casually, "Men like plenty of space for their stuff. Don't you think this should be enough?" Rose peeked in and gasped, though all she saw was the usual closet contents: clothes, boots, boxes, and bags. But these clothes were small black and white dresses. The row of little boots had never been on Dr. Alec's feet. A green hat box had a gray veil peeking out. And yes, the bag hanging on the door was definitely her own sewing bag, with a hole in one corner. She glanced quickly around the room and suddenly understood why it had seemed too feminine for a man, why her Bible and prayer book were on the bedside table, and what those rosebuds meant on the blue cushion. It hit her all at once that this little paradise was created just for her. Not knowing how else to express her gratitude, she threw her arms around Dr. Alec, saying impulsively, "Uncle, you're too good to me. I'll do anything you want. Ride wild horses, take freezing baths, eat terrible-tasting foods, wear loose clothes, anything to show how much I appreciate this dear, sweet, wonderful room." "You like it then? But why do you think it's yours?" asked Dr. Alec as he sat down, looking pleased, and pulled his excited niece onto his knee. "I don't think. I know it's for me. I can see it in your face, but I feel like I don't deserve it. Aunt Jessie said you would spoil me, and I shouldn't let you. I'm afraid this looks exactly like spoiling. Oh no, maybe I shouldn't have this beautiful room after all." Rose tried to look heroic enough to give it up if necessary. "I owe Jessie one for that comment," said Dr. Alec, attempting to frown though secretly agreeing with her. Then that warm smile spread across his tanned face as he explained, "This is part of the cure, Rose. I put you here so you could take my 3 main remedies in the best and easiest way. Plenty of sunshine, fresh air and cold water, plus cheerful surroundings and some work. Phoebe will show you how to take care of this room and be your little maid, as well as friend and teacher. Does that sound hard and unpleasant?" "No, sir. Very, very nice. I'll do my best to be a good patient. But I honestly don't think anyone could stay sick in such a delightful room." She sighed happily, her eyes traveling from one pleasant object to another. "Then you prefer my kind of medicine to Aunt Myra's? You don't want to throw it out the window?" Chapter 7. A Trip to China. "Come, little girl, I've got another dose for you. I suspect you won't take it as easily as the last one, but you'll like it better after a while," said Dr. Alec about a week after the big surprise. Rose was sitting in her pretty room, where she would gladly have spent all her time if allowed. She looked up with a smile, no longer afraid of her uncle's remedies, and always ready to try something new. The last had been a set of light gardening tools, which she'd used to help him prepare the flower beds, learning fascinating things about plants as they worked. Though she'd studied botany at school, it seemed dreadfully dull compared to Uncle Alec's lively lessons. "What is it this time?" she asked, closing her workbox without complaint. "Salt water. How do I take it?" "Put on the new outfit Miss Hemming sent yesterday and meet me at the beach. Then I'll show you." "Yes, sir," Rose answered obediently, adding to herself with a shiver as he left, "It's too early for swimming, so it must involve some dreadful boat." Putting on the new blue flannel suit, prettily trimmed with white, and the little sailor hat with long ribbons, distracted her from the upcoming ordeal until a shrill whistle reminded her that her uncle was waiting. She ran through the garden, down the sandy path, out to the strip of beach belonging to the house, where she found Dr. Alec busy with a slender red and white boat rocking on the rising tide. "That's a pretty little boat, and Bonnie Belle is a nice name," she said, trying to hide her nervousness. "It's for you. Sit in the stern and learn to steer until you're ready to learn rowing." "Do all boats wiggle around like that?" she asked, lingering as if adjusting her hat. "Oh yes, they rock like nutshells when the sea's a bit rough," answered her sailor uncle, not noticing her anxiety. "Is it rough today?" "Not very. It looks a little stormy to the east, but we're fine until the wind changes. Come on." "Can you swim, Uncle?" Rose asked, clutching his arm as he took her hand. "Like a fish. Let's go. Please hold me very tight until I get in. Why is the seat so far away? Stifling several squeaks of alarm, Rose crept to the distant seat and sat gripping the sides, looking as if she expected to capsize any second. Uncle Alec ignored her fear and patiently taught her how to steer until she became so focused on remembering which was starboard and which was port that she forgot to gasp, "Oh!" every time a wave slapped against the boat. "Where should we go now?" she asked as the breeze blew fresh against her face, and a few swift strokes carried them halfway across the small bay. "How about China? Isn't that rather far?" "Not the way I travel. Steer around the point into the harbor, and I'll show you China in about 20 minutes. "I'd like that." Rose sat wondering what he meant while enjoying the new scenery around her. Behind them, the green family hill rose gently to the grove at the top, with familiar houses, stately, cozy, or picturesque, all along the shoreline. As they rounded the point, the great bay opened before them filled with ships, and beyond lay the city, its spires rising above tall masts with colorful flags. "Are we going there?" she asked, having never seen this view of the busy old city before. "Yes. Uncle Mac has a ship just in from Hong Kong, and I thought you'd enjoy seeing it." "I would. I love exploring warehouses with Uncle Mac. Everything's so interesting and new. I'm especially curious about China, because you've been there. I'll introduce you to 2 genuine Chinese men who just arrived. You'll enjoy meeting Wang Lo and Fun Si. Don't ask me to talk to them, Uncle. I'll probably laugh at their funny names and cues and slanted eyes. Just let me follow you around quietly." "Fine. Now steer toward that wharf with the big ship flying the unusual flag. That's the Raja, and we'll board if possible." They navigated among the ships, past wharves where the water was green and still, and strange barnacles grew on the slippery pilings. Odd smells and sights greeted her, but Rose enjoyed it all, pretending she was actually landing in Hong Kong as they glided up to the steps in the shadow of the tall Raja. Boxes and crates were being unloaded from the hold and carried into warehouses by strong porters who heaved and shouted and clattered about with small carts, or operated cranes with iron claws that seized heavy cargo and swung it up to wide doorways that swallowed everything inside. Dr. Alec took her aboard the ship, where she satisfied her curiosity by poking her inquisitive nose into every accessible corner, risking being crushed, lost, or drowned in the process. "Well, child, how would you like to sail around the world with me on a fine old vessel like this?" asked her uncle as they rested for a moment in the captain's cabin. "I'd love to see the world, but not in such a small, messy, smelly place. We'd go on a yacht, clean and comfortable." "Charlie says that's the proper way," answered Rose, surveying the cramped quarters with little enthusiasm. "You're not a true Campbell if you don't appreciate the smell of tar and salt water, and neither is Charlie with his luxury yacht. Now let's go ashore and meet our Chinese friends." After a delightful exploration of the great warehouse, peeping and examining everything along the way, they found Uncle Mac and the Chinese gentleman in his private office, where samples, gifts, curiosities, and newly arrived treasures were arranged in appealing but chaotic profusion. As soon as possible, Rose retreated to a corner with a porcelain god on one side, a green dragon on the other, and most awkwardly, Fun Si sitting on a tea chest in front, staring at her with his black eyes until she didn't know where to look. Mr. Wang Lo was an elderly gentleman in Western clothes, with his queue neatly wound around his head. He spoke English and was talking busily with Uncle Mac in such an ordinary way that Rose found him disappointing. But Fun Si was delightfully Chinese, from his boat-like shoes to the button on his pagoda hat. He had dressed in full traditional style and was covered in silk jackets and loose trousers. He was short and plump and waddled comically. His eyes were indeed slanting, as Rose observed. His queue was long, as were his fingernails. His yellow face was round and shiny. In every way, he was a wonderfully authentic Chinese gentleman. Uncle Alec explained that Fun Si had come to be educated and could only speak broken English, so she should be kind to the poor fellow, who was only a teenager, despite looking nearly as old as Mr. Wang Lo. Rose promised to be kind, but had no idea how to entertain this exotic guest, who looked as if he had stepped out of one of the rice paper landscapes on the wall and sat nodding at her like a toy mandarin figure, making it hard for her to keep a straight face. In the midst of her polite confusion, Uncle Mac noticed the 2 young people gazing uncertainly at each other and seemed amused by their awkward attempt to get acquainted. Taking a box from his table, he gave it to Fun Si, with instructions that clearly pleased the young man. Climbing down from his perch, Fun began unpacking the box with neat efficiency, while Rose watched, wondering what would happen. Soon, from the wrappings emerged a teapot that made her clap her hands with delight. It was shaped like a plump little Chinese man. His hat was the lid, his cue the handle, and his pipe the spout. It stood on feet in upturned shoes, and the smile on the fat, drowsy face matched Fun's expression as he displayed the teapot, making Rose laugh, which pleased him greatly. 2 pretty cups with lids and a beautiful scarlet tray completed the set, enough to make anyone long for a cup of tea, even Chinese style without cream or sugar. After arranging them on a small table before her, Fun indicated through gestures that they were gifts from her uncle. She thanked him in the same way, after which he returned to his tea chest. Having no other means of communication, they sat smiling and nodding at each other absurdly until a new idea struck Fun. Tumbling off his seat, he waddled away as fast as his traditional clothes allowed, leaving Rose hoping he hadn't gone to fetch some exotic delicacy like roasted rat or stewed puppy that politeness would require her to eat. While waiting for her unusual new friend, she improved her mind in a way that would have delighted Aunt Jane. The gentlemen were discussing various topics, and she listened carefully, trying to remember what she heard, as she had an excellent memory and longed to prove herself knowledgeable when accused of ignorance. She was just trying to memorize that Amoy was 280 miles from Hong Kong when Fun came shuffling back, carrying what she thought was a small sword, until he unfurled an enormous fan, presenting it with a string of Chinese compliments that would have amused her even more if she could have understood them. She had never seen such an extraordinary fan and immediately became absorbed in examining it. There was no perspective whatsoever, which only added to its charm for Rose. In one scene, a lovely lady with blue knitting needles in her hair sat directly on top of a stately pagoda. In another charming view, a brook appeared to flow in through the front door of a stout gentleman's house and out through his chimney. In a third, a zigzag wall shot up into the sky like lightning, while a 2-tailed bird seemed to be brooding over a fisherman whose boat was about to run aground on the moon. It was completely fascinating, and she would have sat waving it back and forth all afternoon, to Fun's great satisfaction, if Dr. Alec hadn't been distracted when a breeze from the large fan blew his hair into his eyes, reminding him they needed to leave. So the beautiful china was repacked. Rose folded her fan, and with several packages of choice teas for the old lady stowed in Dr. Alec's pockets, they took their leave after Fun had saluted them with the 3 bendings and the 9 knockings, the way one greets the emperor, or son of heaven in China. "I feel like I've actually been to China, and I certainly look the part," said Rose as they glided away from the shadow of the Rajah. She did indeed, for Mr. Wang Lo had given her a Chinese umbrella, Uncle Alec had bought some lanterns to decorate her balcony, the magnificent fan lay in her lap, and the tea set rested at her feet. "Not a bad way to study geography, is it?" asked her uncle, who had noticed her attention to their conversation. "It's wonderful. I think I've learned more about China today than in all my school lessons, even though I could recite the answers perfectly. No one ever explained things to us. All I remember is that tea and silk come from there, and women have tiny feet. I noticed Fun looking at mine, and he must have thought they were absolutely enormous," Rose added, eyeing her sturdy boots with sudden contempt. "We'll get out the maps and globe, and I'll show you some of my journeys, telling stories as we go. That's the next best thing to actually traveling." "You love traveling so much, I'd think it would be terribly boring for you here. Aunt Plenty says she's certain you'll be off again in a year or 2. Very likely." "Oh, no. What will I do then?" sighed Rose in such despair that Uncle Alec's face brightened with genuine pleasure as he said meaningfully, "Next time, I'll take my little anchor with me. How would that suit you?" "Really, Uncle?" "Really, niece." Rose gave a little bounce of joy that made the boat rock so alarmingly she quickly settled down. But she sat beaming happily, trying to decide which of 100 questions to ask first, when Dr. Alec pointed to a boat coming up behind them with great style. "Look how well those fellows row. Watch them and take notes for your own future use." The Stormy Petrel was crewed by half a dozen jaunty-looking sailors who made an impressive display in blue shirts and shiny hats, decorated with stars and anchors. How beautifully they move, and they're only boys. Wait, I think there are boys. Yes, I see Charlie laughing. "Row faster, Uncle. Please hurry so they don't catch us," cried Rose, so excited that her new umbrella nearly went overboard. "All right, here we go." And away they went, with long, steady strokes that carried the Bonnie Belle through the water with impressive speed. The boys rowed their hardest, but Dr. Alec would have reached the point first if Rose hadn't hindered him by jerking the rudder ropes in a most unseamanlike way. Just as she corrected this, her hat blew off. That ended the race, and while they were fishing for the hat, the other boat came alongside, with all oars raised, the young sailors ready for fun. "Did you catch a crab, Uncle?" they called, using the rowing term for a mistake. "No, a bluefish," he answered as the dripping hat landed on a seat to dry. "What have you been doing?" "Seeing fun." "Good for you, Rose. We know what you mean. We're going to have him show us how to fly the big kite since we can't figure it out. Isn't he great?" "No, little fun. Stop joking and show us what you've got. You should use that fan as a sail. Lend Dandy your umbrella. He hates burning his handsome nose." "Uncle, are you going to have a festival of lanterns?" "No, I'm having a festival of bread and butter, because it's tea time. If that black cloud is any indication, we'll have a squall soon, so you'd better get home quickly, Archie, before your mother worries." "Aye, aye, Captain. Good night, Rose." "Come out often, and we'll teach you everything about rowing," was Charlie's modest invitation. As the boats parted, a verse from one of the nonsense songs the boys loved drifted across the water from the Petrel's crew. "Oh, Timbaloo! How happy we are! We live in a sieve and a crockery jar, and all night long, in the starlight pale, we sail away with a pea-green sail, and whistle and warble a moony song to the echoing sound of a coppery gong. Far and few are the lands where the Jumblies live. Their heads are green and their hands are blue, and they went to sea in a sieve." Chapter 8, and What Came of It. "Uncle, could you lend me $1? I'll pay you back as soon as I get my allowance," Rose asked, hurrying into the library that evening. "I think I can manage that," Dr. Alec replied, handing over the money without hesitation. "And no interest charged, so take your time paying me back. Why don't you stay and help me organize these books if you don't have anything more exciting to do?" "I'll be right back. I've been wanting to arrange my books, but I never dared touch them because you always give me that look when I read too much." "I'll be giving you that look about your writing if you don't improve it. This book list you made is barely legible. I know it's bad, but I was in a hurry then, and I'm in a hurry now." Rose dashed off, glad to escape a lecture. But she didn't escape for long. When she returned, Uncle Alec was still frowning at her book list. "Is this supposed to be Paradise Lost?" he asked, pointing to a wobbly scrawl on the page. "Yes, sir. Well, I'm relieved. I thought you were planning to study surgery or farming, and what's this supposed to be?" "Baby's aprons is all I can make out." Rose squinted at her own handwriting. "Oh, that's Bacon's Essays. I see your fancy school didn't teach anything as practical as penmanship. Look at this note Aunt Plenty wrote me. See how clear and neat her handwriting is? She went to a simple school and learned a few useful skills properly. That's better than a sampling of so-called higher branches that don't stick." "I was considered a top student," Rose said, feeling defensive. "Lucy and I were first in all our classes. We got special praise for our French and music and those kinds of subjects." "I'm sure you did, but if your French grammar was as shaky as your English, I don't think that praise was deserved." "But, Uncle, we studied English grammar. I could diagram sentences perfectly. Miss Power used to show me off when visitors came. I don't see how I talk any differently than other girls my age." "That's exactly it. We're all too casual with our English these days. Think for a minute and tell me if these expressions are correct. Lucy and me, those kind of things, and as good as most girls." Rose twisted a strand of hair around her finger and frowned, then had to admit she was wrong. "I guess I should have said Lucy and I in that case, and that kind of things, and, well, correctly would be better than good, I suppose." "Thank you. And if you could drop 'I guess' from your vocabulary, I'd appreciate my little American even more. Look, Rose, I'm not setting myself up as perfect in anything. Feel free to correct my grammar, manners, or morals whenever you think I'm wrong. I'll thank you for it. I've been wandering the world for years and picked up bad habits. But I want you to be what I consider well-educated, even if you study nothing but reading, writing, and arithmetic for the next year. Better to be thorough than rushed." He spoke so earnestly and looked so concerned about having upset her that Rose went to sit on the arm of his chair with a sweet, apologetic smile. "I'm sorry I got annoyed when I should be thanking you for caring so much about my education. I think you're right about being thorough. I actually understood things much better when Papa taught me a few lessons at a time than when Miss Power rushed me through so many subjects. Honestly, my head was such a jumble of French and German, history and arithmetic, grammar and music, that sometimes I felt like it would explode. She held her head as if the very memory gave her a headache. That school is considered excellent, and I'm sure it would be if the poor misguided teacher didn't think it necessary to stuff her students like Thanksgiving turkeys instead of feeding their minds naturally. It's a problem with most American schools, and those poor little heads will keep aching until we learn better. This was one of Dr. Alec's favorite topics, and Rose worried he might launch into a long speech. But he changed direction by pulling out a thick wallet. Uncle Mac has put your financial affairs in my hands now. Here's your monthly allowance. You keep your own accounts, I assume? Thank you. Yes, Uncle Mac gave me an account book when I started school. I used to track my expenses, but I could never make them balance. Numbers aren't exactly my strong point, Rose admitted, digging through her desk for a battered little notebook she was embarrassed to show. Well, since numbers are pretty important to most of us and you might have many accounts to manage someday, wouldn't it be smart to start now? Learn to handle pennies before pounds start confusing you. I thought you'd handle all that boring stuff. The pounds, as you call them. Do I really need to worry about it? I hate math. I'll manage things until you're of age, but I want you to understand how your money is handled and do as much as you can yourself. That way, you won't have to depend on other people's honesty. Good grief! As if I wouldn't trust you with billions if I had them, Rose exclaimed, shocked at the suggestion. Well, even guardians can be tempted sometimes. Better keep an eye on me. And to do that, you need to understand these matters, Dr. Alec replied, making a neat entry in his own account book. Rose peeked over his shoulder, then looked at her own mathematical mess with a sigh of despair. Uncle, when you add up your expenses, do you ever end up with more money than you started with? No. I usually find I have considerably less than I started with. Are you having that particular problem? Yes, it's so weird. I can never make the numbers come out right. Perhaps I can help, Uncle Alec offered respectfully. I think you'd better. If I need to keep accounts, I might as well learn properly. But please don't laugh. I know I'm terrible at this, and my book is a disaster, but I could never get it straight. Rose handed over her messy little accounts with great trepidation. It was truly kind of Dr. Alec not to laugh. Rose felt incredibly grateful when he said mildly, "The dollars and cents seem a bit mixed up. If I straighten them out, I think everything will be fine. Please do, and then show me how to make mine look neat and organized like yours." As Rose watched how easily he brought order to her financial chaos, she privately decided to find her old arithmetic book and master the basics: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, with a serious attempt at fractions, before she read any more novels. "Am I rich, Uncle?" she asked suddenly as he copied a column of figures. "Rather poor, I'd say, since you had to borrow $1. That was your fault for forgetting my allowance. But really, will I be wealthy someday?" "I'm afraid you will." "Why afraid, Uncle?" "Too much money can be a problem. But I can give it away. That's always the best part of having money, I think." "I'm glad you feel that way. You could do a lot of good with your fortune if you learn to use it wisely. You'll teach me how. When I'm grown up, we'll start a school where they only teach the 3 R's, and all the children eat oatmeal, and the girls have normal-sized waists," Rose said with a mischievous smile dimpling her cheeks. "You little troublemaker, turning on me right in the middle of my first attempt at teaching. Never mind, I'll give you an extra tough lesson next time." "I knew you wanted to laugh, so I gave you an excuse. Now I'll be good, teacher, and do my lesson properly." So Dr. Alec had his laugh, and then Rose sat down for a lesson in accounting that she never forgot. "Now come read to me. My eyes are tired, and it's pleasant to sit by the fire while the rain pours outside and Aunt Jane lectures upstairs," said Uncle Alec once they'd put last month's accounts in order and started a fresh page. Rose loved reading aloud and happily started reading a chapter from Nicholas Nickleby about the Miss Kenwigses taking their French lesson. She did her very best, feeling that she was being judged and hoping she wouldn't disappoint him. "Should I continue, sir?" she asked meekly when the chapter ended. "If you're not tired." "It's a pleasure to hear you." "You read remarkably well," he answered, filling her heart with pride and delight. "Do you really think so, Uncle?" "I'm so glad. Papa taught me, and I used to read to him for hours, but I thought maybe he just said nice things because he loved me." "I love you too, but you genuinely read unusually well. I'm very pleased, as it's a rare skill and one I value highly. Come sit in this comfortable chair where the light is better. I might have to tug those curls if you read too fast." He drew her close with such a fatherly look that Rose felt it would be very easy to love and obey him, since he knew exactly how to balance praise and criticism. They had just finished another chapter when they heard a carriage, signaling Aunt Jane's departure. Before they could go to meet her, she appeared in the doorway, looking like an unusually tall mummy in her raincoat, with her glasses gleaming like cat's eyes from the depths of her hood. "Just as I thought. Spoiling that child and letting her stay up late reading trash? I hope you understand the responsibility you've taken on, Alec," she said, with grim satisfaction at finding things not to her liking. "I think I have a very good sense of it, Sister Jane," Dr. Alec answered, with an amused look at Rose's bright face. "It's sad to see a big girl wasting these precious hours. My boys have studied all day, and Mac is probably still at his books, while you haven't had a single lesson since you arrived, I suspect." "I've had 5 today, ma'am," Rose answered unexpectedly. "I'm glad to hear it. And what were they, pray?" Rose tried to look innocent as she replied. "Navigation, geography, grammar, arithmetic, and keeping my temper. Unusual lessons. And what have you learned from this strange mix?" A mischievous spark lit Rose's eyes as she answered, glancing at her uncle. "I can't tell you everything, ma'am, but I've collected some interesting facts about China you might enjoy, especially about the teas. The best kinds are lapsing souchong, assam pekoe, rare anko, flowery pekoe, hakwas mixture, scented caper, padral tea, black kangu, and green twanky. Shanghai is on the Wusong River. Hong Kong means Island of Sweet Waters. Singapore is Lion's Town. Sampans are the boats people live in, and they drink tea from tiny saucers. Their main products are porcelain, tea, cinnamon, shawls, tin, tamarinds, and opium. They have beautiful temples and unusual gods, and in Canton, there's the dwelling of the holy pigs, 14 of them, very large and all blind." The effect of this remarkable outburst was tremendous, especially the last detail. It completely took the wind out of Aunt Jane's sails, so unexpected, so varied, so strange that she had nothing to say. Her glasses remained fixed on Rose for a moment before she managed a hasty, "Oh, indeed," and bundled back to her carriage, somewhat bewildered and thoroughly unsettled. She would have been even more shocked if she'd seen her supposedly proper brother-in-law dancing a victory polka with Rose down the hallway, celebrating their momentary triumph over the family critic. Chapter 9. Phoebe's Secret. "Why do you keep smiling to yourself, Phoebe?" Rose asked as they worked together one morning. Dr. Alec considered housework the best exercise for girls, so Rose was taking lessons from Phoebe in sweeping, dusting, and making beds. "I was thinking about a nice little secret I know," Phoebe replied, grinning. "Will I get to know it?" "I think you will." "Will I like it?" "Oh, you'll love it." "Is it happening soon?" "Sometime this week." "I bet I know what it is." "The boys are planning fireworks for the 4th with some surprise for me, right?" "That would be telling." "I can wait. Just tell me one thing. Is Uncle involved?" "Of course. There's never any real fun without him." "Then it must be good," Rose said confidently. She went out to the balcony to shake the rugs. After giving them a vigorous beating, she hung them over the railing to air while checking on her plants. Several tall pots stood there, and a month of June sunshine and rain had worked wonders with her seeds and cuttings. Morning glories and nasturtiums climbed over the bars, racing to bloom. Scarlet beans and honeysuckle were climbing up from below, and the woodbine draped itself wherever it could cling. The bay water sparkled in the sunshine, a fresh breeze rustled through the chestnut trees, and the garden below was bursting with roses, butterflies, and bees. Birds chirped and twittered as they busied themselves with summer housekeeping, while far away, white-winged seagulls dipped and dove in the ocean, where ships sailed back and forth like giant birds. "Oh, Phoebe, it's such a perfect day. I wish your secret would happen right now. I'm in the mood for something fun. Aren't you?" Rose said, spreading her arms as if she might take flight. "I often feel that way, but I have to wait for my fun times. I can't stop working just to wish for them. You can finish here once the dust settles. I need to go do the stairs," Phoebe said cheerfully, heading off with her broom, singing as she went. Rose stayed where she was, thinking about all the good times she'd had lately. Her gardening had flourished, she was learning to swim and row, and she enjoyed drives and walks and quiet reading hours with Uncle Alec. Best of all, The old pain and boredom rarely troubled her now. She could work and play all day, sleep soundly all night, and enjoy life with the energy of a healthy, happy child. She wasn't as strong as Phoebe yet, but she was getting there. Her once pale cheeks had color now, her hands were becoming tanned and sturdy, and her belt was only a little too loose. No one mentioned her health anymore, and she'd forgotten all about her supposed weak constitution. She took no medicine except Dr. Alec's 3 great remedies, which seemed to suit her perfectly. Aunt Plenty claimed it was the pills that helped, but since there had never been a second batch after the first, Rose suspected the old lady was mistaken. Rose looked worthy of her flowery name as she stood smiling to herself, keeping a happier secret than Phoebe's, a secret she wouldn't discover herself until years later, the magic of good health. "Look only," said the brownie, "at the pretty gown of blue, at the kerchief pinned about her head, and at her little shoe," came a voice from below as a large rose came flying up to her cheek. "What's the princess dreaming about up in her hanging garden?" added Dr. Alec as she tossed back a morning glory. "I was wishing I could do something exciting today, something new and interesting. The breeze makes me feel so energetic and happy. How about we row over to the island? I was planning to go this afternoon, but if you'd rather go now, we can head out right away." "Yes, please. I just need to tidy my room quickly. Phoebe has enough to do already." Rose gathered up the rugs and vanished. Dr. Alec went inside, thinking with an indulgent smile. It might disrupt things a bit, but half a child's pleasure is having fun when they want it. Never had a duster moved so quickly as Rose's that day, and never had a room been tidied in such haste. Furniture seemed to fly into place, curtains shook as if caught in a gale, china rattled, and small objects tumbled around as if hit by a mini earthquake. She threw on her boating outfit in a flash and raced downstairs, never imagining how many hours would pass before she saw her pretty room again. Uncle Alec was loading a large basket into the boat when she arrived. Before they pushed off, Phoebe came running down with a strange, lumpy bundle wrapped in waterproof cloth. "We can't possibly eat all that food, and I'm sure we don't need so many extra clothes. Let's not overload the boat," said Rose, who still felt nervous on the water. "Couldn't you make a smaller package, Phoebe?" asked Dr. Alec, eyeing the bundle suspiciously. "Not in such a hurry," Phoebe answered with a mysterious laugh, as she gave one particularly large lump a gentle poke. "Well, it can serve as ballast. Don't forget to deliver that note to Mrs. Jessie, please." "I'll send it right away, sir," Phoebe promised, heading back up the bank as if she had wings on her feet. "We'll check out the lighthouse first, since you haven't seen it yet. It's worth visiting. By the time we finish there, it should be warm enough to have lunch under the trees on the island." Rose was up for anything, and thoroughly enjoyed their visit to the Point Lighthouse, especially climbing the narrow stairs and exploring the giant lantern. They stayed quite a while, as Dr. Alec seemed in no hurry to leave and kept scanning the horizon with his spyglass, as if expecting to spot something interesting on land or sea. It was past noon when they finally reached the island, and Rose was more than ready for lunch. "This is perfect. I wish the boys were here. Won't it be fun to have them around during their whole vacation? Doesn't it start today? Oh, I wish I'd remembered earlier. Maybe they could have joined us," she said as they relaxed under an old apple tree, eating sandwiches. "We might have arranged that. Next time we won't rush. I expect the boys will be pretty annoyed when they find out what they missed," Dr. Alec replied, calmly sipping his cold tea. "Uncle, I smell something. Like something frying," Rose said, pausing suddenly as she was putting away lunch leftovers half an hour later. "So do I. Fish, I think." For a moment they both stood with their noses in the air, sniffing like bloodhounds. Then Dr. Alec jumped up. "This won't do. No one's allowed on this island without permission. I need to see who's cooking fish on my private property." Taking the basket on one arm and the bundle on the other, he marched toward the smell with a determined expression. Rose followed behind, carrying her umbrella for shade. "We're like Robinson Crusoe and his man Friday going to see if savages have landed," she said, her imagination filled with adventure stories. "And there they are! 2 tents and 2 boats. These rascals are planning to enjoy themselves, that's clear. There should be more boats and no tents if they were real savages. I wonder where the prisoners are. Here's evidence of them." Dr. Alec pointed to fish heads and tails scattered on the grass. "And there's more," Rose laughed, pointing to a scarlet pile of what looked like lobsters. "The savages are probably eating their victims now. Don't you hear knives and forks in that tent? We should sneak up and peek." Crusoe was always cautious, and Friday was terrified, Rose suggested, enjoying their game. This Crusoe is going to ambush them, regardless of consequences. If I'm killed and eaten, grab the basket and run for the boat. There's enough food for your journey home. With that, Uncle Alec crept around to the front of the tent, and tossing in the big bundle like a bomb, roared in a thunderous voice, "Pirates! Surrender!" A crash, a shout, a laugh, and out came the savages, waving knives and forks, chicken bones and tin cups. They all pounced on the intruder, playfully attacking him as they shouted, "You're too early! We're not ready! You've ruined the surprise! Where's Rose?" "Here I am," came a muffled voice. Rose was sitting on the pile of red flannel swimming clothes she'd mistaken for lobsters, where she'd collapsed in a fit of giggles when she realized the cannibals were her mischievous cousins. "You troublemakers. You're always surprising me with something ridiculous, and I always fall for it because I'm not used to your pranks. Uncle's just as bad as the rest of you, but it's so much fun," she said as the boys gathered around, half scolding, half welcoming, thoroughly enjoying the double surprise. "You weren't supposed to arrive until afternoon, and Aunt Jessie was going to be here to welcome you. Everything's a mess now, except your tent. We set that up first thing." "You can sit there and watch us work," said Archie, playing host as usual. Rose sensed something was up, as my housekeeper Dolly would say. She wanted to leave right away, so I let her. "I would have kept her away another hour if your fish hadn't given you away," explained Uncle Alec, transforming from fierce Crusoe back to his good-natured self. "Since this seat is a bit damp, I think I'll stand," Rose said as the excitement subsided. Several fishy hands helped her up, and Charlie explained as he scattered the red garments across the grass with an oar. "We had an awesome swim before lunch. I told the little guys to spread these out to dry. Hope you brought your things, Rose. You're an honorary lobster now, and we can have all kinds of fun teaching you to dive and float and tread water." "I didn't bring anything," Rose began, but was interrupted by the younger boys, Will and Geordie, carrying the big bundle. It had burst open in the fall, revealing a red flannel swimsuit trailing out one end and a little blue robe at the other. The mysterious lumps turned out to be a toiletry case, water shoes, and a silver cup. "That sneaky Phoebe!" This was the secret. "She packed my things after I went down to the boat," Rose exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Something might be broken inside." "A piece of glass fell out," Will observed as they set the bundle at her feet. "Of course a girl wouldn't go anywhere without a mirror. None of us guys brought one," Mac added with boyish scorn. "Steve did. I caught him fixing his hair behind the trees after our swim," Geordie tattled, pointing accusingly at Steve, who promptly silenced him with a smart tap on the head using the drumstick he'd just cleaned. "Come on, you lazy crew, get to work or we won't be ready for Mom," Archie ordered. "Take Rose's things to her tent and tell her all about our plans, Charlie. Mac and Steve, go get the rest of the straw, and you little guys, clear the table if you're done stuffing yourselves. Uncle, could I get your advice about boundary lines and the best spot for the kitchen?" Everyone followed orders, and Charlie escorted Rose to her tent, eagerly explaining their plans as they walked. "We always camp somewhere during vacation. This year, we thought we'd try the island. It's convenient, and our fireworks will look great from here." "Will we stay through the 4th? 3 whole days? Oh wow, what an adventure." "Actually, we older guys often camp for a week. But this year the little ones wanted to join, so we let them. We have a blast. We've got a cave, and we play Captain Kidd, have shipwrecks, races, all kinds of games. Archie and I are getting a bit old for that stuff, but we still do it for the kids," Charlie added, suddenly remembering his 16 years deserved some dignity. "I had no idea boys had such amazing fun. Their games never seemed interesting before. But maybe you guys are just exceptionally cool," Rose observed with artless admiration that Charlie found quite flattering. "We are a pretty impressive bunch, I'd say. We've got some advantages. There are tons of us. Our family has lived here forever, and we have plenty of money, so we can basically do whatever we want. There, ma'am, you can hang your broken mirror on that nail and fix your hair however you like. You can have a blue blanket or a red one, and a straw pillow or an air cushion, whatever you prefer. You can make yourself at home. This corner is just for you girls, and we never cross that line Uncle's drawing without asking permission first. Anything else I can do for you, cousin?" "No thanks. I think I'll wait for Aunt Jessie before I settle in, and go help somewhere else, if that's okay." "Definitely. Come check out the kitchen. Can you cook?" Charlie asked, as he led her to a rocky nook where Archie was setting up a sailcloth awning. "I can make tea and toast." "Well, we'll teach you how to fry fish and make chowder. Just arrange these pots and pans nicely and tidy up a bit." Aunt Jessie insists on helping with the work, and I want things looking decent." By 4 o'clock, the camp was organized, and the tired workers relaxed on Lookout Rock, watching for Mrs. Jessie and her young son Jamie, who was never far from his mother. The boys looked like a flock of bluebirds in their sailor outfits, with enough blue ribbon flying from their 7 hats to supply a dress shop. They were melodious bluebirds, too. All the boys could sing, and the echo of their happy voices reached Mrs. Jessie long before she spotted them. The moment the boat came into view, up went the island flag, and the blue-jacketed boys cheered enthusiastically, as they did at every possible opportunity, like true young Americans. Their welcome was answered by a waving handkerchief and the high-pitched "Rah! Rah! Rah!" of the one small sailor who stood at the stern, waving his hat bravely while his mother kept a firm grip on him from behind. Cleopatra, arriving in her golden barge, never received a warmer welcome than "Little Mom," as the children carried her to her tent. For their sake, she cheerfully resigned herself to 3 days of roughing it. Jamie immediately attached himself to Rose, assuring her he would protect her from the many dangers that might threaten them. Knowing from experience that boys are always hungry, Aunt Jessie soon suggested dinner and set about preparing it, wrapped in an enormous apron with one of Archie's old hats perched on top of her cap. Rose helped, trying to be as capable as Phoebe, though the unusual dining arrangements made it challenging. When they finally finished, a very happy group lounged under the trees, eating and drinking from whatever plate or cup was handy, completely unbothered by the occasional ant or spider appearing, where such creatures aren't usually invited. "I never thought I'd enjoy washing dishes, but I do," Rose remarked later as she sat in a boat after dinner, lazily rinsing plates in the sea and rocking gently as she dried them. "Mom's really fussy about it. We just give them a quick scrub with sand and wipe them with paper." "Much easier if you ask me," replied Geordie, who relaxed in another boat nearby. "Phoebe would love this. I wonder why Uncle didn't invite her." "I think he tried, but Dolly was super grumpy and said she couldn't spare her. Too bad. We all like the Phoebe bird. She'd have a great time out here, wouldn't she? She deserves a holiday like the rest of us. It's unfair to leave her out." This thought returned to Rose several times that evening. Phoebe would have added so much to their little moonlight concert. Enjoyed the stories, been quick at guessing riddles, and laughed wholeheartedly at their jokes. The fun of getting ready for bed would have been the best part. Rose wanted someone to cuddle with under the blue blanket, to whisper and giggle and share secrets as girls love to do. Long after everyone else was asleep, Rose lay wide awake, excited by the novelty of it all, and a new thought that had entered her mind. Far away, she heard a city clock strike 12. A large star peeked in through the tent, opening like a gentle eye, and the soft splash of waves seemed to beckon her outside. Aunt Jessie slept soundly with Jamie curled up like a kitten at her feet. Neither stirred as Rose, wrapped in her robe, crept out to see how the world looked at midnight. She found it breathtakingly beautiful and sat down on a wooden crate to enjoy it, her heart full of the innocent wonder of youth. Fortunately, Dr. Alec spotted her before she could catch cold. Coming out to adjust his tent flap for more air, he saw the small figure sitting in the moonlight. Having no fear of ghosts, he quietly approached and, seeing she was wide awake, laid a hand on her shining hair. "What's my girl doing out here?" he asked. "Just enjoying myself," answered Rose, not at all startled. "I wonder what put that serious look on your face." "The story you told about the brave sailor who gave up his spot on the raft to the woman, and his last drop of water to the baby. People who make sacrifices are much loved and admired, aren't they?" she asked earnestly. "If the sacrifice is genuine, yes. But many of the bravest sacrifices are never known and receive no praise. That doesn't make them less beautiful, though it might make them harder, since we all appreciate recognition," Dr. Alec said with a patient sigh. "I suppose you've made many sacrifices. Would you mind telling me one?" Rose asked, intrigued by his sigh. "My last was giving up smoking," came his surprisingly ordinary answer. "Why did you?" Bad example for the boys. "That was good of you. Was it difficult?" "I'm embarrassed to admit it was. But, as a wise old fellow once said, it is necessary to do right. It is not necessary to be happy." Rose thought about this, saying as if it pleased her, then asked with a clear, bright look, "A real sacrifice means giving up something you truly want or enjoy, right?" "Yes, doing it yourself because you love someone very much and want them to be happy." Yes. And doing it cheerfully, being glad about it, and not minding if no one praises you? Yes, dear, that's the true spirit of self-sacrifice. You seem to understand it well, and I expect you'll have many chances in your life to practice it. I hope they won't be too difficult. I think they will, Rose began, then stopped abruptly. Well, make one right now and go to sleep, or my girl will be sick tomorrow, and the aunts will blame it on camping out. I'll go. Good night. Blowing him a kiss, the little ghost vanished, leaving Uncle Alec to walk along the shore, thinking about some of the unrecognized sacrifices that had shaped his own life. Chapter 10. Rose's Sacrifice. The next day was filled with larks on Campbell's Island, just as Charlie had predicted, and Rose threw herself into them with the enthusiasm of someone determined to enjoy every minute. After a merry breakfast and successful fishing expedition, the lobsters appeared in full force. Even Aunt Jessie wore red flannel. There was nothing Uncle Alec couldn't do in the water, and the boys tried their best to match his strength and skill, resulting in great diving and splashing contests as everyone tried to outdo each other. Rose swam beyond her depth, with Uncle helping her back. Aunt Jessie splashed contentedly in the shallow areas, with Jamie paddling nearby like a baby whale beside its mother, while the boys raced around looking like a flock of crazed flamingos and behaving like the wild dancing party from Alice in Wonderland. Only the promise of chowder could lure them from their water games. This famous dish required several expert minds working together, so the water babies came ashore and started cooking. Needless to say, the resulting chowder was declared the most extraordinary ever made, and the amount consumed would have astonished anyone had the truth been known. After this exertion, a nap seemed appropriate, and people dozed in tents or outside as they pleased, the boys looking like warriors resting where they had fallen. The adults had just settled into comfortable naps when the younger set, refreshed and energetic, rose for more adventures. A hint sent them all to the cave, where they discovered bows and arrows, battle clubs, old swords, and other fascinating items. Perched on a commanding rock with Jamie beside her to explain things, Rose watched a series of thrilling scenes acted out with great vigor and historical accuracy by her talented relatives. Captain Cook was murdered by Hawaiian natives in heart-stopping detail. Captain Kidd buried untold treasure in the chowder pot at midnight, then shot the villains who shared his secret. Sinbad the sailor washed ashore and had countless adventures, while numerous shipwrecks littered the sands. Rose considered these the most exciting plays she'd ever witnessed. When the performance concluded with a grand dance of Fiji Islanders, whose wild yells scared the seagulls, she was speechless with admiration. Another swim at sunset, another pleasant evening on the rocks watching lit steamers heading out to sea, and pleasure boats returning to harbor finished the second day of camping. Everyone went to bed early to be ready for the next day's festivities. Archie, didn't Uncle ask you to row back in the morning for fresh milk and supplies? Rose whispered as she said goodnight to her cousins. Yes, why? Could I please come too? I need to arrange something important. Remember, I was rushed when we left, she confided quietly. Fine with me. Charlie probably won't mind. Thank you. Back me up when I ask permission tomorrow morning, and don't mention anything until then, except to Charlie. Promise, Rose urged so earnestly that Archie struck a dramatic pose and declared, I swear by yonder moon. Shh, it's all set. Good night, Rose said, hurrying off, satisfied with his promise. She's quite a character, isn't she, Prince? Archie remarked to Charlie. A pretty nice one, actually. I've grown quite fond of her. Rose's sharp ears caught both comments as she headed to her tent, thinking to herself with sleepy dignity, Character, indeed! Those boys talk like I'm a baby. They'll show me more respect after tomorrow, I bet. Archie did support her request in the morning, and it was quickly granted, as the boys would return right away. As they left, Rose waved to the islanders with a somewhat wistful expression, for a noble purpose burned within her. The spirit of self-sacrifice was about to be demonstrated in a touching new way. While the boys went for milk, Rose ran to find Phoebe. She ordered her to leave her dishes, put on her hat, and take a note back to Uncle Alec explaining this mysterious arrangement. Phoebe obeyed, and when she went to the boat, Rose went with her, telling the boys she wasn't ready to return yet. But some of them could come back for her when she hung a white signal from her balcony. But why not come now? What are you up to? Uncle won't like this, Charlie protested, completely bewildered. Just do as I say, little boy. Uncle will understand. Be obedient like Phoebe, and don't ask questions. I can have secrets too, you know. And Rose walked away with such lofty independence that her friends were thoroughly impressed. It must be some plot between Uncle and her, so we'd better not interfere. Ready, Phoebe? Let's go, Prince, Archie said, and off they went, to be greeted with great surprise by the islanders. This was the note Phoebe carried. Dear Uncle, I'm going to take Phoebe's place today, and let her have all the fun she can. Please don't mind what she says, but keep her there, and tell the boys to be very nice to her for my sake. Don't think this is easy. It's really hard to give up the best day of all, but I feel so selfish having all the pleasure while Phoebe has none that I want to make this sacrifice. Please let me do this, and don't laugh at me. I truly don't want praise, and I truly want to do it. Love to all, Rose. Bless her generous heart. Should we go get her, Jessie, or let her have her way? Asked Dr. Alec after his initial surprise and amusement faded. Let her be, and don't spoil her little sacrifice. She means it sincerely, and the best way to show our respect for her effort is to give Phoebe a pleasant day. She certainly earned it, Mrs. Jessie replied, signaling the boys to hide their disappointment and make an effort to welcome Rose's substitute. Phoebe could hardly be kept from rushing straight home, insisting she couldn't possibly enjoy herself without Miss Rose. She won't last all day. We'll see her paddling back before noon. I'd bet anything, said Charlie, and the others so strongly agreed that they resigned themselves to temporarily losing their little queen of the revels, certain she'd return soon. But hour after hour passed with no signal on the balcony, though Phoebe watched hopefully. No passing boat brought the truant back, despite many pairs of eyes scanning the water for her bright hair under her round hat. Sunset came, bringing no Rose, only the lovely colors in the western sky. I really didn't think she had it in her. I assumed it was just sentiment, but she's serious. She intends this to be a genuine sacrifice. Dear little soul. I'll make it up to her 1,000 times over and apologize for thinking it might be for show, Dr. Alec said remorsefully, straining his eyes through the dusk, imagining he saw a small figure sitting in the garden as she had sat on the crate the night before, planning her generous little scheme that had cost more than he realized. Well, she can't miss seeing the fireworks at least, unless she's silly enough to think she needs to hide in a dark closet and not look, said Archie, rather disappointed by Rose's apparent ingratitude. She'll see ours perfectly, but miss the big display on the hill, unless Dad has forgotten about them, added Steve, cutting short the lecture Mac had begun about ancient festivals. I'm sure just seeing her would be better than the finest fireworks ever made, said Phoebe, contemplating a secret escape with one of the boats if she got the chance. Let events unfold naturally. If she can resist a special invitation, she'll really be a hero, added Uncle Alec, secretly hoping she wouldn't. Meanwhile, Rose had spent a quiet, busy day helping Dolly, attending to Aunt Peace, and steadily resisting Aunt Plenty's attempts to send her back to the island. It had been difficult that morning to come in from the bright world outside, with flags flying, cannons booming, firecrackers popping, and everyone preparing for the holiday, and instead wash cups while Dolly grumbled and the aunts lamented. It was harder to watch the day pass, knowing how much fun they must be having across the water, and how a single word from her would take her where she longed to be. But the hardest moment came in the evening when Aunt Peace was asleep. Aunt Plenty was visiting with a friend in the parlor, Dolly was settled on the porch to enjoy the show, and there was nothing left for the young girl to do but sit alone on her balcony and watch the brilliant rockets soar up from the island, the hill, and the city, while bands played and boats filled with happy people glided back and forth in the flickering light. She had to admit that a tear or two dampened her blue eyes then. Once, when a particularly spectacular display lit up the island momentarily and she thought she could make out the tents, her curly head dropped to the railing, and a wide-awake nasturtium flower heard her whisper, "I hope someone misses me." The tears were gone, though, and she was watching the hill and island exchange what Jamie called whizzers, whirligigs, and bangers, with a smile, thinking how hard the boys must be working to maintain such a steady display, when Uncle Mac walked in unexpectedly. "Come on, child, put on your wrap, jacket, shawl, or whatever you call it, and hurry out with me. I came to get Phoebe, but your aunt says she's gone, so I need you instead. I've got fun waiting in the boat, and I want you to come see my fireworks. I prepared them specially for you, and you mustn't miss them, or I'll be crushed." "But, Uncle," Rose began, feeling she should refuse even a glimpse of happiness. "I know, dear, I know. Your aunt told me everything. But no one needs you right now as much as I do, and I insist you come with me," said Uncle Mac, who seemed unusually kind despite being in a great hurry. So Rose went and found the little Chinese servant with a funny lantern, waiting to help her aboard, trying to express his excitement in broken English that made her laugh despite herself. The city clocks were striking 9 as they sailed into the bay. The island fireworks seemed to be over, as no rocket answered the last Roman candle that flared on the anthill. "Looks like our display is finished," said Rose, wrapping her shawl around her and surveying the scene with quiet interest. "Hope my guys haven't gotten into trouble up there," muttered Uncle Mac, adding with a satisfied chuckle as a spark appeared, "No, there it goes. Watch, Rose, and tell me what you think of this one. It was specially ordered to celebrate your visit." Rose watched intently as the spark grew into a golden vase. Then green leaves appeared, and finally a crimson flower bloomed against the darkness with spectacular brilliance. "Is it a rose, Uncle?" she asked, clasping her hands in delight as she recognized the beautiful flower. "Of course! Now look again, and guess what those are," Uncle Mac replied, chuckling and enjoying her reaction like a boy. A wreath of what looked at first like purple brushes appeared below the vase. Rose immediately recognized them and stood up straight, holding his shoulder for balance, exclaiming excitedly, "Thistles, Uncle! Scottish thistles! 7 of them, 1 for each boy. Oh, what a perfect joke." She laughed so hard she tumbled to the bottom of the boat and stayed there until the brilliant display had completely faded. "That was quite clever, if I do say so myself," said Uncle Mac, delighted with the success of his surprise. "Now, shall I drop you off at the island or take you back home, my good little girl?" he added, lifting her up with such approval in his voice that Rose kissed him on the spot. "Home, please, Uncle, and thank you so much for the beautiful firework you created for me. I'm so glad I saw it. I know I'll dream about it," she answered firmly, though she couldn't help casting a wistful glance toward the island, now so close she could smell gunpowder and see shadowy figures moving about. Home they went, and Rose fell asleep thinking, "It was harder than I expected, but I'm glad I did it. And I truly don't want any reward except knowing Phoebe had a good time." Chapter 11. Poor Mac Rose's sacrifice failed in one respect. Though the adults appreciated her more for it, the boys weren't suddenly impressed as she'd hoped. In fact, her feelings were hurt when she overheard Archie say he couldn't see any sense in it, while Charlie called her the weirdest kid ever. That's often how it goes. Though we don't want trumpets blaring for our good deeds, we do like having our small virtues recognized, and it's disappointing when they're not. Soon, however, Rose would earn not only her cousins' respect, but their gratitude and affection as well. Shortly after the island adventure, Mac suffered a sunstroke and became seriously ill. It happened so suddenly that everyone was alarmed, and for several days, the boy's life was in danger. He pulled through, but just as the family began to celebrate, a new problem emerged that cast a shadow over them all. Poor Mac's eyesight failed him, and no wonder, since he had abused his eyes for years. Being naturally weak, they now suffered doubly. No one dared tell him the grim predictions of the renowned eye specialist who examined him. The boy tried to be patient, believing that a few weeks of rest would repair the damage from years of overuse. He was forbidden to open a book, which was torture for the bookworm. Everyone offered to read to him at first, and initially the boys competed for this honor. But as weeks dragged on with Mac still confined to a darkened room, their enthusiasm faded. One by one, they dropped away. It was difficult for active boys in the middle of their vacation, and no one blamed them when they limited themselves to brief visits, errands, and sympathetic words. The adults did their best, but Uncle Mac was a busy man. Aunt Jane's reading was depressingly gloomy, and the other aunts were absorbed in their own concerns, though they provided every treat they could invent. Uncle Alec was tremendously helpful, but he couldn't devote all his time to the invalid. If it hadn't been for Rose, the poor worm, as they called him, would have suffered terribly. Her pleasant voice suited him. Her patience never faltered. She seemed to have endless time, and her eager helpfulness was deeply comforting. The capacity for selfless devotion ran strong in this child, and she remained faithfully at her post when everyone else drifted away. Hour after hour she sat in the dim room, with just one ray of light on her book, reading to the boy who lay with shaded eyes, silently enjoying the only pleasure that brightened his tedious days. Sometimes he was irritable and hard to please. Sometimes he complained because she couldn't manage the technical books he wanted to hear, and sometimes he was so downcast that her heart ached for him. Through all these challenges, Rose persevered, using every little skill to please him. When he fretted, she remained patient. When he grumbled, she bravely worked through difficult pages, often blinking back quiet tears, and when Mac fell into despair, she offered every hopeful word she dared. He said little, but she knew he was grateful because she suited him better than anyone else. If she was late, he grew impatient. When she had to leave, he seemed lonely, and when his head ached worst, she could always soothe him to sleep by humming the old songs her father had loved. "I don't know what we'd do without that child," Aunt Jane often said. "She's worth more than all those rowdy boys put together," Mac would add, fumbling around to make sure the little chair was ready for her return. This was the kind of reward Rose treasured, thanks that encouraged her. Whenever she felt especially tired, one look at the green eye shade, the restless curly head on the pillow, and the poor searching hands touched her tender heart and put new energy into her weary voice. She didn't realize how much she was learning, both from the books she read and the daily sacrifices she made. Stories and poetry were her passion, but Mac didn't care for them. Since his beloved Greek and Roman classics were forbidden, he satisfied himself with travelogues, biographies, and histories of great inventions and discoveries. Rose initially despised these choices, but soon became fascinated by Livingstone's adventures, Hobson's exciting life in India, and the brave trials and triumphs of Watt, Arkwright, Fulton, and Palissy the Potter. These substantial books helped the dreamy girl, while her faithful service and sweet patience touched and won the boy. Later, they both came to appreciate how valuable those seemingly difficult hours had been. One bright morning, as Rose sat down to begin a thick volume titled History of the French Revolution, expecting to struggle with the long names, Mac, who had been moving restlessly around the room like a blindfolded bear, abruptly asked, "What's today's date?" "August 7th, I believe. More than half my vacation gone, and I've only had a week of it. That's not fair," he groaned miserably. "It is rough, but there's still more vacation ahead, and you might be able to enjoy that part." "Might be able? I will be able. Does that old doctor think I'm going to stay cooped up in here much longer?" "I guess he does, unless your eyes improve faster than they have so far." "Has he said anything new lately?" "I haven't seen him. Should I start reading? This looks interesting." "Go ahead. It's all the same to me." Mac threw himself onto the old couch, where his aching head felt most comfortable. Rose began enthusiastically and made it through a couple of chapters, managing the unpronounceable names surprisingly well, she thought, since her listener never corrected her once and lay so still she assumed he was deeply engaged. Suddenly, he sat bolt upright, slammed both feet on the floor, and said in a rough, agitated voice, "Stop! I can't hear a word, and you might as well save your breath to answer my question." "What question?" Rose asked uneasily, sensing he might be about to ask what she'd been dreading. "I want to know something, and you have to tell me." "Please don't," she began, pleading. "You must, or I'll pull off this shade and stare at the sun as hard as I can." "I mean it!" He half rose, as if ready to carry out the threat. "I will! I'll tell you what I know, but please don't do anything so dangerous," Rose cried in distress. "Very well then, listen. And don't dodge the question like everyone else does. Didn't the doctor think my eyes were worse last time he came?" "Mom won't say, but you will." "I believe he did," Rose admitted reluctantly. "I thought so. Did he say I'd be able to go back to school when it starts?" "No, Mac," she whispered. "Ah!" That was all, but Rose saw her cousin set his lips and take a deep breath, as if she dealt him a severe blow. He bore the disappointment bravely, though, and asked quite steadily after a moment, "How soon does he think I can study again?" It was so hard to answer, but Rose knew she must. Aunt Jane had declared she couldn't do it, and Uncle Mac had begged Rose to tell the poor boy the truth. "Not for many months." "How many?" he asked with a pathetically gruff voice. "A year, perhaps." "A whole year! I expected to be ready for college by then." Pushing up the shade, Mac stared at her with startled eyes that quickly blinked and closed in the single ray of light. "There's still plenty of time for college. You need to be patient and let your eyes heal completely, or they'll cause more trouble later when it'll be harder to rest them," she said, tears filling her own eyes. "I won't accept that. I'll study and get through somehow. It's all nonsense about taking so long to recover. These doctors like to keep their patients dependent. But I won't stand for it." He pounded his fist on the innocent pillow as if it were the stubborn doctor. "Mac, please listen," Rose said earnestly, though her voice trembled and her heart ached. You know you've damaged your eyes by reading in poor light, in twilight, staying up late, and now you're paying for it. The doctor said so. You must follow his instructions, or you'll go blind. No. Yes, it's true. He wanted us to tell you that only complete rest would cure you. I know it's terribly hard, but we'll all help. I'll read all day, lead you around, take care of you, do everything I can to make it easier. She stopped because he clearly wasn't listening. The word blind seemed to have knocked him down. He had buried his face in the pillow and lay so still that Rose grew frightened. She sat motionless for several minutes, longing to comfort him but not knowing how, wishing Uncle Alec would come as he had promised. Finally, a choked sound came from the pillow that went straight to her heart, the most pitiful sob she'd ever heard, for although it was the natural way to release grief, the poor fellow couldn't even cry properly because of his injured eyes. The French Revolution tumbled from her lap as she knelt by the couch, saying with the motherly tenderness girls instinctively feel for any suffering creature, "Oh, Mac, don't cry. It's so bad for your poor eyes. Take your head out of that hot pillow and let me cool it. I understand why you feel this way, but please don't cry. I'll cry for you. It won't hurt me." As she spoke, she gently pulled away the cushion and saw the green shade crumpled and stained with the few hot tears that revealed how bitter his disappointment was. Mac felt her sympathy, but, being a boy, didn't thank her for it. He just sat up with a jerk, saying as he tried to wipe away the tears with his jacket sleeve, "Don't worry about it. Weak eyes always water. I'm fine." But Rose cried out and caught his arm. "Don't touch them with that rough wool. Lie down and let me bathe them, please. That way there won't be any damage. They do sting terribly." "Hey, you won't tell the other guys I acted like a baby, will you?" he asked, giving in with a sigh to her nursing. "Of course not. Anyone would be upset at the thought of having eye problems. But you're handling it amazingly well, and remember, it's only temporary. You'll get used to it. Besides, you might have to wear blue-tinted glasses. Won't that look interesting?" While she offered these comforting words, Rose gently bathed his eyes and dabbed his hot forehead with lavender water. Her patient lay quietly, but with an expression that worried her deeply. Homer was blind, and so was Milton. They both created lasting legacies despite it, he said solemnly, speaking more to himself than to her. Even the mention of blue glasses couldn't make him smile. Papa had a painting of Milton with his daughters writing for him. It was a beautiful image, Rose replied seriously, trying to meet him on his level. Maybe I could study if someone else read to me and did the seeing part. Do you think that might work, eventually? He asked, with a sudden flash of hope. I'm sure it could, if your brain recovers enough. The sunstroke is what really affected you, and your mind needs rest too, the doctor says. I'll talk to him next time and find out exactly what I can do. Then I'll know where I stand. What an idiot I was that day, overheating my brain and letting the sun glare on my book until the letters danced. I still see them when I close my eyes. Black dots bouncing around, stars, all kinds of weird patterns. I wonder if all blind people experience that? Don't think about it. Shall I continue reading? We're almost at the exciting part, and that might distract you, Rose suggested. No, I'll never forget this. Forget the revolution. I don't want to hear another word. My head hurts, and I'm burning up. Oh, what I wouldn't give for a ride in the stormy petrel. Poor Mac tossed restlessly, as if he couldn't stand being confined a moment longer. Let me sing to you. Maybe you'll doze off, and then the day will seem shorter, said Rose, picking up a fan and sitting beside him. That might work. I didn't sleep much last night, and when I did, I had crazy dreams. Listen, tell the family I'm aware of the situation, and I'm fine. I don't want them talking about it or feeling sorry for me. That's all. Now go ahead and sing. I'll try to sleep. Wish I could sleep for a year and wake up cured. Oh, I wish you could too. Rose said it so fervently that Mac was touched enough to reach for her apron and hold on to a corner of it, as if he found comfort in her presence. But all he said was, You're a good kid, Rosie. How about the Burks? That's a relaxing one that always puts me to sleep. Completely satisfied with this small acknowledgement of her care, Rose fanned him gently and sang in a soft voice the pretty Scottish tune whose refrain asks, Bonnie lassie, will ye gang? Will ye gang to the Burks of Aberfeldy? Whether the lassie went or not remains a mystery, but the laddie was off to dreamland within 10 minutes, worn out by the bad news in the effort to bear it bravely. Chapter 12. The Other Fellows. Rose told everyone what had happened, and nobody teased Mac about it, which was a relief. Mac had his talk with the doctor, but didn't get much comfort from it. There was nothing he could do right now except wait, though the doctor did mention the possibility of some study later on if his eyes improved. Having accepted this, Mac showed surprising maturity. No one had expected such strength from the quiet worm, as they sometimes called him. The boys were deeply impressed, both by the seriousness of Mac's condition and how bravely he was handling it. They tried their best to cheer him up, though their attempts weren't always the most thoughtful, and Rose often found Mac feeling down after their visits. She maintained her position as his main nurse and reader, even though the boys did their part in their own haphazard way. They were sometimes surprised to find that Mac preferred Rose's help to theirs, privately suggesting he was getting, quote, soft. But they couldn't deny how useful she was, and some of them felt guilty for not being as devoted as she had been. Rose knew she was in charge in that sick room, if nowhere else. Aunt Jane trusted her, recognizing that Rose's experience caring for her invalid father made her a natural nurse. In this case, her youth was actually an advantage. Mac soon came to believe nobody could take care of him as well as Rose did. For her part, Rose grew fond of her patient, though initially she had considered him the least appealing of her 7 cousins. He wasn't polite and sensible like Archie, or charming and handsome like Charlie, or neat and helpful like Steve, or entertaining like the younger boys, or affectionate like little Jamie. Mac was rough around the edges, absent-minded, careless, and awkward, not exactly appealing to a girl like Rose who appreciated beauty and refinement. But when trouble came, Rose discovered many good qualities in Mac she hadn't noticed before. She learned not just to feel sorry for him, but to respect and even love the poor worm, who was trying so hard to be patient and brave. It was a harder battle than anyone realized, except for Rose, who saw him at his lowest points. She began to think his friends didn't appreciate him enough, and one day she finally spoke her mind in a way that made a deep impression on the boys. Vacation was almost over, and Mac was feeling down about missing school, which he loved. His cousins tried to cheer him up, especially one afternoon when they all seemed struck by a wave of attention. Jamie trudged up the hill with blackberries. He had picked all himself, as his scratched fingers and purple-stained lips clearly showed. Will and Geordie brought puppies to entertain him, and the older boys came to discuss baseball, cricket, and other topics that only reminded Mac of what he was missing. Rose had gone driving with Uncle Alec, who said she was getting as pale as a potato sprout from spending so much time in a darkened room. But her thoughts stayed with Mac, and she rushed to his room as soon as she returned, only to find chaos. Despite their good intentions, the boys had made things worse. The puppies were yelping, the little boys were roughhousing, and the older ones were all talking over each other. The curtains were up, letting in too much light. Berries were scattered everywhere. Mac's eyeshade was half off. His face was flushed, and he was arguing loudly with Steve about lending some precious books he could no longer use. Rose considered this her territory, and she descended on the invaders with unexpected force. They had never seen her truly angry before, and the effect was impressive, and a bit funny too, as she drove the whole group of boys out like an indignant hen protecting her chicks. The youngest boys fled the house entirely, but the 3 older ones only retreated to the next room, hoping for a chance to explain and apologize to the suddenly formidable Rose. As they waited, they watched through the half-open door as she restored order, commenting on her efficiency with newfound respect. "Look at that! She's fixed the room in seconds." "We were such idiots to let those dogs in and make so much noise," Steve observed after peeking in. "Poor Mac's wincing like she's stepping on him instead of taking care of him." "Man, is he grumpy," added Charlie, as they heard Mac complaining about his stupid head. "She'll handle him. But it's not fair that we caused the problem and left her to fix it." "I wish I knew how to help," said Archie, looking guilty because he always tried to do the right thing. "Me too, but I wouldn't know where to start." "Strange, isn't it? How women just seem to know what to do with sick people," Charlie mused. "She's been really good to Mac," Steve admitted, feeling remorseful. "Better than his own brother, huh?" Archie pointed out, finding relief by shifting blame. "Don't lecture me. None of you did any better, and he likes you more than me anyway. I always irritate him, and it's not my fault. I'm so fidgety," Steve defended himself. "We've all been selfish and neglected him." "Let's not argue about it. Let's just do better," said Archie, generously, taking more than his share of blame, since he'd actually been more attentive than the others. Rose has really been there for him, and it's no wonder he prefers having her around. "I would too if I were in his shoes," Charlie admitted. realizing he hadn't given the little thing enough credit. "You know what, guys? We haven't been nearly good enough to Rose, and we need to make it up to her somehow," said Archie, who had a strong sense of paying his debts, even to a girl. "I feel terrible about making fun of her doll when Jamie brought it out, and calling her Baby Bunting when she cried over that dead kitten. Girls can be so emotional sometimes. I can't help it," Steve confessed, ready to make amends if he only knew how. "I should apologize for treating her like a child, but doesn't it make her mad? Though come to think of it, she's only a couple years younger than me." "She's just so small and pretty, she always seems like a little doll," said Charlie, looking down from his height of 5'5", as if Rose were a miniature. "That doll has a good heart and a sharp mind, believe it or not. Max says she understands some things faster than he does, and Mother thinks she's an exceptional girl, even if she doesn't know everything. Don't get cocky, Charlie. Rose likes Archie better than you. She told me so herself, because he treats her with respect. Steve looks ready for a fight. But don't get worked up, buddy. Of course everyone likes the chief best. They should, and I'll punch anyone who doesn't. So calm down, Dandy, and fix your own behavior before criticizing others." Charlie delivered this with great dignity, but perfect good nature. Archie looked modestly pleased with the compliments, and Steve backed down, feeling he'd done his duty as cousin and brother. A silence fell, broken by Aunt Jane's appearance in the other room with a tea tray, preparing to feed her patient, a task she allowed no one else to share. "If you have a minute before you go, dear, would you make Mac a fresh eye shade? This one has a berry stain on it, and he needs to be presentable. He's going outside tomorrow if it's cloudy," said Mrs. Jane, spreading toast with great precision while Mac spilled his tea without receiving a word of criticism. "Yes, Aunt," Rose answered so meekly that the boys could hardly believe it was the same voice that had commanded, "Out of this room, every one of you," just moments ago. The boys didn't have time to slip away gracefully before Rose entered the parlor and sat down at the work table without a word. It was amusing to see how the three tall boys looked at the small figure calmly threading a needle with green silk. They all wanted to apologize, but didn't know how to begin, and Rose's prim expression made it clear she expected them to properly humble themselves first. The silence grew awkward, until Charlie, who had all the persuasive talents of a born troublemaker, dramatically dropped to his knees before her, beat his chest, and said with feigned heartbreak, "Please forgive me. I promise I'll never do it again." It was hard to keep a straight face, but Rose managed it and answered seriously, "It's Mac you should ask forgiveness from, not me. You haven't hurt me, but I bet you hurt him a lot with all that noise and light and talk about things that only worry him." "Do you really think we hurt him, cousin?" asked Archie with a troubled look while Charlie slumped remorsefully among the table legs. "Yes, I do. He has a terrible headache, and his eyes are as red as this sewing bag," Rose replied solemnly, stabbing her needle into a plump flannel strawberry. Steve clutched his beloved hair and disheveled it wildly, as if that was the heaviest punishment he could inflict on himself. Charlie sprawled dramatically on the floor, begging someone to take him away and hang him. But Archie, who felt worst of all, silently vowed to read to Mac until his own eyes were as red as a dozen sewing bags. Seeing their genuine remorse, Rose decided to relent a little. She couldn't resist teasing Charlie a bit, since he had hurt her feelings more than he realized. She gave him a light tap on the head with her thimble and said with an air of superiority, "Don't be ridiculous. Get up and I'll tell you something much better to do than rolling around getting covered in lint." Charlie obediently sat on a footstool at her feet. The other boys drew closer to hear her wisdom, and Rose, softened by their humility, spoke in her most motherly tone. "If you really want to help Mac, here's what to do. Don't keep talking about things he can't do, or tell him about all the fun you're having with your baseball games. Find a good book and read to him quietly. Encourage him about school, and offer to help him study later. You can do that better than I can, since I'm only a girl and don't learn all that Greek and Latin and headache-inducing stuff. But you do loads of things better than we can. You've proven that," said Archie with an approving look that delighted Rose, though she couldn't resist giving Charlie one more little jab, saying with a lift of her chin and a curl of her lip that wanted to smile, "I'm glad you think so, even though I'm just a weird little chicken." This cutting remark made Charlie hide his face in shame, while Steve straightened up, proud that the barb wasn't aimed at him. Archie laughed, and when Rose spotted a merry blue eye peeking at her from behind two brown hands, she gave Charlie's ear a friendly tug, extending the olive branch of peace. "Now let's all be good and plan nice things for poor Mac," she said, smiling so graciously that the boys felt as if the sun had suddenly burst through heavy clouds. The storm had cleared the air, and a heavenly calm followed, during which they made plans of all kinds to help poor Mac. Everyone was eager to make noble sacrifices, and they looked to Rose for guidance, which she provided with impressive authority. Of course, this elevated mood couldn't last forever, but it had a positive effect on everyone, even after the initial enthusiasm faded. "There, that's ready for tomorrow." "I hope it's cloudy," said Rose, as she finished the new eye shade the boys had watched her make with interest. "I ordered extra sunshine, but I'll tell the weather clerk to change it. He's very accommodating," said Charlie, who had recovered his cheerfulness. "It's easy for you to joke, but how would you like to wear a blindfold like this for weeks and weeks?" Rose asked, slipping the shade over Charlie's eyes as he still sat at her feet. "It's awful. Take it off." "No wonder poor Mac is so miserable with something like that on," Charlie exclaimed, looking at what seemed like a torture device, with such a serious expression that Rose gently removed it and went to say goodnight to Mac. "I'll walk Rose home. It's getting dark and she's a bit nervous about it," said Archie, forgetting that he had often teased her about this very fear. "I think I should go, since she's taking care of my brother," Steve asserted, claiming his rights. "Let's all go." "That would make her happy," Charlie suggested with a burst of gallantry that shocked his cousins. "Great idea." They agreed, and they did accompany her, much to Rose's surprise and secret pleasure. Though Archie took primary care of her, the other two were leaping fences, racing, and wrestling the whole way down the road. They composed themselves at the door, however, shook hands all around, made their best bows, and departed with great elegance and dignity, leaving Rose to say to herself, with girlish satisfaction as she went inside, "Now that's how I like to be treated." Chapter 13. Cozy Corner. Vacation ended, the boys returned to school, and poor Mac was left behind to suffer. He was out of the darkened room now and had progressed to blue-tinted glasses, through which he took a gloomy view of life. Understandably so, since there was nothing he could do but wander around trying to amuse himself without using his eyes. Anyone who has been forced into such idleness knows how maddening it is, and can understand why Mac said to Rose in desperation one day, "Look, if you don't come up with something new for me to do, I swear I'm going to lose my mind." Rose went straight to Uncle Alec for advice, and he prescribed a month in the mountains for both patient and nurse, with Aunt Jessie and Jamie as companions. Pokey and her mother joined the group, and one bright September morning, 6 very happy-looking people boarded the express train to Portland, 2 smiling mothers loaded with lunch baskets and blankets, a pretty young girl with a bag of books, a tall, thin boy with his hat pulled low over his eyes, and 2 small children sitting with their little legs straight out, their chubby faces glowing with the speechless delight of their first real journey. An especially magnificent sunset seemed to welcome them when, after a long day's travel, they arrived at a wide, green yard, where a white colt, a red cow, 2 cats, 4 kittens, many chickens, and a dozen people of all ages were happily going about their business. Everyone nodded and smiled warmly, and a lively older woman kissed all the newcomers, saying cheerfully, "Well now, I'm so glad to see you. Come right in and rest. We'll have tea ready in no time. You must be tired. Lizzie, show our guests upstairs. Kitty, hurry and help your father with the trunks. Ginny and I will have the table set by the time you come down. Look at these darlings. They want to see the kitties, and so they shall." The 3 pretty daughters sprang into action, and everyone felt at home immediately. The hospitality was so warm and genuine. Aunt Jessie was thrilled with the homemade carpets, quilts, and unique furniture. Rose couldn't stay away from the windows, each framing a beautiful view. The little ones quickly made friends with the other children, who filled their arms with chickens and kittens and proudly showed them around. A horn called everyone to supper, and a large group, including 6 children besides the Campbell party, gathered in the long dining room, armed with mountain appetites and high spirits. It was impossible to be shy or serious, as waves of laughter swept through the room, melting even the most formal personalities. Mother Atkinson, as everyone called their hostess, was the merriest and busiest of all, constantly jumping up to attend to the children, bring out a new dish, or shoo away the various animals, who were so sociable that the colt came to the doorway demanding sugar, cats settled in people's laps, and speckled hens pecked at crumbs on the kitchen floor while joining the conversation with cheerful clucking. After dinner, everyone went outside to watch the sunset until the last red glow faded, and mosquitoes announced bedtime with their whining. The newcomers were surprised by the sound of an organ, and in the parlor they found Father Atkinson playing sweetly on a small instrument he had built himself. All the children gathered around him and, led by his musical daughters, sang prettily until Pokey fell asleep behind the door, and Jamie yawned widely in the middle of his favorite song. "Coo," said the little doves. "Coo," said she, all in the top of the old pine tree. The tired travelers went to bed at the same time and slept deeply on homemade mattresses between sheets that Mother Atkinson had somehow infused with sleep-inducing magic, for everyone slumbered sweetly and soundly. The next day began the healthy outdoor life that works wonders for tired minds and weak bodies. The weather was perfect, and the mountain air made the children as lively as young lambs, while the adults smiled at each other, saying, "Isn't this wonderful?" Even Mac, the slow coach, was seen leaping over a fence as if he couldn't help himself, and when Rose ran after him with his wide-brimmed hat, he enthusiastically suggested they go into the woods to hunt for wildcats. Jamie and Pokey were immediately enrolled in the Cosey Corner Light Infantry, a truly magnificent company made up entirely of officers, all wearing paper hats, carrying flags, waving swords, or beating drums. It was a sight to stir the dullest heart when this gallant band marched out in full uniform, with Captain Dove, a solemn, big-headed 11-year-old, issuing orders with a general's gravity, and his plump regiment obeying with more enthusiasm than skill. The little snow children performed admirably, and Lieutenant Jack Dove was impressive to behold, as was drummer Frank, the household errand boy, who beat his drum with all his heart. Jamie had trained before and was immediately made a colonel, but Pokey was the best of all. She drew spontaneous applause from onlookers as she brought up the rear, her paper hat flopping over one eye, her flag trailing over her shoulder, and her wooden sword held straight up. Her face beamed with delight as her chubby legs wobbled in a valiant attempt to march in step. Mac and Rose were picking blackberries in the bushes beside the road when the soldiers passed without seeing them, and they witnessed something both touching and amusing. A little further on was one of the family burial plots common in the area, and just before reaching it, Captain Fred Dove ordered his company to halt, explaining, "That's a graveyard, and we should muffle the drums and lower the flags as we pass. We should probably take off our hats, too. It's more respectful. Isn't that sweet?" Rose whispered as the little troop marched slowly by, to the muffled beat of drums, every flag and sword held low, all heads bare, and their childish faces solemn as dappled shadows played across them. "Let's follow and see what they're up to," Mac suggested, tired of sitting on the wall being fed blackberries. They followed and heard the music grow livelier once the graveyard was behind them. The flags waved in the breeze again as the company filed into a dilapidated old church at the junction of 3 woodland paths. Soon the sound of singing drew the onlookers closer, and peering through a broken window, they saw Captain Dove standing in the old wooden pulpit, looking solemnly down at his company. The children had stacked their arms in the porch and now sat in the bare pews enthusiastically singing a Sunday school hymn. "Let us pray," announced Captain Dove with the reverence of an army chaplain. Folding his hands, he recited a prayer he thought everyone would know, a lovely prayer, though not exactly appropriate for morning, as it was, "Now I lay me down to sleep." Everyone joined in, and it was a touching sight to see the little ones bowing their curly heads and lisping the familiar words. Tears came to Rose's eyes as she watched. Mac took off his hat respectfully, then quickly put it back on as if embarrassed by the gesture. "Now I'll give a short sermon," Captain Dove continued. "My text is, 'Little children, love one another.' I asked my mother for a text, and she thought that would be good, so everyone sit still and I'll preach it. No whispering, Marion. Listen to me. It means we should be kind to each other and play fair, not quarrel like we did today about the wagon. Jack can't always drive and shouldn't get mad because I like to go with Frank. Annette should get to be the horse sometimes, not always the driver. And Willie might as well accept that Marion will build her house next to his, because she's going to anyway, so he shouldn't fuss about it. Jamie seems like a good boy, but I'll preach to him if he isn't. No, Pokey, people don't kiss in church or put on hats. Now you must all remember what I tell you, because I'm the captain, and you should mind me." At this point, Lieutenant Jack spoke up rebelliously. "I don't care if you are captain. You should follow your own advice and tell everyone how you took my strap, kept the biggest donut, and cheated when we pulled the cart." "Yeah, and you slapped Frank. I saw you," shouted Willie Snow, popping up in his pew. "And you took my book and hid it because I wouldn't go swinging with you," added Annette, the oldest Snow child. "I won't build my house by Willie's if he doesn't want me to, so there," little Marion chimed in, joining the mutiny. "I will kiss Jimmy. And I tore my hat 'cause a pin poked me." yelled Pokey, ignoring Jamie's attempts to quiet her. Captain Dove looked taken aback at this rebellion in the ranks, but being a dignified person, he quelled the uprising with impressive skill by simply saying, "We'll sing the final hymn now, Sweet, Sweet Goodbye. You all know that one, so sing it nicely, and then we'll have lunch." Peace was instantly restored, and a burst of song drowned out the suppressed giggles of Rose and Mac, who found it impossible to keep straight faces during this remarkable service. After 15 minutes of calm, it became physically impossible for the company to march out as solemnly as they had marched in. They all raced home at top speed and were soon squabbling energetically over their lunch, completely forgetting what Jamie, who had been quite impressed by the sermon, called the captain's beautiful text. It was amazing how much there was to do at Cosey Corner. Instead of lying in a hammock being read to, as he had expected, Mac was busier than anyone. He was invited to plan and lay out Skeeterville, a town the children were creating in a huckleberry field, and he had great fun designing little roads, marking house lots, overseeing the water system, and consulting with the town council about the best locations for public buildings. Mac was still a boy at heart, despite his 15 years and love of books. He also went fishing with a jovial gentleman from the West, and though they rarely caught anything but colds, they had a wonderful time chasing the elusive trout they were determined to catch. Mac even developed a passion for geology, wandering around tapping rocks and solemnly discussing strata, periods, and fossil remains, while Rose collected leaves and taught him botany in exchange for his geology lectures. They led a joyful life, as the Atkinson girls maintained a kind of ongoing picnic atmosphere with such skill that no one ever tired of it. The visitors thrived, and long before the month was out, it was clear that Dr. Alec had prescribed exactly the right medicine for his patients. Chapter 14. A Happy Birthday. October 12th was Rose's birthday, but no one seemed to remember, and she felt awkward about mentioning it. She fell asleep the night before, wondering if she would receive any presents. That question was answered early the next morning, when she woke to a soft tap on her face. Opening her eyes, she found a little black and white kitten sitting on her pillow, staring at her with round, blueberry-like eyes, one downy paw patting her nose to get her attention. It was Kitty Comet, the prettiest of all the cats, and Comet clearly had a mission. A pink ribbon adorned her neck with a note pinned to it reading, "For Miss Rose, from Frank." Rose was delighted, and this was just the beginning of a day full of surprises and presents that kept appearing in the most delightful ways. The Atkinson girls were famous for their playful tricks, and Rose was a favorite. But the best gift came on the way to Mount Windy Top, where they decided to picnic in honor of the special occasion. 3 jolly wagon loads set off after breakfast, with everyone participating and determined to have an extra good time, especially Mother Atkinson, who wore a hat as wide as an umbrella and carried a dinner horn to keep her flock from straying. "I'm driving Auntie and some of the little ones, so you'll need to ride the pony," Mac told Rose. "And please stay well behind us when we go to the station, because there's a surprise coming that you aren't supposed to see until dinner. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all," Rose answered. "Being told to keep away would hurt my feelings any other time, but on birthdays and Christmas, it's part of the fun to play dumb." "I'll be ready whenever you are, Giglamps. Wait under the big maple until I call you. That way you can't possibly see anything," Mac added as he helped her onto the pony his father had sent for him to use. Barkis was so gentle and willing that Rose had been ashamed to be afraid of riding him. She had learned secretly, planning to surprise Dr. Alec when she got home. Meanwhile, she enjoyed many fine rides over the hills and far away with Mac, who preferred to ride Mr. Atkinson's old horse, Sorrel. Off they went, and arriving at the Red Maple, Rose obediently stopped, though she couldn't help stealing a glance in the forbidden direction before Mac called. She spotted a basket being tucked under a seat and caught sight of a tall man Mac seemed to be hurrying into the carriage. One glimpse was enough. With a cry of delight, Rose galloped down the road as fast as Barkis could go. "I'll really impress Uncle now," she thought. "I'll ride up in style and show him I'm not a coward after all." Fired by this ambition, she startled Barkis with a sharp tap, and then let him find his own way down the steep, rocky road. Her grand entrance would have been perfect if, just as she was about to pull up and greet her uncle, a few panicked hens hadn't scattered across the road, causing Barkis to shy and stop so suddenly that Rose landed in an undignified heap right under old Sorrel's surprised nose. Rose scrambled to her feet before Dr. Alec could even get out of the carriage and threw her dusty arms around his neck, exclaiming breathlessly, "Oh, Uncle, I'm so happy to see you. This is better than a wagon load of presents, and so sweet of you to come." "But aren't you hurt? That was a nasty fall. I'm worried you might be injured," said the doctor, concerned yet proud as he looked at his niece. "My pride is hurt, but my bones are fine. It's so unfair. I was going to do it so perfectly, and those stupid chickens ruined everything," Rose lamented, feeling deflated and a bit shaken. "I couldn't believe my eyes when I asked, 'Where's Rose?' and Mac pointed to the little Amazon racing down the hill. You couldn't have done anything that would please me more. I'm thrilled to see how well you ride. Would you like to get back on, or should we kick Mac out and let you ride with us?" asked Dr. Alec, as Aunt Jessie suggested they get moving, since the others were signaling them to follow. "Pride comes before a fall. Better not try showing off again," Mac teased, unable to resist the perfect opportunity. "Pride does come before a fall, but I wonder if a sprained ankle always follows," thought Rose, bravely hiding her pain as she answered with dignity, "I prefer to ride. Come on, let's see who catches up first." She was up and away as she spoke, doing her best to erase the memory of her tumble by sitting very straight, keeping her elbows down and head high, and moving easily with Barkis as he cantered along as smoothly as a rocking chair. "You should see her jump fences and race when we ride together. She can run like a deer when we play follow the leader, and she's almost as good as me at skipping stones and hitting balls," Mac told his uncle, who had praised his student's riding. "I'm afraid you'll think she's turned into a complete tomboy, Alec, but she seems so healthy and happy, I don't have the heart to stop her. She's blossomed in the most unexpected way and runs around like a young colt. She says she feels so full of energy that she has to run and shout whether it's proper or not," added Mrs. Jessie, who had been quite the free spirit herself as a girl. "Wonderful! That's the best news you could give me," said Dr. Alec, rubbing his hands together happily. "Let her run and shout all she wants. It's a sure sign of health, and as natural for a happy child as frolicking is for any young animal. Tomboys usually grow into strong women, and I'd much rather find Rose playing football with Mac than fussing over needlework, like that affected little Ariadne Blish. But she can't keep playing football forever. We mustn't forget she has a woman's work ahead of her," Mrs. Jessie pointed out. "Mac won't play football much longer either, but he'll be better prepared for his future because of the health it gives him. Polish can be added easily if the foundation is strong, but no amount of decoration helps if the structure underneath is weak. I'm certain I'm right, Jessie. If I can do as well with Rose in the next 6 months as I have so far, my experiment will succeed. It certainly will. When I compare that bright, glowing face with the pale, listless one that worried me so much before, I can believe in almost any miracle," said Mrs. Jessie as Rose turned to point out a beautiful view, her cheeks as rosy as the apples in the nearby orchard, her eyes as clear as the autumn sky, and vitality in every line of her girlish figure. A general scramble among the rocks was followed by a festive outdoor lunch, which the young people had the joy of helping prepare. Mother Atkinson put on an apron, rolled up her sleeves, and set to work as cheerfully as if in her own kitchen. Boiling water in a kettle hung on 3 sticks over a fire of pine cones and branches. The girls spread a mossy table with country delights, and the children tumbled about getting in everyone's way until the horn summoned them to settle down like a flock of hungry birds. As soon as the merry meal and a brief rest were over, they unanimously voted to play charades. A smooth, green spot between 2 tall pines became the stage. Shawls were hung as curtains, props collected, audience and actors separated, and a word quickly chosen. The first scene revealed Mac looking dejected in shabby clothes, clearly troubled. A strange creature with a paper bag over its head approached him. A little pink nose peeked through one hole, white teeth through another, and fierce eyes glared above. Grass spikes stuck out of the sides of the mouth like whiskers, the upper corners of the bag were twisted to resemble ears, and a black scarf pinned behind was unmistakably a tail. This unusual animal seemed to be comforting its master and offering advice, which Mac eventually followed. He pulled off his boots, helped the little beast into them, and gave it a bag. Then, kissing its paw hopefully, the creature departed, purring so convincingly that everyone called out, "Cat, puss, boots!" "Cat is the word," confirmed a voice, and the curtain fell. The next scene was more puzzling. Another animal appeared, this time on all 4s, with a different kind of tail and long ears. A gray shawl hid its face, but a sunbeam revealed the glint of goggles underneath. On its back rode a small figure in Eastern dress, who seemed to have trouble keeping his seat as the animal trotted along. Suddenly a spirit appeared, all in white, with newspaper wings and golden hair. Strangely, the beast saw this apparition and backed away, but the rider apparently saw nothing and whipped it mercilessly, but unsuccessfully, since the spirit stood directly in their path, and the well-mannered animal refused to move. A lively struggle ensued, ending with the Eastern gentleman tumbling into a sweet fern bush, while the animal bowed before the shining figure. The children were puzzled until Mother Atkinson asked, "If that isn't Balaam and his donkey, I don't know what it is. Rose makes a lovely angel, doesn't she?" Donkey was clearly the word, and the angel retired, smiling with earthly satisfaction at the compliment that reached her ears. The next scene portrayed the famous story of Babes in the Wood. Jamie and Pokey entered hand in hand, and having performed this many times before, acted with confidence, occasionally giving each other stage directions. They picked berries, got lost, cried, consoled each other, and finally lay down among the ferns and died, with their eyes wide open and the toes of their 4 little boots pointed up toward the daisies in the most pathetic manner. "Now the robins come. You be very dead, Jemmy, and I'll peek and see them," one supposedly deceased child whispered. "I hope they hurry up. I'm lying on a rock and ants are crawling up my leg," murmured the other. The robins then fluttered in, wearing red scarves on their breasts and carrying leaves in their mouths, which they carefully placed on the children wherever they would show best. A prickly blackberry leaf placed directly on Pokey's nose made her sneeze so violently that her little legs flew into the air. Jamie let out a startled, "Ow!" and the startled birds fled, giggling. After some discussion, they decided the syllable must be strew or strow, and waited to see if their guess was correct. The next scene showed Annette Snow in bed, clearly very ill. Miss Jenny played her worried mother and entertained the audience until Mac entered as a doctor, making great comedy with his oversized watch, pompous manner, and absurd questions. He prescribed a single pill with an unpronounceable name and left after demanding $20 for his brief visit. The pill was administered, and such terrible agony immediately followed that the distressed mother sent a sympathetic neighbor to fetch Mother Know-All. The neighbor ran off and returned with a sprightly old lady in cap and spectacles, carrying a bundle of herbs under her arm, which she immediately applied in all sorts of amusing ways, slapping a plantain poultice here, a pounded catnip plaster there, and tying mullein leaves around the patient's throat. Instant relief followed. The dying child sat up and asked for baked beans. The grateful mother offered $50, but Mother Know-All indignantly refused, saying that helping neighbors needed no reward and that doctors' fees were nonsense. The audience roared with laughter at this scene, as Rose perfectly imitated Mrs. Atkinson, and the herbal cure cleverly poked fun at the good lady's belief that herbs could save mankind if properly used. No one enjoyed it more than Mrs. Atkinson herself, and the mischievous children prepared for the grand finale in high spirits. The closing scene was brief but dramatic. 2 toy trains rushed in from opposite sides, collided spectacularly in the middle of the stage, and created a magnificent crash, completing the word catastrophe. "Now let's act out a proverb. I have one already," said Rose, who was eager to distinguish herself in some way for Uncle Alec. Everyone except Mac, the cheerful Westerner, and Rose took seats on the rocky benches and discussed the recent wonderful and varied charade, with Pokey frankly declaring her own scene the bestest of all. 5 minutes later, the curtain lifted to reveal only a large sheet of brown paper pinned to a tree. On it was drawn a clock face with hands pointing to 4. A small note below informed the audience that the time was 4 a.m. Just as they grasped this fact, a long waterproof snake began uncoiling itself from behind a stump, or perhaps an inchworm would be a better description, as it moved with the same humping motion. Suddenly, a very alert and active rooster appeared, pecking, chirping, and scratching vigorously. Green leaves formed a crest on its head, larger ferns made an impressive tail, and a colorful shawl created flapping wings. It was a magnificent bird with an authentic strut, watchful eyes, and a crow that clearly terrified the caterpillar, if that's what the creature was. The worm squirmed, wriggled, and humped along frantically, trying to escape, but in vain. The bird spotted it, gave one musical crow, pounced, and carried it off triumphantly. That early bird certainly got a big worm. He could barely carry it, laughed Aunt Jessie as the children cheered the joke based on Mac's nickname. "That's one of Uncle's favorite sayings, so I prepared it especially for him," said Rose, joining them with the two-legged worm beside her. "Very clever. What's next?" asked Dr. Alec as she sat down next to him. "The Dove boys are going to perform an incident in the life of Napoleon. The children think it's amazing, and the little fellows do it quite well," Mac answered condescendingly. A tent appeared, and pacing before it was a small sentinel who, in a brief soliloquy, informed the audience that the weather was terrible. He had marched hundreds of miles that day and was dying for sleep. He paused, leaned on his gun, appeared to doze, slowly sank down, overcome with exhaustion, and finally lay flat with his gun beside him, a careless little guard. Enter Napoleon with cocked hat, gray coat, high boots, folded arms, stern mouth, and a melodramatic stride. Freddie Dove always excelled in this role and struck such a Napoleonic pose that he brought down the house. The big-headed boy with serious dark eyes and square forehead was the spitting image of that rascal Bonaparte, as Mother Atkinson put it. Some grand scheme was evidently brewing in his imperial mind, perhaps crossing the Alps, burning Moscow, or a skirmish at Waterloo, as he marched in majestic silence until disturbed by a gentle snore. He noticed the sleeping soldier and glared, saying in a terrible voice, "Ha! Asleep at his post! Death is the penalty. He must die!" Picking up the musket, he prepared to execute swift justice, as emperors are known to do, when something in the weary sentinel's face seemed to touch him. No wonder, Jack made an adorable little soldier as he lay with his hat askew, his childish face trying to look solemn, and a large black mustache above his rosy mouth. It would have softened any Napoleon's heart, and the little corporal proved himself human by relenting and declaring with a noble gesture of forgiveness, "Brave fellow, he is exhausted. I will let him sleep and stand guard myself." Then, shouldering the gun, this magnanimous figure paced back and forth with a dignity that thrilled the younger spectators. The sentinel awakened, realized what had happened, and gave himself up for lost. But the emperor returned his weapon, and, with that famous smile that won all hearts, pointed to a high rock where a crow happened to be sitting, and said, "Be brave, be vigilant, and remember that from yonder pyramid generations are watching you." With these immortal words, he vanished, leaving the grateful soldier standing at attention, hand at his temple, eternal devotion stamped on his young face. The applause following this superb performance had barely subsided when a sudden splash and a shrill cry caused everyone to rush toward the waterfall that tumbled down the rocks. Pokey had tried to frolic like the water and had fallen into a shallow pool. Jamie had gallantly followed, attempting to fish her out, and both were paddling about, half frightened and half delighted by their unexpected bath. This accident made it necessary to get the dripping children home quickly. The wagons were loaded, and away they went, as merry as if the mountain air truly was oxygenated sweetness, not bitterness, as Dr. Alec suggested when Mac remarked he felt as happy as if he'd been drinking champagne instead of the currant wine that came with Aunt Plenty's hamper of treats, which included a magnificent frosted cake adorned with sugar roses. Rose participated in all the fun and never revealed by word or look the pain she felt in her ankle. She excused herself from the evening games, however, and sat talking animatedly with Uncle Alec, which both surprised and delighted him. She confided that she played horsey with the children, drilled with the junior soldiers, climbed trees, and did other shocking things that would have horrified the aunts if they knew. "I don't care what they say if you don't mind, Uncle," she said when he described how dismayed the good ladies would be. "It's all very well to defy them, but you're becoming so wild, I'm afraid you'll start defying me next. And then where would we be? I wouldn't dare." "You're my guardian and could put me in a straitjacket if you wanted to," Rose laughed, even as she snuggled closer with a trusting gesture that warmed his heart. "Upon my word, Rosie, I'm beginning to feel like the man who bought an elephant and then didn't know what to do with it. I thought I'd have a pet and playmate for years, but here you are growing like a beanstalk, and I'll soon find I have a strong-minded young woman on my hands. What a predicament for a man. And an uncle." Dr. Alec's comic distress was temporarily relieved by a dance of goblins on the lawn, where the children with pumpkin lanterns on their heads skipped about like will-o'-the-wisps for a farewell surprise. When Rose went to bed, she discovered that Uncle Alec hadn't forgotten her. On the table stood a delicate little easel holding 2 miniature portraits set in velvet. She recognized them both and stood looking at them until her eyes filled with tears that were both sweet and sad. They were her parents, beautifully copied from portraits that were fading away. She knelt down, put her arms around the little shrine, and kissed each picture, saying earnestly, "I'll truly try to make them proud to see me someday." And that was Rose's simple prayer on her 14th birthday. 2 days later, the Campbells went home, a larger group than when they arrived. Dr. Alec served as escort, and Kitty Comet traveled in style in a basket with a bottle of milk, tiny sandwiches, a special dish to drink from, and a piece of carpet to lie on in her palace car, from which she kept popping her head out in the most charming way. There was much kissing and hugging, waving of handkerchiefs, and final goodbyes as they departed. When they had just started, Mother Atkinson came running after them with little pies hot from the oven, for the dears, who might get tired of bread and butter during that long day's travel. Another start and another stop, this time because the Snow Children came running up, demanding the 3 kittens that Pokey was quietly carrying off in a travel bag. The unhappy kittens were rescued, half smothered, and returned to their rightful owners amid loud protests from the little kidnapper, who insisted she had only took them because they'd want to go with their sister Comet. Start number 3 and stop number 3, as Frank flagged them down with the lunch basket, which had been forgotten after everyone had sworn it was packed. Everything went smoothly after that, and the long journey passed pleasantly thanks to Pokey and Comet, who played together so charmingly that everyone appreciated their entertainment. "Rose doesn't want to go home because she knows the ants won't let her run wild like she did at Cosey Corner," said Mac as they approached the old house. "I can't run wild even if I wanted to, at least for a while, and I'll tell you why," whispered Rose, frowning with pain as she prepared to climb down. "I sprained my ankle when I fell off Barkis, and it's getting worse. I've done everything I could to hide it so no one would worry. Somehow, she never knew exactly how. Mac had her up the steps and settled on the parlor sofa before she could put weight on her foot. 'There you are, safe and sound,' he said. 'And remember, if that ankle gives you trouble and you're stuck in bed, I'll be your personal assistant. It's only fair. I haven't forgotten how good you've been to me.' And Mac went to call Phoebe, so full of gratitude and goodwill that even his glasses seemed to shine. Chapter 15. Earrings. Rose's sprain turned out to be serious, made worse by neglect, and Dr. Alec ordered her to stay on the sofa for at least 2 weeks. She groaned miserably, but didn't complain openly, worried the boys would throw back at her some of the little lectures on patience she had given them. Now it was Mac's turn to repay his debt, and he did so honorably. Since he still couldn't attend school, he had plenty of free time and devoted most of it to Rose. He ran many errands for her, and even allowed her to teach him to knit, but only after convincing himself that many brave Scotsmen knew how to work the needles. He did make her solemnly promise to keep a secret. However, while he didn't mind being called Giglamps, Granny was more than his boyish dignity could bear, and whenever any of the clan approached, his knitting would vanish as if by magic, though this frequent stuffing out of sight wasn't helping the stripe he was making for Rose's new afghan. She was busy with this pretty work one bright October afternoon, comfortably settled on the sofa in the upper hall, while Jamie and Pokey, borrowed to entertain her, were playing house in a corner with Comet and Rose's old doll as their children. Phoebe appeared with a calling card. Rose read it, made a face, then laughed and said, "I'll see Miss Blish," immediately assuming her company manner, adjusting her locket and smoothing her curls. "You dear thing, how are you? I've been trying to visit every day since you got back, but I have so many engagements, I just couldn't manage it until today. I'm so glad to find you alone. Mother said I could stay a while, and I brought my lacework to show you." "It's absolutely gorgeous," exclaimed Miss Blish, greeting Rose with a kiss that wasn't warmly returned, though Rose politely thanked her for coming and asked Phoebe to roll up the armchair. "How nice to have a maid," said Ariadne as she settled herself with much fuss. "But darling, you must be so lonely and in need of a best friend." "I have my cousins," Rose began with dignity, irritated by her visitor's patronizing tone. "Goodness, child, you don't make friends with those big boys, do you? Mother says she really doesn't think it's proper for you to spend so much time with them. They're like brothers, and my aunts think it's perfectly proper," Rose replied sharply, feeling this was none of Miss Blish's business. "I was just going to say I'd be happy to be your best friend. Hattie Mason and I have had a terrible fight and aren't speaking. She's too mean to live, so I've given her up. Just imagine. She never paid me back for a single one of the caramels I've given her, and she didn't invite me to her party. I could have forgiven the caramels, but being excluded like that was unforgivable, and I told her never to look at me again." "That's very kind of you, but I don't think I need a best friend, thank you." said Rose as Ariadne paused to toss her blonde head in indignation about the awful Hattie Mason. Privately, Ariadne thought Rose was a stuck-up little thing, but the other girls wanted to know her and couldn't. The old house was charming to visit. The boys were considered good company, and the Campbells were one of our first families, according to her mother. So Ariadne hid her annoyance at Rose's coolness and quickly changed the subject. "Studying French, I see." "Who's your teacher?" she asked, flipping through Paul and Virginia on the table. "I don't study it. I read French as well as English, and Uncle and I often speak it for hours. He talks like a native, and he says I have an excellent accent." Rose couldn't help this small display of superiority. French was one of her strengths, and though she usually hid this weakness, she felt Ariadne needed to be taken down a notch and couldn't resist being a bit patronizing herself. "Oh, really?" said Miss Blish rather blankly, as French was definitely not her strong point. "I'm going abroad with Uncle in a year or two, and he knows how important it is to understand languages. Half the girls who leave school can't speak decent French, and when they travel, they're so embarrassed. I'd be happy to help you if you'd like, since you probably don't have anyone to practice with at home." Now Ariadne, though she looked like a porcelain doll, had real feelings inside instead of sawdust, and Rose's superior tone hurt them. She thought Rose even more stuck up than before, but didn't know how to deflate her, though she longed to. She felt as if she'd been slapped and unconsciously raised her hand to her cheek. The touch of an earring consoled her and suggested the perfect way to return the insult. "Thank you, dear, but I don't need help. Our teacher is from Paris, and naturally he speaks better French than your uncle." Then she added, with a toss of her head that made the little bells on her ears jingle, "How do you like my new earrings? Papa gave them to me last week, and everyone says they're divine." Rose came down from her high horse with comical speed, as Ariadne now had the upper hand. Rose adored pretty things and longed to wear them. Her greatest desire was to have her ears pierced, but Dr. Alec thought it foolish, so she had never done it. She would gladly have traded all her French skills for a pair of golden bells, with pearl-tipped clappers like Ariadne's. Clasping her hands, she answered in a tone that delighted her listener, "They're absolutely perfect. If only Uncle would let me wear some, I'd be completely happy. I wouldn't worry about what he says. Papa laughed at first, but now he likes them and says I can have diamond studs when I turn 18, said Ariadne, quite satisfied with her counterattack. "I have a pair that were my mother's, and a beautiful little set with pearls and turquoise that I'm dying to wear," sighed Rose. "Then do it! I'll pierce your ears, and you can wear a bit of silk thread in them until they heal. Your curls will hide them perfectly. Then, one day, just slip in your smallest earrings and see if your uncle even notices." I once asked if it would help my eyes when they were red, and he just laughed. People do treat weak eyes that way, don't they? "Absolutely. And yours do look a bit red. Let me see." "Yes, I really think you should do it before they get worse," said Ariadne, peering closely at the clear eye offered for inspection. "Does it hurt much?" asked Rose, wavering. "Oh, goodness. No, just a quick prick and pull, and it's over. I've done lots of ears and know exactly how. Come on, pull back your hair and get a big needle. I don't feel right doing it without asking Uncle's permission." Rose hesitated, though everything was ready. "Did he ever specifically forbid it?" demanded Ariadne, hovering over her prey like a vampire. "No, never." "Then do it, unless you're scared," challenged Miss Blish, determined to complete the deed. That last word settled it. Closing her eyes, Rose said, "Punch!" in the tone of someone giving the fatal order. "Fire!" Ariadne punched, and Rose bore it with heroic silence, though she turned pale and her eyes filled with tears of pain. "There! Now change the silk thread often, and put cold cream on your ears every night, and you'll soon be ready for the rings," said Ariadne, pleased with her handiwork, as the girl who spoke French with the perfect accent lay flat on the sofa, looking as exhausted as if she'd lost both ears. "It really does hurt terribly, and I know Uncle won't be happy," sighed Rose as remorse set in. "Promise not to tell, or I'll never hear the end of it," she added anxiously, completely forgetting the two little pitchers with big ears who had been watching the entire operation from afar. "Never! Goodness, what's that?" Ariadne jumped as sudden footsteps and voices came from below. "It's the boys! Hide the needle. Do my ears look obvious? Don't say a word, whispered Rose, scrambling to hide all evidence of their deed from the sharp eyes of the clan. Up they came, in good order, carrying the results of a nut-gathering expedition. They always reported to Rose and paid tribute to their queen with impressive offerings. So many, and so big. We'll have a wonderful roasting party after tea, won't we? Said Rose, plunging both hands into a bag of glossy brown nuts, while the clan stood at ease and nodded to Ariadne. This batch was picked especially for you, Rosie. I gathered every single one myself, and they're extra large, said Mac, presenting a bushel or so. You should have seen Giglamps going after them. He fell out of the tree and would have broken his neck if Archie hadn't caught him, remarked Steve as he lounged gracefully in the window seat. You're one to talk, Dandy. You couldn't tell a chestnut from a beech and kept whacking away until I pointed it out, retorted Mac, draping himself over the back of the sofa, his privileged spot. I don't make mistakes when I whack you, Worm, so you'd better watch yourself, answered Steve, without a hint of respect for his older brother. It's getting dark, and I should go, or Mother will worry, said Ariadne, rising hastily, though she had hoped to be invited to the nut party. No one asked her to stay. While she was putting on her things and chatting with Rose, the boys were silently signaling to each other that someone should escort the young lady home. But not one felt heroic enough to volunteer. Even the polite Archie avoided the duty, saying to Charlie as they quietly slipped into the next room, I can't do all the gentlemanly stuff. Let Steve take that girl home and show his manners. No way, replied the prince, who disliked Miss Blish because she tried to flirt with him. Then I will. And to the horror of both delinquent boys, Dr. Alec walked out to offer his services to the girl. He was too late, however, for Mac, responding to a look from Rose, had already sacrificed himself and trudged away reluctantly, wishing Ariadne at the bottom of the Red Sea. I'll take this young lady down to tea, since the other one has found an escort. I see the lamps are lit downstairs, and I smell something that tells me Auntie has prepared something special tonight. As he spoke, Dr. Alec was preparing to carry Rose downstairs as usual, but Archie and Prince rushed forward, eagerly asking for the honor of carrying her in an armchair. Rose agreed, fearing her uncle's keen eye might spot the silk threads in her ears. The boys crossed hands to make a seat, and with a good grip on each curly head, Rose was carried down in style, while the others followed via the banisters. Tea was served earlier than usual, so Jamie and his doll could join the holiday fun, at least briefly. They could stay until 7 and were allowed 12 roasted chestnuts each, which they promised not to eat until the next day. Dinner finished quickly, and the party gathered around the broad hearth in the dining room, where nuts were soon dancing on hot shovels or bouncing among the company, causing delightful panics among the little ones. Come on, Rosie. Tell us a story while we work. You can't help much, and you need to contribute your share, suggested Mac, who sat in the shadows preparing nuts and knew from experience what a wonderful storyteller his cousin was. Yes, we poor monkeys can't burn our paws for nothing, so tell us something, Pussy, added Charlie, tossing several hot nuts into her lap and then shaking his fingers. As it happens, I do have a little story with a moral, though it's really meant for younger children, answered Rose, who rather enjoyed telling instructive tales. Let's hear it, said Geordie, and she began, not realizing what a disastrous story it would prove to be for herself. Once upon a time, a little girl went to visit a young lady who was very fond of her. Now the young lady happened to be lame and had to have her foot bandaged every day, so she kept a basket of bandages all nicely rolled and ready. The little girl liked to play with this basket, and one day, when she thought no one was looking, she took one of the rolls without asking and put it in her pocket. At this point, Pokey, who had been lovingly peering at the 5 warm nuts lying at the bottom of her tiny pocket, suddenly looked up and said, "Oh," in a startled voice, as if the moral tale had suddenly become intensely relevant. Rose noticed the guilty reaction but continued in her most impressive manner, while the boys nudged each other and winked, catching on to what was happening. But someone did see this naughty little girl, and whose eye do you think it was? Eye of God, whispered the conscience-stricken Pokey, spreading her chubby little hands over her round face, though they weren't nearly big enough to hide it. Rose was taken aback by this answer, but, sensing she was making an impact, continued seriously. Yes, God saw her, and so did the young lady, but she didn't say anything. She waited to see what the little girl would do. The child had been very happy before taking the bandage, but once it was in her pocket, she seemed troubled. Soon she stopped playing and sat in a corner looking very serious. She thought for a few minutes, then went back and quietly returned the roll, and her face brightened up. She was happy again. The young lady was glad to see this and wondered what made the little girl put it back. "Conscience poked her," murmured a remorseful voice from behind, the small hands pressed tightly over Pokey's red face. "And why did she take it, do you think?" asked Rose in her schoolteacher voice, seeing that everyone was intrigued by the story and its unexpected application. "It was so nice and round, and she wanted it badly," answered the little voice. "Well, I'm glad she had such a good conscience. The moral is that people who steal don't enjoy what they take and aren't happy until they return it." "Why is that little girl hiding her face?" Rose asked as she concluded. "Me so shamed of Pokey," sobbed the tiny culprit, overcome with remorse and embarrassment at having her crime exposed. "Come now, Rose, it's not fair to reveal her little misdeed in front of everyone and lecture her like that." "You wouldn't like it either," Dr. Alec said, taking the weeping child onto his lap and consoling her with kisses and nuts. Before Rose could express regret, Jamie, who had been getting increasingly red-faced and agitated, burst out indignantly, determined to avenge the humiliation of his beloved doll. "I know something bad you did, and I'm going to tell everyone right now. You thought we didn't see, but we did, and you said Uncle wouldn't like it, and the boys would tease, and you made Ariadne promise not to tell, and she poked holes in your ears for earrings. So there, that's much worse than taking an old bandage, and I hate you for making my Pokey cry." Jamie's confused outburst had an immediate effect. Pokey's minor theft was instantly forgotten, and Rose realized her moment of reckoning had arrived. "What? What? What?" the boys chorused, dropping their tools and gathering around Rose. Her guilty grab at her ears betrayed her, and with a weak cry of, "Ariadne made me," she buried her head in the pillows like a ridiculous little ostrich. "Now she'll be walking around with bird cages and baskets and carriages and pigs hanging from her ears like all the other girls. Won't she look silly?" asked one tormentor, pulling a curl that had escaped from the cushions. "I didn't think she'd be so foolish," said Mac in a disappointed tone that showed Rose had fallen in his esteem. "That Blish girl is a menace and shouldn't be allowed to visit with her ridiculous ideas," said the prince, looking like he wanted to shake Ariadne as an angry dog might shake a mischievous kitten. "What do you think about this, Uncle?" asked Archie, who, as the head of a family himself, believed in maintaining discipline at all costs. "I'm very surprised, but I see she is a girl after all and must have her vanities like the rest of them," answered Dr. Alec with a sigh, as if he had expected Rose to be above such earthly temptations. "What will you do about it, sir?" inquired Geordie, wondering what punishment would befall a female offender. "Since she's so fond of ornaments, perhaps we should give her a nose ring too. I have one somewhere that a Fiji woman once wore. I'll look for it." And leaving Pokey in Jamie's care, Dr. Alec rose as if to carry out his suggestion in earnest. "Great idea. Let's do it right now. Here's a drill, so you hold her down, boys, while I get her cute little nose ready," cried Charlie, whisking away the pillow as the other boys danced around the sofa in authentic Fiji style. It was a terrible moment. Rose couldn't run away. She could only protect her precious nose with one hand and stretch out the other, crying desperately, "Uncle, save me! Save me!" He saved her, of course, and when she was safely protected by his strong arm, she confessed her foolishness with such humility that the boys, after a good laugh, decided to forgive her and blame the temptress, Ariadne, entirely. Even Dr. Alec relented enough to suggest 2 gold rings for the ears instead of 1 copper, 1 for the nose, proving that if Rose had all the feminine weakness for jewelry, he had all the masculine inconsistency in giving his pretty, penitent niece exactly what she wanted, despite his better judgment. Chapter 16. Bread and Buttonholes. "What's my girl thinking about, all alone in here with such a serious face?" Dr. Alec asked, walking into the study one November day to find Rose sitting quietly with her hands folded in her lap. "Uncle, I need to talk to you about something important if you have time," she said, snapping out of her thoughts as if she hadn't heard his question. "I'm completely at your service," he answered politely, sitting beside her. He always treated Rose with a playful respect when she adopted her grown-up manner, which he secretly loved. "I've been trying to decide what trade I should learn, and I'd like your advice," she said seriously. "Trade?" Dr. Alec looked so surprised that Rose quickly explained. "Oh, you didn't hear our conversations at Cosey Corner. We used to sit under the pine trees, sewing and talking, all the ladies, I mean, and I enjoyed it so much. Mother Atkinson believes everyone should have a skill to make a living, because rich people can become poor and poor people have to work. Her daughters were very capable and could do all sorts of things." Aunt Jessie agreed with her. When I saw how happy and independent those young women were, I decided I wanted a trade too. Then it wouldn't matter about money, though I do like having it. Dr. Alec listened with a mixture of surprise, amusement, and pleasure. He looked at his niece, as if she had suddenly transformed into a young woman. Rose had grown considerably in the last 6 months, and she had been doing more thinking than he realized. She was one of those children who observe and reflect deeply, occasionally surprising adults with insightful comments. "I completely agree with the ladies," he said seriously. "I'd be happy to help you decide. Do you have any natural talents or interests? Those are usually good starting points." "I don't have any special talents that I can see, which is why I'm having trouble deciding," Rose answered. "I thought it would be smart to choose something practical and useful, not for fun, but as part of my education and to be prepared if I'm ever poor." She looked almost hopeful at the prospect of poverty, so she could use her practical skills. "Well, there is one excellent, necessary, and womanly skill that no girl should be without. It helps both rich and poor, and family comfort depends on it. This valuable talent is neglected nowadays and considered old-fashioned, which is a mistake I don't intend to make with you. It should be part of every girl's education, and I know an accomplished lady who can teach you in the best way possible." "What is it?" Rose asked eagerly, delighted by his helpful response. "Housekeeping," Dr. Alec announced. "Is that a skill?" Rose asked, her face falling as all her vague, exciting dreams deflated. "Yes, and it's one of the most beautiful and useful arts a woman can learn. Not as romantic as singing, painting, writing, or teaching, perhaps, but one that makes many people happy and comfortable, and makes home the sweetest place in the world. I know your eyes are wide, but it's true. I'd rather see you become a good housekeeper than the most popular girl in town. It won't interfere with any talents you have, but it's an essential part of your education, and I hope you'll start right away now that you're healthy and strong." "Who's the lady?" Rose asked, somewhat impressed by her uncle's passionate speech. "Aunt Plenty." "Is she accomplished?" Rose began wonderingly, for this great-aunt had always seemed the least educated of them all. "In the good old-fashioned way, she's very accomplished. She's made this house a happy home for all of us, for as long as I can remember. She may not be elegant, but she's genuinely good, and so beloved that everyone will mourn when she's gone. No one can replace her. Those solid, practical virtues have gone out of fashion, but nothing new can be half as valuable, at least to me. I'd like people to feel that way about me someday," Rose said. "Can she teach me what she knows and how to become as good as she is?" She felt a twinge of guilt for thinking Aunt Plenty was just an ordinary old lady. "Yes, if you don't look down on the simple lessons she can give. I know it would fill her heart with pride and joy to know that someone wants to learn from her, since she thinks her time has passed. Let her teach you to be what she's been, a skilled, practical, cheerful homemaker who creates and maintains a happy home. You'll soon see what a valuable lesson it is." "I will, Uncle, but how should I start?" "I'll talk to her about it, and she'll arrange everything with Dolly, since cooking is one of the main things you'll need to learn." "That's true. I don't mind cooking at all. I actually enjoy it and used to try at home. But I didn't have anyone to teach me, so I mostly just ruined my aprons. Pies are so much fun, but Dolly is so grumpy that I don't think she'll ever let me do anything in the kitchen." "Then we'll cook in the living room if we have to. I think Aunt Plenty will handle Dolly, so don't worry, but remember this. I'd rather you learn to make good bread than the fanciest pies ever baked. When you bring me a beautiful, wholesome loaf, made entirely by yourself, I'll be more pleased than if you gave me a pair of slippers with the latest embroidery. I'm not trying to bribe you, but I'll give you my biggest kiss and promise to eat every crumb myself." "It's a deal!" Rose cried, dancing ahead of him toward the parlor, where Miss Plenty sat alone, contentedly knitting but ready to run at the first call for help from any corner. No need to describe how surprised and delighted she was at being asked to teach Rose the domestic arts that were her only accomplishments, or how energetically she dove into her pleasant task. Dolly didn't dare complain, since Miss Plenty was the one person she obeyed, and Phoebe openly rejoiced because these new lessons brought Rose closer to her and elevated the kitchen in her eyes. To tell the truth, the elder aunts sometimes felt they didn't get enough time with their beloved niece, who had won their hearts long ago and brought sunshine into the house. They occasionally discussed it, but always concluded that since Alec had all the responsibility, he deserved the larger share of the dear girl's love and time, and they would be content with whatever scraps of affection came their way. Dr. Alec had discovered this secret, and after feeling guilty for being blind and selfish, was trying to find a way to fix things without upsetting anyone. Rose's new interest suggested an excellent method of weaning her a little from himself. He didn't realize how attached he was until he shared her with the new teacher. He often couldn't resist peeking in to see how she was doing, or stealing glances through the door when she was deep in dough, or listening to Aunt Plenty's lessons. They caught him at it occasionally and shooed him away with the rolling pin, or, if they were in a better mood, bribed him away with gingerbread, or a slightly imperfect tart. Of course, he made a point of sampling all the delicious creations that now appeared at the table, since both cooks were trying their best, and he ate like a king every day. But what he loved most was when Rose would blush with pride and say modestly, "I made that, Uncle, and I'm glad you like it." It took some time before the perfect loaf of bread appeared, since bread making is an art not easily mastered, and Aunt Plenty was thorough in her teaching. Rose studied yeast first and progressed through various stages of cakes and biscuits before finally achieving the handsome, wholesome loaf. It appeared at tea time on a silver tray, proudly carried by Phoebe, who couldn't help whispering with a beaming face as she set it before Dr. Alec, "Isn't it beautiful, sir?" "It's absolutely splendid. Did my girl make it all by herself?" he asked, examining the shapely, sweet-smelling bread with genuine interest and pleasure. "Every bit herself, without a word of help or advice from anyone," answered Aunt Plenty, folding her hands with complete satisfaction, as her student had done her proud. "I had so many failures and disasters that I thought I'd never manage to do it alone," Rose said. "Dolly let one perfect batch burn because I forgot about it. She was right there and smelled it burning but didn't do anything. She said when I took on baking bread I had to give it my full attention. Wasn't that harsh? She could have at least called me." "She wanted you to learn through experience, like Rosamond in that story about the purple jar," he replied. "I always thought Rosamond's mother was unfair not to warn her. She was downright mean when Rosamond asked for a bowl for the purple stuff, and she said, 'I didn't agree to lend you a bowl, but one will, my dear.' Ugh, I always want to shake that awful woman, even if she was trying to teach a lesson." "Never mind that now. Tell me all about my loaf," said Dr. Alec, amused by Rose's outburst. "There's nothing to tell, Uncle. I just did my best, focused completely, and watched it the whole time it was in the oven until I was practically baked myself. Everything went right this time, and it came out as a nice, round, crusty loaf, as you can see. Now taste it and tell me if it tastes as good as it looks. Must I cut it? Couldn't I put it under a glass cover and keep it in the parlor like a work of art?" "What an idea, Uncle!" "It would get moldy and spoil. Besides, people would laugh at us. You promised to eat it, and you must. Not all at once, but soon, so I can make you more." Dr. Alec solemnly cut off his favorite crusty slice and ate it, then wiped his lips, brushed back Rose's hair, and solemnly kissed her forehead, saying heartily, "My dear, this is perfect bread, and you're a credit to your teacher. When we open our model school, I'll offer a prize for the best bread, and you'll win it." "I've already got my prize, and I'm completely satisfied," said Rose, slipping into her seat and trying to hide her right hand, which had a burn mark on it. But Dr. Alec noticed it, guessed how it happened, and after tea insisted on treating the pain she was reluctant to admit. "Aunt Clara says I'm ruining my hands, but I don't care," Rose said as they walked up and down the hall in the twilight, her bandaged hand carefully resting on Dr. Alec's arm. "I've had such good times with Aunt Plenty. I think she's enjoyed it as much as I have. But one thing is bothering me, Uncle, and I want to ask you about it." "More confidences?" "I love them, so tell me everything." "Well, I feel like Aunt Peace would like to do something for me, and I think I know what it could be. She can't move around like Aunt Plenty, and we're so busy lately that she seems lonely. I'd like to take sewing lessons from her. She does beautiful work, and it's practical, isn't it? I should be a good needlewoman as well as a housekeeper, right?" "Bless your kind heart. That's exactly what I was thinking about the other day when Aunt Peace mentioned she hardly sees you anymore because you're so busy. I wanted to suggest it, but thought you might already have too much to handle. It would delight her to teach you her delicate handiwork, especially buttonholes. I hear that's where young ladies often struggle. So focus on buttonholes. Practice on all my clothes if you need to. I'll wear any number of them." Rose laughed at this generous offer, but promised to master that important skill, though she confessed darning was her weakness. Uncle Alec immediately volunteered to provide her with socks in various states of disrepair and to get new ones so she could practice running the heels is a pleasant beginning. They went upstairs to make their request properly, to the great joy of gentle Aunt Peace, who became quite excited with the fun they had while winding yarn, finding darning needles, and preparing a nice little mending basket for her pupil. Rose's days were now very busy and happy. In the mornings, she went about the house with Aunt Planty, taking care of linen closets and storerooms, pickling and preserving, exploring the attic and cellar to make sure everything was in order, and learning, in the good old-fashioned way, to manage a household. In the afternoons, after her walk or drive, she sat with Aunt Peace sewing, while Aunt Plenty, whose eyes were failing, knitted and chatted cheerfully, telling many pleasant stories of the old days. The three of them laughed and sometimes cried together, for their busy needles were weaving bright patterns not just in cloth, but in their lives, even as they simply stitched cotton and darned socks. It was a pretty sight to see the rosy-faced girl sitting between the two old ladies, listening attentively to their instructions and brightening the lessons with her lively chatter and happy laugh. If the kitchen had drawn Dr. Alec when Rose was working there, the sewing room proved irresistible, and he made himself so agreeable that no one had the heart to send him away, especially when he read aloud or told stories. "Look, I've made you a new set of warm nightshirts with 4 buttonholes in each. See if they aren't neatly done," Rose said proudly one day, several weeks after the new lessons began. "Perfect down to the last thread, with nice little bars at the end so I can't tear them when I pull the buttons out. Superior work, ma'am, and I'm deeply grateful, so much so that I'll sew these buttons on myself and save those tired fingers from another prick. You'll sew them on?" Rose asked, her eyes wide with amazement. "Just wait till I get my sewing kit, and you'll see what I can do." "Can he really?" Rose asked Aunt Peace after Uncle Alec marched off with an exaggerated air of importance. "Oh yes, I taught him years ago, before he went to sea. I suppose he's had to do things for himself ever since, so he's kept in practice." He definitely had, for he soon returned with a funny little work bag, pulled out a thimble with the top missing, and after threading his needle, began sewing on the buttons so skillfully that Rose was impressed and amused. "I wonder if there's anything in the world you can't do," she said with respectful admiration. "There are a couple of things I haven't mastered yet," he answered with a twinkle in his eye as he waxed his thread with a flourish. "I'd like to know what." "Bread and buttonholes, ma'am." Chapter 17, Good Bargains. It was a rainy Sunday afternoon, and 4 boys were trying to spend it quietly in the library, as Jamie called the room filled with books at Aunt Jessie's. Will and Geordie sprawled on the sofa, deep in stories about troublemakers and street kids that were now all the rage. Archie lounged in the easy chair, surrounded by newspapers, while Charlie stood on the rug in a typical Englishman's pose, and, I'm sorry to say, both were smoking cigars. "I swear this day will never end," complained Prince, with a yawn that nearly split his face. "Read and improve your mind, son," answered Archie, peering solemnly over the newspaper he'd been dozing behind. "Don't lecture me, preacher. Put on your boots and come out for a walk instead of sitting by the fire like an old lady." Archie stopped mid-retort and held up his hand as a pleasant voice called from outside. "Are the boys in the library, Auntie?" "Yes, dear, and they're desperate for sunshine, so go in and bring some," answered Mrs. Jessie. "It's Rose," Archie said, tossing his cigar into the fire. "Why'd you do that?" asked Charlie. "Gentlemen don't smoke in front of ladies." "True, but I'm not wasting mine," Prince said, sticking his cigar into the empty inkstand they used as an ashtray. A gentle knock at the door was answered by a chorus of "Come in," and Rose appeared, looking fresh and bright despite the chilly air. "If I'm interrupting, I can leave," she began, pausing at the threshold with shy hesitation, for something in the older boys' faces made her curious. "You never interrupt us, cousin," the smokers assured her, while the readers tore themselves away from their gritty heroes long enough to nod a friendly greeting. As Rose bent to warm her hands, one end of Archie's cigar stuck out of the ashes, still smoking furiously and smelling strong. "Oh, you bad boys. How could you, today of all days?" she said reproachfully. "What's the harm?" asked Archie. "You know perfectly well. Your mother doesn't like it, and it's a bad habit that wastes money and does you no good." "Nonsense. Every man smokes, even Uncle Alec, whom you think is so perfect," Charlie teased. "No, he doesn't. He gave it up, and I know why," Rose said eagerly. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen the old pipe since he came home." "Did he stop because of us?" asked Archie. "Yes," and Rose told them about the scene on the seashore during their camping trip. Archie seemed genuinely moved. "He won't have done that for nothing, at least as far as I'm concerned. I don't really care about smoking, so I can give it up easily, and I promise I will. I only do it occasionally for fun anyway. You too?" Rose looked hopefully at Charlie, who never looked less charming than at that moment, having resumed his cigar just to annoy her. Charlie cared as little about smoking as Archie did, but he wasn't going to give in so easily. Shaking his head, he took a big puff and said loftily, "You women are always asking us to give up harmless little things just because you don't approve. How would you like it if we did the same to you?" "If I were doing something harmful or silly, I'd thank you for telling me, and I'd try to change," Rose answered sincerely. "Well, let's see if you mean that. I'll give up smoking to please you, if you'll give up something to please me," said Charlie, seeing a chance to lord it over her at little cost to himself. "I'll agree if it's as foolish as cigars." "Oh, it's much sillier." "Then I promise. What is it?" Rose trembled anxiously, wondering which of her precious possessions or habits she'd have to give up. "Give up your earrings," Charlie said with a wicked laugh, certain she would never agree. Rose cried out and clasped both hands to her ears where the gold rings hung. "Oh, Charlie, can't it be something else? I've been through so much teasing and trouble about them, and I finally get to wear my pretty earrings now." "Wear as many as you like, and I'll smoke in peace," he replied smugly. "Won't anything else work?" she pleaded. "Nothing," he said firmly. Rose stood silent for a minute, thinking of something Aunt Jessie once said. "You have more influence over the boys than you know. Use it for their good, and I'll thank you all my life." Here was a chance to do some good by sacrificing a little of her own vanity. She felt it was right, even though it was hard. "Do you mean I can never wear them, Charlie?" she asked, wistfully. "Never, unless you want me to smoke." "I never do." "Then it's a deal." He never expected she would agree, and was shocked when she took the beloved rings from her ears and held them out to him, saying in a voice that made him blush, "I care more about my cousins than my earrings, so I promise, and I'll keep my word." "Shame on you, Prince. Let her wear her little danglers if she wants to." "Don't bargain about doing what you know is right," cried Archie, emerging indignantly from behind his newspaper. But Rose was determined to show her aunt that she could use her influence for the boy's good. "It's fair, and I want it this way, so you'll believe I'm serious. Here, each of you wear one on your watch chain as a reminder. I won't forget, because soon I won't be able to wear earrings even if I wanted to." As she spoke, Rose offered a little ring to each cousin. Seeing how sincere she was, the boys obeyed. Once the pledges were secured, Rose extended a hand to each, and the boys gave hers a hearty squeeze, half pleased and half ashamed of their part in the deal. Just then, Dr. Alec and Mrs. Jessie walked in. "What's this? Dancing on Sunday?" exclaimed Uncle Alec, surveying the trio with surprise. "No, sir, it's the Anti-Tobacco League." "Want to join?" said Charlie, while Rose slipped away to her aunt and Archie hid both cigars behind the back log. When they explained what had happened, the adults were delighted, and Rose received a vote of thanks that made her feel like she'd performed a public service, which she had, for every boy who grows up free from bad habits has the potential to become a good citizen. "I wish Rose would make a bargain with Will and Geordie too, because I think these books are as bad for the younger boys as cigars are for the older ones," said Mrs. Jessie, sitting down on the sofa between the readers, who politely moved their legs to make room. "I thought they were all the rage," said Dr. Alec, settling into the big chair with Rose. "So is smoking, but that doesn't make it good. The authors of these popular stories mean well, I'm sure, but they fail because their message is be clever and get rich, instead of be honest and find happiness." "I'm not judging hastily, Alec. I've read at least a dozen of these stories, and while they have elements that appeal to boys, I find much to criticize, and other parents agree when I ask them." "Come on, Mom, that's not fair. I love these books." "This one's totally awesome," Will protested. "They're cool books. What's the harm?" added Geordie. "You just demonstrated one of the main problems, slang," their mother replied quickly. "We have to have it. If these guys talked normally, the books would be boring," argued Will. "A shoeshine boy can't use proper grammar, and a newsboy has to swear a little, or it wouldn't be realistic," Geordie explained, both boys ready to defend their favorites. "But my sons are neither shoeshine boys nor newsboys, and I object to hearing them use words like awesome and cool in that way." I don't see the benefit of writing books about such people unless it's done very differently. I doubt they help street children become more refined. And I'm certain they do no good for boys from better circumstances, who, through these books, are introduced to police courts, counterfeiters' dens, gambling houses, bars, and all sorts of unsavory places. Some are about really great boys, Mom. They go to sea and study and sail around the world having amazing adventures, Geordie countered. I've read those too, and while they're better than the others, I'm still not satisfied with these unrealistic stories. Boys, is it natural for teenagers to command ships, defeat pirates, outsmart smugglers, and gain so much glory that Admiral Farragut invites them to dinner saying, "Noble boy, you're an honor to your country"? Or if the hero is in the army, he has enough near-death experiences in one small book to turn his hair white, and ends up in Washington at the express invitation of the president to receive endless promotions. Even if the hero is just an honest boy trying to make a living, he's never allowed to do it naturally, through hard work and years of patient effort. Instead, he's suddenly adopted by a millionaire whose wallet he returned, or a rich uncle appears from sea at precisely the right moment, or the remarkable boy earns a few dollars, invests in peanuts or neckties, and gets so rich that Sinbad in the Diamond Valley looks poor by comparison. Isn't that right, boys? Well, the guys in these books are pretty lucky and really smart, I have to admit, answered Will, looking at an illustration showing a small but virtuous youth knocking down a drunk giant in a bar with the caption, "Dick Dauntless punches Sam Soaker's head." These books give boys such wrong ideas about life and business. They show too much evil and vulgarity that they don't need to know about, and make the only success worth having a fortune, a nobleman's daughter, or some worldly honor that's often not worth the effort to win. I wish someone would write stories that are exciting and natural and helpful, tales with good language, strong morals, and characters we can love despite their flaws. I hate seeing crowds of eager little boys at libraries reading such trash, weak when it's not harmful, and completely unsuitable for the hungry minds that devour it for lack of something better. There, my lecture's done. Now I'd like to hear what you gentlemen think. And Aunt Jessie sat back with a pretty flush on her face, full of motherly concern for her boys. Tom Brown is perfect for Mom and me too. I wish Mr. Hughes would write another story just as good, said Archie. You don't find passages like this in Tom Brown, yet these books are in all the Sunday school libraries, Mrs. Jessie said, reading from Will's book. In this place we saw a tooth of John the Baptist. Ben said he could see locust and wild honey stuck to it. I couldn't. Perhaps John used a piece of the true cross as a toothpick. A funny character says that, Mom, and we skipped the parts where they describe what they saw in different countries, Will protested. And those descriptions, probably copied from guidebooks, are the only parts with any real value. The mischief of the bad boys makes up the rest of the story, and that's what you read these books for, I think, his mother answered, gently pushing the hair back from his honest little face, which looked somewhat embarrassed at this accurate assessment. Anyway, Mom, the ship parts are useful because we learn how to sail, which will come in handy when we go to sea, Geordie chimed in. Then perhaps you can explain this maneuver to me, Mrs. Jessie said, reading from another page. The wind is south-southwest, and we can have her up 4 points closer to the wind, and still be 6 points off the wind. As she luffs up, we shall man the fore and main sheets, slack on the weather, and haul on the lee braces. I probably could if I wasn't afraid of Uncle. He knows so much more than me that he'd laugh, Geordie began, clearly confused by the question. Oh, you know you can't. We don't understand half the sailing terms, Mom, and I bet they're all wrong anyway, cried Will, suddenly switching sides, much to Geordie's disgust. I really wish the boys wouldn't talk to me like I'm a ship, said Rose, bringing up her own complaint. Coming home from church this morning, the wind blew my hat around, and Will shouted right in the street, "Brail up the foresail and take in the flying jib, that will steady her." The boys laughed at Rose's plaintive tone, and Will tried in vain to explain that he only meant she should wrap her cloak tighter and secure the feathers in her hat against the wind. To be honest, if the boys must use slang, I can tolerate the sailing terms better than the other kind, their mother said. It bothers me less to hear my sons talk about brailing up the foresail than doing what they darn please, and cut your cable is definitely preferable to let her rip. I once made a rule against slang in the house. I've given up now because I can't enforce it, but I won't allow these trashy books. So Archie, please put these two with your cigars. Mrs. Jessie held both small boys firmly with an arm around each neck, and they could only squirm in dismay. Yes, right behind the back log, she continued firmly. Now, my hearties, since you like sailing slang, I'll use some. I want you to promise not to read any more of this stuff for a month, and I'll provide you with better material." "Oh, Mom, not even one?" Will cried. "Couldn't we just finish these?" Geordie pleaded. "The boys threw away half-smoked cigars, and your books must follow them. Surely you wouldn't be outdone by the big guys, as you call them, or be less obedient to your mother than they were to Rose." "Of course not. Come on, Geordie," Will said, making the promise like a hero. His brother sighed and obeyed, but privately decided to finish his story the minute the month was over. "You've set yourself a challenging task, Jesse, trying to find good reading for boys who've been living on these sensational stories. It'll be like going from raspberry tarts to plain bread and butter, but you'll probably save them from indigestion," said Dr. Alec, amused by the scene. "I remember Grandpa saying that a love of good books was one of the best safeguards a man could have," Archie remarked, looking thoughtfully at the fine library around them. "Yes, but there's no time to read nowadays. A guy has to keep hustling to make money or he's nobody," Charlie cut in, trying to sound worldly wise. "This obsession with money is America's curse. Men will sell honor and honesty for it until we don't know who to trust. Only a genius like Agassiz dares to say, 'I cannot waste my time getting rich,'" Mrs. Jesse said sadly. "Do you want us to be poor, Mother?" asked Archie, confused. "No, dear, and you never need to be as long as you can use your hands. But I fear this thirst for wealth and the temptations it brings. Oh, my boys, I tremble for the time when I must let you go, because it would break my heart to see you fail as so many do. It would be easier to see you dead if it could be said of you, as it was of Sumner, 'No man dared offer him a bribe.'" Mrs. Jesse was so earnest in her motherly concern that her voice faltered, and she hugged the blonde heads closer, as if afraid to let them leave that safe harbor for the great sea where so many small boats sink. The younger boys nestled against her, and Archie said quietly but firmly, "I can't promise to be an Agassiz or a Sumner, Mother, but I do promise to be an honest man, God willing." "Then I'm satisfied." Holding the hand he offered, she sealed his promise with a kiss full of a mother's hope and faith. "I don't see how they could ever be bad when she loves and believes in them so much," whispered Rose, touched by the scene. "You must help her shape them into what they should be. You've already started, and when I see those rings where they are, my girl looks prettier to me than if the largest diamonds were sparkling in her ears," answered Dr. Alec, regarding her with approving eyes. "I'm so glad you think I can make a difference. I really want to be useful. Everyone is so good to me, especially Aunt Jessie. I think you're well on your way to repaying those debts, Rosie." When girls give up their small vanities and boys their minor vices, and they try to strengthen each other in doing right, things are moving in the right direction. Keep at it, my dear, and help their mother make these boys worthy friends for an innocent girl like you. They'll be better men for it, I promise. Chapter 18, Fashion and Physiology. "Sir, I think you'd better come up right away, or it'll be too late. I heard Miss Rose say she knew you wouldn't like it, and she'd never dare let you see her." Phoebe said this, popping her head into the study where Dr. Alec sat reading a new book. "They're at it, aren't they?" he asked, looking up quickly and shaking himself as if preparing for battle. "Yes, sir, arguing as hard as they can. Miss Rose doesn't seem to know what to do. The clothes are very stylish, and she looks elegant in them, though I prefer her in the old ones," Phoebe answered. "You're a sensible girl. I'll settle things for Rose, and you can help. Is everything ready in her room? Are you sure you understand how they work?" "Oh, yes, sir, but they're so funny. I know Miss Rose will think it's a joke." Phoebe laughed as if something tickled her immensely. "Never mind what she thinks as long as she obeys. Tell her to do it for me, and she'll find it's the best joke ever. I expect a tough time, but we'll win," said the doctor as he marched upstairs with the book in hand and an odd smile on his face. There was such a chatter of voices in the sewing room that no one heard his knock, so he pushed the door open and observed the scene. Aunt Plenty, Aunt Clara, and Aunt Jessie were absorbed in watching Rose, who slowly turned between them and the large mirror, modeling a complete winter outfit in the latest fashion. "Good grief. Even worse than I expected," thought the doctor with an inward groan. To his untrained eye, the girl looked like a trussed chicken, and the fancy new dress had neither grace, beauty, nor practicality. The outfit consisted of two peculiar shades of blue, arranged so that patches of light and dark confused the eye. The upper skirt was tied so tightly back that walking normally was impossible, and the lower one was so loaded with pleated frills that it wobbled awkwardly in front and back. A bunch of fabric gathered just below the waist behind, topped by a large bow, A small matching jacket featured a high ruff at the back and was open in front to display lace and a locket. Heavy fringes, bows, puffs, ruffles, and reavers completed the dress, creating a headache-inducing amount of wasted work. Not a single graceful line caught the eye, and the beauty of the material was lost in the excessive ornamentation. A tall velvet hat, boldly turned up in front with pink roses and a sweeping feather, perched over one ear, and with her curls braided into a club at the back of her neck, Rose's head looked more like that of a dashing young cavalier than a modest girl. High-heeled boots tilted her forward, a tiny muff pinned her arms, and a spotted veil tied so tightly over her face that it rumpled her eyelashes completed the ridiculous ensemble. "Now she looks like other girls, the way I like to see her," Mrs. Clara said with great satisfaction. "She does look like a fashionable young lady, but somehow I miss my little Rose." "Children dressed like children in my day," replied Aunt Plenty, peering through her glasses with concern. She couldn't imagine this creature ever sitting in her lap, running to help her, or filling the house with a child's cheerful presence. "Things have changed since your time, Aunt, and it takes a while to get used to new ways. But Jessie, surely you like this outfit better than the plain things Rose has been wearing all summer. Be honest now," urged Mrs. Clara, determined to be praised for her efforts. "Well, dear, to be completely honest, I think it's horrifying," Mrs. Jessie answered with a candor that made Rose stop her twirling in dismay. "Here, here," called a deep voice, and with a general start the ladies realized their opponent had arrived. Rose blushed to the brim of her hat and stood feeling and looking foolish, while Mrs. Clara hastened to explain. "Of course I don't expect you to like it, Alec, but I don't consider you qualified to judge what's proper and becoming for a young lady. So I've taken the liberty of providing a pretty street outfit for Rose. She doesn't have to wear it if you object, since I know we promised to let you do what you thought best with the poor dear for a year." "So this is a street costume?" asked the doctor mildly. "I never would have guessed it was meant for winter weather and walking." "Take a turn, Rose, and let me see all its beauties and advantages." Rose tried to walk naturally, but the lower skirt got in her way, the upper skirt was too tight for a proper step, and her boots made it impossible to stand up straight. "I'm not used to it yet," she said irritably, kicking at her train as she turned to totter back. "Suppose a mad dog or runaway horse was chasing you. Could you get away without falling over?" asked the doctor, eyes twinkling as he looked at the rakish hat. "I don't think so, but I'll try," Rose said, making a dash across the room. Her boot heels caught on a rug, several strings broke, her hat fell over her eyes, and she tumbled into a chair, where she sat laughing so infectiously that everyone but Mrs. Clara joined in. "I'd say a walking outfit in which one cannot walk, and a winter outfit that exposes the throat, head, and feet to cold and damp is quite a failure, Clara, especially since it has no beauty to make up for its complete impracticality," said Dr. Alec, as he helped Rose undo her veil. He added quietly, "Bad for the eyes, too. You'll see spots with it off as well as on, and eventually need an eye doctor." "No beauty," cried Mrs. Clara indignantly. "That's typical male blindness. This is the finest silk and camel's hair, with real ostrich feathers and an expensive ermine muff. What could be more tasteful or appropriate for a young girl?" "I'll show you if Rose will go to her room and put on what she finds there," answered the doctor, surprisingly accommodating. "Alec, if it's bloomers, I'll protest. I've been expecting it, but I can't bear to see that pretty child sacrificed to your radical ideas about health. Tell me it's not bloomers." Mrs. Clara clasped her hands imploringly. "It's not." "Thank heaven," she sighed with relief, adding plaintively, "I did hope you'd accept my outfit. Poor Rose has suffered with such awful clothes for so long that any girl's taste would be ruined." "You talk about my mistreating the child, then turn her into a ridiculous spectacle like that," replied the doctor, pointing to Rose, who was scurrying away as fast as she could. He closed the door with a shrug, but before anyone could speak, his sharp eye spotted something that made him frown and demand indignantly, "After everything I've said, were you really going to tempt my girl with those terrible things?" "I thought we put them away when she refused them," Mrs. Clara murmured, guiltily hiding a pair of corsets. "I only brought them to try, since Rose is getting plump and will have no figure if it's not addressed soon," she added with such conviction that it further incensed the doctor, as this was one of his particular grievances. "Getting plump, yes, thank heaven she is, and she'll continue to do so. Nature knows how to shape a woman better than any corset maker, and I won't allow interference. My dear Clara, have you lost your mind to even consider putting a growing girl into a torture device like this? With a sudden motion, he pulled out the offending corsets from under the sofa cushion and held them up with the expression one might wear upon discovering medieval instruments of torture. Don't be absurd, Alec. There's no torture involved. Tight lacing is out of fashion, and we have sensible ones now. Everyone wears them. Even babies have stiffened waistbands to support their weak backs, Mrs. Clara said, rushing to defend a cherished belief of most women. I know, and that's why the poor little things have weak backs all their lives, just like their mothers before them. It's pointless to argue about it, and I won't try, but I want to make one thing clear. If I ever see corsets near Rose, I'll throw them in the fire and you can send me the bill. As he moved to destroy them, Mrs. Jessie caught his arm, saying cheerfully, Don't burn them for goodness sake, Alec. They're full of whalebone and will smell terrible. Give them to me. I'll make sure they do no harm. Whalebone indeed, a virtual fence of them, with metal gateposts in front. As if our own bones were enough if we'd let them do their job, grumbled the doctor, surrendering the disputed item with a final shake of disgust. Then his face suddenly cleared, and he held up a finger, smiling. Listen to those girls laugh. Cramped lungs couldn't make such joyful sounds. Peals of laughter came from Rose's room, and smiles involuntarily touched the lips of those who heard the happy sound. Another of your schemes, Alec? Asked Aunt Plenty indulgently, having come to believe in most of her nephew's unusual ideas because they worked so well. Yes, ma'am, my latest, and I hope you'll like it. I discovered what Clara was planning and prepared my own alternative outfit for today. I'm not going to torture Rose, but let her choose, and if I'm not completely mistaken, she'll prefer my option. While we wait, I'll explain so you'll better appreciate the overall effect. I found this little book and was impressed by its good sense and taste, as it suggests a way to dress women both healthfully and attractively, a major accomplishment. It starts with the foundations, as you'll see if you look at these illustrations, and I think women would rejoice at this lightening of their burdens. As he spoke, the doctor showed the book to Aunt Plenty, who obediently put on her spectacles to examine the illustrations, and after a long look exclaimed with a scandalized expression, Mercy on us, these look like Jamie's pajamas. You don't mean you want Rose to appear in this outfit? It's improper, and I won't allow it. I do mean it, and I'm sure my sensible aunt will agree when she understands that these, I'll use an Indian term and call them pajamas, are for underwear, and Rose can wear as pretty dresses as she likes over them. These two suits of flannel, each in one piece from head to foot, with a skirt or two hung on this comfortable waistband, will keep her warm without burdening her with belts, gathers, buckles, and bunches around the waist, and leave her muscles free to move properly. She'll never have back pain if I can help it, nor any of the other problems you ladies think are unavoidable. I don't think it's decent, and I'm sure Rose will be shocked, began Mrs. Clara, but stopped suddenly as Rose appeared in the doorway, looking anything but shocked. Come in, my health-conscious model, and let us see you, said her uncle with an approving glance as she walked in, looking so mischievously merry that she clearly enjoyed the joke. Well, I don't see anything special. It's a neat, plain outfit with good materials, and it's not unflattering if you want her to look like a little schoolgirl, but it has no style at all. No one would give it a second glance, said Mrs. Clara, effectively condemning the whole thing with her last remark. Exactly what I wanted, replied the doctor, rubbing his hands with satisfaction. Rose now looks like what she is, a modest young girl who doesn't want to be stared at. I think she would get approving glances from people who value sense and simplicity over fuss and feathers. Turn around, my dear, and let me refresh my eyes. There wasn't much to see. Just a pretty brown Gabrielle dress reaching to the tops of sensible low-heeled boots. A sealskin jacket, cap, and mittens, with a glimpse of scarlet at the throat and pretty curls tied with a bright velvet ribbon of the same color, completed the outfit, making her look like a robin redbreast, wintry yet warm. How do you like it, Rose? Asked the doctor, feeling that her opinion mattered more to his new idea's success than what any of the aunts thought. I feel strange and light, but I'm warm as toast, and nothing seems to be in my way, answered Rose, demonstrating with a skip that showed shapely legs that could now move as freely as a boy's under her modest skirts. You can run away from mad dogs and walk briskly without falling on your face now, I imagine? Yes, Uncle. If a dog comes after me, I can just hop over a wall like this, and when I walk on a cold day, I can move like this. Fully embracing the spirit of the demonstration, Rose vaulted over the high back of the sofa as easily as one of her cousins, then walked down the long hall as if her sturdy boots were related to the famous 7-league boots. "There, you see what happens. Dress her like a boy, and she'll act like one." "I hate these inventions of strong-minded women," exclaimed Mrs. Clara as Rose came running back. "Ah, but some of these sensible inventions come from fashionable designers who will make you look stylish outside while keeping you comfortable inside. Mrs. Van Tassel has been to Madame Stone and is wearing a complete outfit like this. Van himself told me, when I asked how she was, that she'd given up lying on the sofa and was moving about amazingly well, considering her delicate health." "You don't say!" "Let me see that book a moment," said Aunt Clara, examining the new patterns with more respect. If the elegant Mrs. Van Tassel wore these dreadful things, she couldn't risk being left behind, despite her prejudices. Dr. Alec looked at Mrs. Jessie, and both smiled, for little Mum had been in on the secret and enjoyed it thoroughly. "I thought that would settle it," he said with a knowing nod. "I didn't wait for Mrs. Van to lead the way. For once, I've adopted a new fashion before Clara. My freedom suit is already ordered, and you may see me playing tag with Rose and the boys before long," replied Mrs. Jessie, nodding back at him. Meanwhile, Aunt Plenty was examining Rose's outfit, as the hat and jacket were off, and the girl was eagerly explaining the new undergarments. "See, Auntie, all nice warm scarlet flannel, with a cute little petticoat and long stockings. So cozy. Phoebe and I nearly died laughing when I put this on, but I like it so much. The dress is so comfortable and doesn't need a belt or sash, and I can sit without rumpling any trimming, which is a relief. I like being neat, and when I wear fussy clothes, I'm always thinking about them, which gets tiresome. Please say you like it." I decided I would, just to please Uncle, because he knows more about health than anyone, and I'd wear a sack if he asked me to. "I'm not asking that, Rose. I just want you to compare the two outfits and choose what seems best. I'll leave it to your common sense," Dr. Alec answered, confident he'd won. "Well, I choose this one, of course, Uncle. The other is fashionable, and yes, I have to admit it's pretty, but it's so heavy, and I'd have to move like a walking doll if I wore it. I'm very grateful to Auntie, but I'd rather keep this, please." Rose spoke gently but decisively, though she looked regretfully at the other outfit Phoebe had brought in. It was natural to want to look like other girls, Aunt Clara sighed. Uncle Alec smiled and said warmly, "Thank you, dear. Now read this book, and you'll understand why I asked this of you. Then, if you like, I'll give you a new lesson. You asked for one yesterday, and this is more important than French or housekeeping." "Oh, what is it?" Rose asked eagerly, picking up the book Mrs. Clara had tossed aside with disgust. Though Dr. Alec was 40, his boyish love of teasing remained, and feeling triumphant in his victory, he couldn't resist shocking Mrs. Clara by suggesting something outrageous. He answered, half serious and half joking, "Physiology, Rose. How would you like to be a little medical student with Uncle Doctor as your teacher, ready to take over his practice when he retires? If you agree, I'll dig up my old skeleton tomorrow." That was too much for Aunt Clara, who hastily departed with her mind troubled by thoughts of Mrs. Van Tassel's new wardrobe and Rose's new area of study. Chapter 19. Brother Bones. Rose accepted her uncle's offer, as Aunt Myra discovered a few days later. Coming for an early visit and hearing voices in the study, she opened the door, gave a cry, and quickly closed it, looking quite startled. The doctor appeared immediately and asked what was wrong. "How can you ask when that long box looks so much like a coffin? And that dreadful thing stared me in the face as I opened the door," answered Mrs. Myra, pointing to the skeleton that hung cheerfully grinning at visitors from the chandelier. "This is a medical school where women are welcome, so come in, madam, and join the class if you'd do me the honor," said the doctor, waving her forward with his most polite bow. "Do come in, Auntie. It's absolutely fascinating," called Rose's voice, and her bright face appeared behind the skeleton's ribs, smiling and nodding happily. "What are you doing, child?" demanded Aunt Myra, dropping into a chair and staring around. "I'm learning about bones today, and I love it. Did you know there are 12 ribs, and the bottom 2 are called floating ribs because they're not attached to the breastbone? That's why they move in so easily if you lace a corset tight and squeeze the lungs and heart in the, let me think of that big word, oh yes, the thoracic cavity." Rose beamed with pride as she showed off her new knowledge. "Do you think this is appropriate for her to be studying? She's a sensitive child, and I'm afraid it will be bad for her," said Aunt Myra, watching Rose as she counted vertebrae and wiggled a hip joint in its socket curiously. "It's an excellent subject, especially since she enjoys it. I want to teach her how to manage her nerves so they won't burden her, as happens to many women through ignorance or thoughtlessness. Making a mystery or something frightening out of these things is a mistake. I want Rose to understand and respect her body so well that she won't dare mistreat it as most women do. And she actually likes it. I love it, Auntie. It's all so amazing and so perfectly designed, you can hardly believe what you see. Just think, there are 600 million air cells in one pair of lungs and 2,000 pores in every square inch of skin. That shows how much air we need and how carefully we should treat our skin so all the tiny openings work properly. And brains, Auntie, you have no idea how fascinating they are. I haven't gotten to them yet, but I can't wait. Uncle is going to show me a model you can take apart. Imagine seeing all the organs in their places. I only wish they could actually work like ours do. Aunt Myra's expression was a sight to behold as Rose spoke excitedly with one hand resting in a friendly way on the skeleton's shoulder. Every word from both the doctor and Rose struck a nerve, and as she listened, she seemed to see an array of bottles and pillboxes rise before her, reproaching her for the ignorance and thoughtlessness that had made her what she was, a nervous, unhappy woman with digestive problems. Well, you might be right, Alec, but I wouldn't go too far with it. Women don't need much of this kind of knowledge and aren't suited for it. I couldn't bear to touch that ugly thing, and it gives me the creeps to hear about organs, said Aunt Myra with a sigh, hand on her side. Wouldn't it be comforting to know that your liver is on the right side, Auntie, not the left? Asked Rose with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes, for she'd recently learned that Aunt Myra's supposed liver complaint wasn't even in the right location. It's a dying world, child, and it hardly matters where the pain is, because sooner or later we all pass away and are seen no more, was Aunt Myra's cheerful reply. Well, I plan to know what kills me if I can. Meanwhile, I'm going to enjoy myself despite a dying world. I wish you would too and come study with Uncle. It would do you good, I'm sure. And Rose returned to counting vertebrae with such a happy face that Aunt Myra couldn't bring herself to dampen her enthusiasm. Perhaps it's best to let her do what she likes during the short time she's with us. But please be careful with her, Alec, and don't let her overwork, she whispered as she left. That's exactly what I'm trying to do, ma'am, and it's quite a challenge, he added as he closed the door, for the dear aunt sometimes interfered with his plans. Half an hour later came another interruption in the form of Mac, who announced his arrival with the brief but elegant comment, "Hey, what new game is this?" Rose explained, and Mac walked slowly around the skeleton, observing gravely, "Brother Bones looks cheerful enough, but I can't say much for his looks. Don't make fun of him. He's a good old fellow, and you'd be just as ugly if your flesh was gone," said Rose, warmly defending her new friend. "I suppose so, which is why I'll keep my flesh on, thanks." "You're too busy to read to a fellow now, I guess?" asked Mac, whose eyes were better but still too weak for books. "Why don't you join my class? Uncle explains everything, and you can look at the pictures as we go. We'll skip Bones today and do eyes instead. That should interest you more," Rose suggested, noticing Mac's wistful glance toward the forbidden books. "Rose, we shouldn't jump from one subject to another like this," Dr. Alec began, but she whispered quickly with a nod toward Mac, whose magnifying glasses were turned longingly toward the shelved medical texts. "He's feeling down today, and we should cheer him up. Give a little lesson on eyes. It'll be good for him. Don't worry about me, Uncle." "Very well. The class will please be seated," the doctor said, giving the table a formal rap. "Come sit by me, and we can both see the pictures. If your head gets tired, you can lie down," said Rose, generously including her cousin and thoughtfully accommodating the weaknesses that everyone experiences. Side by side they sat, listening to a simple explanation of how the eye works. It was as fascinating as a fairy tale, with detailed illustrations and a very willing teacher who made the lesson enjoyable. "Man, if I had known what damage I was doing to this delicate machine, you wouldn't have caught me reading by firelight or studying in bright sunlight," said Mac, solemnly examining a magnified eyeball. Pushing it away, he added indignantly, "Why isn't a person taught about how their body works and how to take care of it, instead of blundering into all kinds of problems? Telling us after we're already hurt doesn't help much. By then, we've figured it out ourselves and won't thank you." "That's exactly what I keep saying, and people won't listen. You boys especially need this knowledge, and parents should be able to teach you. Few can, so we all stumble along, as you say. I'd rather my boys learned less Greek and Latin and more about health. Mathematics is fine, but morals are better, and I wish I could help teachers and parents understand this as they should. Some do. Aunt Jessie and her boys have great talks, and I wish we could too. But Mother's so busy with housework, and Father with his business, that there never seems to be time for that sort of thing. Even if there was, it doesn't seem like it would be easy to talk to them because we've never gotten into the habit, you know. Poor Mac was right, and he expressed a need that many young people feel. Parents are often too absorbed in work and household duties to study their children and nurture the natural confidence that is a child's best protection and a parent's greatest influence. So young hearts hide their troubles or temptations until the damage is done and mutual regret comes too late. Fortunate are the children who freely share everything with their parents, assured of understanding, help, and forgiveness. And 3 times fortunate are the parents who, through their own experience and virtues, can guide and inspire the souls entrusted to them. This longing stirred in the hearts of Rose and Mac, and by natural instinct, both turned to Dr. Alec. In this strange world of ours, parental hearts often beat warmly and wisely in the chests of bachelor uncles and maiden aunts. These worthy souls are nature's beautiful provision for nurturing other people's children, and they certainly find great joy in it, receiving innocent affection that might otherwise be lost. Dr. Alec was one such person, and his big heart had room for all 8 cousins, especially orphaned Rose and suffering Mac. So when the boy unknowingly reproached his parents, and Rose added with a sigh, "It must be wonderful to have a mother," the good doctor felt for them deeply. Closing his book with a decisive thump, he said warmly, "Listen, children, just come and tell me all your worries, and with God's help, I'll try to solve them. That's what I'm here for, I believe, and it would make me very happy if you trust me." "We can, Uncle, and we will," both answered with a heartiness that pleased him greatly. "Good! Now class is dismissed, and I suggest you go refresh your 600 million air cells with a brisk run in the garden. Come back any time, Mac, and we'll teach you all we can about your machinery, as you call it, so you can keep it running smoothly." Mac did return, glad to find something he could study despite his weak eyes, and learned much that was more valuable than anything his school had taught him. Of course, the other boys teased them mercilessly about the whole thing, but they persisted. Then, one day, something happened that made the other cousins behave themselves forever after. It was a holiday, and Rose, alone in her room, thought she heard her cousins' voices downstairs. She ran down to greet them but found no one there. "They'll be here soon, and then we'll have fun," she said to herself. Thinking she'd been mistaken, she went into the study to wait. As she examined a map on the table, she heard an odd noise, a gentle tapping that seemed to come from inside the tall case where the skeleton was kept when not in use. The case stood upright in a niche between 2 bookcases at the back of the room, in a shadowy corner where Brother Bones, as the boys called him, was out of the way. As Rose looked in that direction, wondering if a rat was trapped inside, the case door slowly opened, and to her shock, she saw a bony arm lift and a skeletal finger beckon to her. For a moment she was frightened and ran to the study door with a pounding heart, but just as she touched the handle, she heard a muffled giggle that made her stop and turn red with anger. She paused briefly to collect herself, then crept softly toward the beckoning skeleton. A closer look revealed black threads tied to the arm and fingers, the ends disappearing through holes drilled in the back of the case. Peering into the dark recess, she also glimpsed an elbow covered in familiar rough gray cloth. In a flash, she understood the prank. Her fear vanished, and with a wicked smile she pulled out her scissors, cut the threads, and the bony arm dropped with a clatter. Before she could say, "Come out, Charlie, and leave my skeleton alone," a sudden eruption of boys, all highly amused, revealed to the hidden prankster that his joke had failed. "I told him not to do it because it might scare you," explained Archie, emerging from the closet. "I had smelling salts ready in case you fainted," added Steve, popping up from behind the large armchair. "It's no fun if you don't scream and run." "We were ready to chase you," complained Will and Geordie, rolling out from under the sofa in a jumbled heap. "You're getting too brave, Rose. Most girls would have freaked out seeing old Bones here wiggling his finger at them," grumbled Charlie, squeezing out from his cramped hiding place, dusty and disappointed. "I'm used to your tricks now, so I'm always on guard. But I won't let you make fun of Brother Bones. I know Uncle wouldn't like it, so please stop," Rose began just as Dr. Alec walked in and, sizing up the situation at a glance, said quietly, "Let me tell you how I got that skeleton, and I think you'll treat it with respect afterward." The boys immediately settled on the nearest pieces of furniture and listened attentively. "Years ago, when I worked in a hospital, a poor man was brought in with a rare and extremely painful disease. There was no hope for him, But we did our best, and he was so grateful that when he died, he left his body to us to study his illness and help others with the same condition. His donation did accomplish that, and we remembered him long after he was gone for his brave patience. He thought I'd been kind to him and told a fellow student of mine, "Tell the doctor I leave him my bones, for I've nothing else in the world, and I'll not be needing them when this terrible pain has killed me." That's how they came to be mine, and why I've kept them carefully. Though he was just a poor, uneducated man, Mike Nolan did what he could to help others and show gratitude to those who tried to help him. As Dr. Alec finished, Archie closed the case door as respectfully as if it contained the remains of a king. Will and Geordie looked solemnly at each other, clearly moved, and Charlie thoughtfully remarked from the coal bin where he sat, "I've often heard of a skeleton in the closet, but I think few people have one as useful and interesting as ours." Chapter 20. Under the Mistletoe. Rose made Phoebe promise to bring her stocking into the bower, as she called her pretty bedroom, on Christmas morning. After all, the first delicious rummage through stockings loses half its magic if you don't have someone to share your excitement with. So when Rose opened her eyes that morning, she spotted faithful Phoebe wrapped in a shawl, sitting on the rug before a blazing fire with her untouched stocking beside her. "Merry Christmas," Rose called, smiling brightly. "Merry Christmas," Phoebe answered with such genuine warmth that it lifted the spirits of anyone who heard it. "Bring the stockings over, Phoebe. Let's see what we got," said Rose, sitting up among her pillows, her face glowing with childlike anticipation. They spread their lumpy stockings across the bed coverlet and examined the contents with delight, though each already knew exactly what had been tucked into the other's stocking. The gifts themselves don't matter much to our story. What matters is how perfectly satisfied they were. Rose leaned back with a contented sigh and declared, "I honestly think I have everything in the world I could possibly want," while Phoebe, smiling over her own lap full of treasures, said, "This is the most amazing Christmas I've ever had in my whole life." Then she added with an air of importance, "You should wish for something else, because I happen to know there are 2 more presents waiting outside the door right now." "Oh my goodness, how spoiled I am," cried Rose with excitement. "I used to wish for glass slippers like Cinderella's, but since that's impossible, I really can't think of anything else to ask for." Phoebe clapped her hands as she jumped off the bed and ran to the door, saying cheerfully, "Well, one of them is definitely for your feet. I'm not sure what you'll think of the other one, but I think it's fantastic." Rose agreed completely when a beautiful pair of skates and a fine sled appeared. "Uncle sent these. I know he did. And now that I see them, I remember I did want to skate and go sledding. Isn't it beautiful? Look, they fit perfectly." Rose sat on her new sled and tried one skate on her bare foot, while Phoebe watched with admiration. "We'd better hurry and get dressed," Rose continued. "There's so much to do today, and I want to finish everything in time to try my sled before dinner. Goodness, I should be dusting the parlors this very minute." And with that, mistress and maid went their separate ways, both wearing such happy expressions that anyone would have known it was Christmas without being told. "Burnham Wood has come to Dunsinane, Rosie," said Dr. Alec as he opened the door for a procession of holly, hemlock, and cedar branches being carried up the steps. Snowballs and cheerful Merry Christmas greetings flew back and forth for several minutes before everyone set to work decorating the old house, where the whole family would gather for dinner. "I rode for miles and miles," as Ben would say, "to get this special piece, and I'm going to hang it up as the finishing touch to our decorations," said Charlie, as he fastened a dull green branch to the chandelier in the front parlor. "It's not very pretty," said Rose, who was arranging glossy holly sprigs along the mantelpiece. "That doesn't matter. It's mistletoe. Anyone who stands under it gets kissed, whether they like it or not." "Now's your chance, ladies," replied mischievous Charlie, staying firmly in place and giving the girls a theatrical, sentimental look. They quickly retreated from the danger zone. "You won't catch me," Rose said with great dignity. "We'll see about that." "I've got my eye on Phoebe," announced Will in a teasing tone that made everyone laugh. "Bless your heart, I don't mind a bit," answered Phoebe, with such a motherly air that Will's budding gallantry withered on the spot. "Oh, the mistletoe bough," sang Rose. "Oh, the mistletoe bough," echoed all the boys. And the teasing ended with everyone singing the well-loved old song together. There was plenty of time to try the new skates before dinner. Rose took her first skating lesson on the little bay, which seemed to have frozen over just for that purpose. She spent a lot of time falling down and getting back up. Warm work indeed. But with 6 boys teaching her, she eventually managed to stand on her own. Satisfied with that success, she rewarded herself with a dozen thrilling sled rides down the hill on her new sled, which she had named Amazon. "That terrible color. It breaks my heart to see it," complained Aunt Myra, as Rose came downstairs a little late for dinner, her cheeks nearly as red as the holly berries on the wall, and her curls perfectly arranged by Phoebe's careful hands. "I'm glad to see that Alec lets the poor child make herself pretty despite his ridiculous ideas," added Aunt Clara, deeply pleased that Rose's blue silk dress had 3 frills on it. "She's a very intelligent child with nice manners," observed Aunt Jane with unusual friendliness, as Rose had just handed Mac a screen to protect his eyes from the bright fire. "If I had a daughter like that to introduce to my Jim when he gets home, I'd be the proudest, happiest woman alive," thought Aunt Jessie, then immediately felt guilty for not being completely satisfied with her 4 brave sons. Aunt Plenty was too focused on dinner preparations to notice anything else. If she had been paying attention, she would have seen how the boys reacted to her new cap. The good lady admitted she did love a fancy cap, and today her headwear was magnificent. The towering structure of lace was decorated with so many buff-colored ribbons that it looked like a flock of yellow butterflies had landed on her dear old head. When she bustled around the rooms, the lace ruffles quivered, the little bows stood at attention, and the streamers fluttered so comically that Archie had to hide the younger boys behind the curtains until they got their laughter under control. Uncle Mac had brought Fun C to dinner, which turned out to be a blessing, because the older boys could channel their amusement into joking with the young Chinese man about his transformed appearance. He now wore American clothes and had a short haircut, and after 6 months in school, he spoke remarkably good English. Nevertheless, his yellow face and dark eyes created an interesting contrast to the blonde Campbells surrounding him. Will nicknamed him Typhoon, meaning tycoon, and the name stuck despite Funcy's protests. Aunt Peace was brought downstairs and placed in the seat of honor at the table. She never missed joining the family on Christmas, and sat smiling at everyone, like the embodiment of peace on earth, as Uncle Alec said when he took his place beside her. Uncle Mac supported Aunt Plenty at the other end of the table. "I barely ate any breakfast, and I've done everything I can to make myself extra hungry. But I honestly don't think I can eat everything without popping the buttons off my clothes," Geordie whispered to Will as he surveyed the feast before him with a hopeless sigh. "You never know what you can do until you try," replied Will, attacking his heaped plate with clear determination to do his duty like a man. "Everyone knows what a Christmas dinner is like, so we won't waste time describing this one. Let's skip ahead to what happened at the end." The end, by the way, was so long in coming that they had to light the lamps before dessert was over, as the snow flurry had started and the winter daylight faded quickly. But that only made the warm, bright rooms filled with happy souls even more cheerful. Everyone was in high spirits, but Archie seemed particularly excited, so much so that Charlie whispered to Rose that he was worried the chief had been drinking from the decanters. Rose indignantly denied this, pointing out that when healths were drunk in the traditional way to please the elders, she had noticed Aunt Jessie's boys filled their glasses with water, and she had done the same despite Charlie's jokes about the Rosie. But Archie was acting unusually animated, and when someone mentioned that it was the anniversary of Uncle Jim's wedding and wished he were there to make a speech, his son surprised everyone by trying to do it for him. His speech was somewhat rambling and flowery, as first attempts often are, but the ending was considered superb. Turning to his mother with a slight catch in his voice, he said she deserved to be blessed with peace and plenty, to be crowned with roses and love, and to receive the cargo of happiness sailing home to her, in spite of wind or tide, to add another gem to the family jewels. That reference to the captain, now on his voyage home, made Mrs. Jessie cry into her napkin and set the boys cheering. Then, as if that wasn't dramatic enough, Archie suddenly bolted from the room. "Too embarrassed to stay and be praised," Charlie explained, defending his chief as duty-bound. Phoebe signaled to him. "I saw her," cried Rose, staring hard at the door. "Are more presents coming?" asked Jamie, just as his brother reappeared looking even more excited. "Yes, a present for Mother, and here it is," shouted Archie, throwing the door wide to let in a tall man who called out, "Where's my little woman? First kiss for her, then everyone else can line up." Before he'd even finished speaking, Mrs. Jessie was half hidden under his heavy coat, and 4 boys were dancing around him, each demanding to be next. Naturally, there was a joyful commotion for a while. Rose slipped into the window alcove and watched the scene unfold like a chapter from a Christmas story. It was wonderful to see Uncle Jem proudly look at his tall son and affectionately hug his younger ones. It was even better to watch him shake his brother's hands as if he'd never stop, and kiss all the sisters in a way that made even solemn Aunt Myra brighten for a moment. But best of all was seeing him finally settled in grandfather's chair with his little woman beside him, his 3 youngest boys in his lap, and Archie hovering over him like an oversized guardian angel. It truly was, as Charlie said, a scene to warm your heart. "All healthy, and all here, thank God," said Captain Jem during the first pause, looking around gratefully. "All except Rose," loyal little Jamie pointed out, remembering the absent. "I forgot about the child." "Where's George's little girl?" asked the captain, who hadn't seen her since she was a baby. "You'd better say Alec's tall girl," said Uncle Mac, who pretended to be terribly jealous of his brother. "Here I am, sir," Rose said, stepping out from behind the curtains, looking as if she'd rather have stayed hidden. "Good heavens, how the little one has grown!" exclaimed Captain Jem, as he shooed the boys off his lap and stood to greet the tall girl like the gentleman he was. But when he shook her hand, it looked so small in his large one, and her face reminded him so much of his dead brother that a simple handshake didn't feel right. With a sudden softening of his sharp eyes, he took her in his arms and whispered against her smooth cheek, "God bless you, child. Forgive me for forgetting you for a minute, and know that not one of your relatives is happier to see you here than Uncle Jem." That made everything right. When he set her down, Rose's face was so bright it was clear that somehow he had erased the feeling of neglect that had kept her hiding behind the curtain for so long. Everyone gathered around to hear about the voyage home, how the captain had been determined to make it back for Christmas, how everything seemed to conspire against his plan, and how at the very last minute he'd managed to do it. He had sent Archie a telegram, telling him to keep the secret and be ready for his father's arrival at any moment, as the ship had been diverted to another port and he might be delayed. Then Archie explained how that telegram had been burning a hole in his pocket all through dinner, how he'd had to take Phoebe into his confidence, and how clever she'd been to keep the captain back until the speech was finished so he could make his dramatic entrance. The adults would have sat talking all evening, but the young people were eager to have their usual Christmas fun. After an hour of pleasant chatting, the younger set grew restless. They huddled together, whispering and planning, and soon came up with a way to very effectively break up the family council. Steve disappeared, and sooner than the boys thought Dandy could get himself ready, the wail of bagpipes filled the hall, and the handsome piper arrived to lead Clan Campbell in their revelry. "Take it easy, Stevie, my man. You play extremely well, but you're making a hellish racket," cried Uncle Jem with his hands over his ears, as this particular talent was new to him and caught him off guard. So Steve played a Highland reel as softly as he could, and the boys danced it in a circle of admiring relatives. Captain Jem was a true sailor, though, and couldn't stand still when lively music was playing. When the piper ran out of breath, he leaped into the middle of the hall with a spectacular dancing move, saying, "Who knows how to dance a fore and after?" Without waiting for an answer, he began whistling the tune so invitingly that Mrs. Jessie partnered with him, laughing like a girl. Rose and Charlie took positions behind them, and away the four went with such spirit and skill that they inspired everyone else to join in as quickly as possible. That was a grand beginning, and they enjoyed many more dances before anyone would admit to being tired. Even Fun C distinguished himself by dancing with Aunt Plenty, whom he greatly admired as the plumpest lady in the room, plumpness being considered beautiful in his country. The merry old soul claimed to be enormously flattered by his admiration, and the boys declared she was setting her cap at him, otherwise he would never have dared to catch her under the mistletoe and, rising on tiptoe, gallantly kiss her plump cheek. How everyone laughed at her astonishment, and how Fun C's small dark eyes twinkled over his daring. Charlie had put him up to it, mainly because Charlie himself was determined to catch Rose under the mistletoe. He set all sorts of traps for her and bribed the other boys to help him, but Rose stayed alert and avoided all his tricks, claiming to despise such silly customs. Poor Phoebe wasn't so lucky. Archie took unfair advantage as she innocently offered tea to Aunt Myra directly under the fateful bough. If his father's arrival hadn't thrown him off balance, the dignified chief probably wouldn't have done it, because he immediately apologized very handsomely and caught the tray that nearly slipped from Phoebe's hands. Jamie boldly invited all the ladies to come and kiss him, and as for Uncle Jem, he behaved as if the entire room was covered in mistletoe. Uncle Alec sneakily placed a sprig on Aunt Peace's cap and then softly kissed her, a little joke that seemed to please her very much, since she liked to be part of all the family fun, and Alec was her favorite nephew. Only Charlie failed to catch his shy target, and the more Rose escaped, the more determined he became. When every other trick had failed, he convinced Archie to propose a game with forfeits. "I see where this is going," thought Rose, and she stayed so carefully on guard that not one item in the growing pile of forfeits belonged to her. "Let's redeem them now and play something else," said Will, completely unaware of the elaborate plot unfolding around him. "One more round, then we will," answered Charlie, who had just set a new trap. Just as the question came to Rose, Jamie's voice called desperately from the hall. "Oh, come quick, quick!" Rose jumped up, missed the question, and was greeted with a chorus of "Forfeit! Forfeit!" in which the little traitor gleefully joined. "Now I've got her," thought the young rascal, enjoying his mischief. "Now I'm done for," thought Rose as she surrendered her pincushion with a defiant look that would have intimidated anyone but the reckless Charlie. In fact, it did make him think twice and resolve to go easy on Rose since she'd been so clever. "Here's a very pretty forfeit." "What shall we make her do to get it back?" asked Steve, holding the pincushion over Charlie's head, who had insisted on being judge and saved that item for last. "Regular or extra hard?" "Extra hard." "Well then, she has to take old Mac under the mistletoe and give him a proper kiss." "Won't he be mad?" chuckled the troublemaker, pleased with the discomfort he was causing two innocent people. An awkward silence fell over the young people in their corner. They all knew that Mac would indeed be mad, since he hated such nonsense and had gone to talk with the adults when the game began. At that moment, he was standing by the fire, listening to a discussion between his uncles and his father, looking as wise as a young owl, and completely unaware of the plot against him. Charlie expected Rose to refuse outright, so he was rather surprised and secretly pleased when, after a quick glance at her victim, she suddenly laughed. She walked over to the group of gentlemen, led her Uncle Mac under the mistletoe, and surprised him with a warm kiss. "Thank you, my dear," said the innocent gentleman, looking quite pleased by the unexpected attention. "Wait, that's not fair," began Charlie, but Rose cut him off with a graceful curtsy. "You said old Mac, and though it was very disrespectful, I did exactly that. That was your last chance, and you blew it." He certainly had, because as she spoke, Rose pulled down the mistletoe and threw it into the fire. The boys jeered at the disappointed Charlie and praised quick-thinking Rose to the skies. "What's the joke?" asked young Mac, pulled from his thoughts by the laughter that even the adults had joined. But there was a roar of amusement when, after having the situation explained to him, Mac thoughtfully stared at Rose through his glasses and said with philosophical calm, "Well, I don't think I would have minded much if she had kissed me." That comment delighted the boys immensely, and only the appearance of refreshments could have stopped them from teasing poor Mac, who couldn't understand what was so funny about the dignified resignation he'd shown in this trying situation. Soon after, they discovered Jamie curled up in a corner of the sofa, sound asleep, which suggested it was time to go home. They were all standing in the hall, saying their goodbyes when they heard a soft voice singing, "Sweet Home." It was Phoebe, poor little Phoebe who had never had a home, never known the love of father, mother, brother, or sister. She stood all alone in the world, yet she wasn't sad or afraid. She gratefully accepted whatever bits of happiness came her way and sang while she worked, without a trace of discontent. I imagine the happy family standing there remembered this and felt its beauty, because when the solitary voice reached the chorus of her song, other voices joined in to finish it. The old house seemed to echo with the word home in the ears of both orphan girls, who had just spent their first Christmas under its welcoming roof. Chapter 21, A Scare. "Brother Alec, you surely don't mean to let that child go out on such a bitterly cold day," said Mrs. Myra, looking into the study where the doctor sat reading his newspaper one February morning. "Why not? If a delicate invalid like yourself can handle it, surely my healthy girl can, especially since she's dressed for cold weather," answered Dr. Alec with deliberate confidence. "But you have no idea how sharp the wind is. I'm chilled to the bone," replied Aunt Myra, rubbing the tip of her purple nose with her black glove. "I don't doubt it, ma'am, if you insist on wearing silk and crepe instead of fur and flannel. Rose goes out in all weather and will be perfectly fine after an hour of brisk skating. Well, I'm warning you that you're gambling with the child's health. You're relying too heavily on her apparent improvement this year. She's still delicate underneath it all, and she'll take a sudden turn for the worse at the first serious illness, just like her poor mother did," croaked Aunt Myra, with a gloomy shake of her large bonnet. "I'll take that risk," answered Dr. Alec, frowning as he always did when anyone mentioned Rose's mother. "Mark my words, you'll regret it," and with that ominous prediction, Aunt Myra left like a dark shadow. Now, it must be admitted that among the doctor's flaws, and he had his share, was a very masculine dislike of unsolicited advice. He always listened respectfully to the great-aunts, and often consulted Mrs. Jessie. But the other three ladies tested his patience with their constant warnings, complaints, and suggestions. Aunt Myra was especially trying, and he automatically did the opposite of whatever she advised. He couldn't help it, and often laughed about this tendency with refreshing honesty. This was a perfect example. He had just been thinking that Rose should probably delay her outing until the wind died down and the sun grew warmer. But Aunt Myra had spoken, and he couldn't resist dismissing her advice and letting Rose brave the cold. He wasn't worried about her getting sick, since she went out every day, and it gave him great satisfaction to watch her run down the driveway a minute later with her skates on her arm, looking like a rosy-cheeked Eskimo in her fur-lined coat, as she smiled at Aunt Myra walking solemnly away like a crow. "I hope the child doesn't stay out too long. This wind is enough to chill the marrow in younger bones than Myra's," thought Dr. Alec half an hour later, as he drove toward the city to see the few patients he had agreed to keep for old friendship's sake. The thought returned several times that morning, for it truly was a bitter day, and despite his bearskin coat, the doctor shivered. But he had great faith in Rose's good sense, and it never occurred to him that she was turning herself into a little Casabianca, the boy who wouldn't leave his post, except instead of burning, she was freezing. You see, Mac had arranged to meet her at a certain spot for a big skating session after his lessons were finished. She had promised to wait for him, and she did so with a loyalty that cost her dearly. Mac completely forgot their appointment when his lessons ended, because he became absorbed in a chemistry experiment, until a small explosion of gases drove him out of his laboratory. Then he suddenly remembered Rose and would have hurried to meet her, but his mother forbade him to go out because the sharp wind would hurt his eyes. "She'll wait for me, Mother, because she always keeps her word, and I told her to hold on until I came," explained Mac, picturing a shivering little figure waiting on the windy hilltop. "Of course your uncle won't let her go out on a day like this. If he does, she'll have the sense to come here looking for you, or to go home when you don't show up," said Aunt Jane, returning to her book, What's on the Mind. "I wish Steve would just run up and check if she's there, since I can't go," suggested Mac anxiously. "Steve won't move an inch, thank you. He's got his own toes to thaw out, and he wants his dinner," answered Dandy, just home from school and struggling impatiently with his boots. So Mac resigned himself, and Rose waited dutifully until lunchtime convinced her that her waiting was in vain. She had tried her best to keep warm, skating until she was tired and hot, then standing watching others until she got chilled, then trying to warm up again by walking up and down the road, but failing. Finally, she huddled miserably under a pine tree to wait. When she finally started for home, she was numb with cold and could barely make her way against the wind that cruelly buffeted the frozen girl. Dr. Alec was enjoying the warmth of the study fire after his drive when he heard a stifled sob and hurried to the door to check the hallway. Rose lay in a shivering heap near the heating register, with her outdoor clothes half off, wringing her hands and trying not to cry from the pain that returning warmth brought to her half-frozen fingers. "My darling, what's wrong?" Uncle Alec had her in his arms in a second. "Mac didn't come. I can't get warm. The fire makes me hurt." And with a violent shiver, Rose burst into tears while her teeth chattered, and her poor little nose was so blue it made his heart ache. In no time at all, Dr. Alec had her on the sofa, wrapped in his bearskin coat. Phoebe rubbed her cold feet while he tended to her aching hands. Aunt Plenty made a comforting hot drink, and Aunt Peace sent down her own foot warmer and embroidered blanket for the dear. Full of remorseful tenderness, Uncle Alec worked over his new patient until she declared she felt better. He wouldn't let her get up for dinner, but fed her himself, then forgot his own meal as he sat watching her fall into a doze, for Aunt Plenty's cordial had made her sleepy. She slept for several hours as the drowsiness deepened into a heavy sleep. Uncle Alec, still on guard, noticed with growing concern that a feverish color began to burn in her cheeks. Her breathing became quick and uneven, and occasionally she gave a little moan as if in pain. Suddenly she woke with a start, and seeing Aunt Plenty bending over her, reached out her arms like a sick child and said weakly, "Please, can I go to bed?" "The best place for you, dearie." "Take her right up, Alec. I've got the hot water ready, and after a nice bath, she'll have a cup of my sage tea and be bundled in blankets to sleep off her cold," answered the old lady cheerfully as she bustled away to give orders. "Are you in pain, darling?" asked Uncle Alec as he carried her upstairs. "My side hurts when I breathe, and I feel stiff and strange. But it's not bad, so don't worry, Uncle," whispered Rose, with a hot little hand against his cheek. But the poor doctor did look worried, and had good reason to be. Just then, Rose tried to laugh at Dolly charging into the room with a warming pan, but couldn't. The sharp pain took her breath away and made her cry out. "Pleurisy," sighed Aunt Plenty from her position by the bathtub. "Pneumonia," groaned Dolly, digging among the bedclothes with her long-handled pan as if determined to fish up the dreaded disease. "Oh no, is it serious?" asked Phoebe, nearly dropping a bucket of hot water in dismay. She knew nothing about illness, and Dolly's dark prediction sounded terrifying. "Quiet," ordered the doctor in a tone that silenced all further predictions and made everyone work with determination. "Make her as comfortable as you can, and when she's settled in bed, I'll come say good night," he added when the bath was ready and the blankets warming nicely before the fire. Then he went downstairs to reassure Aunt Peace that it was only a chill. Afterward, he paced the hallway, pulling his beard and frowning, sure signs of serious inner turmoil. "I thought it was too good to be true, getting through the year without a setback. Damn my stubbornness. Why couldn't I listen to Myra's advice and keep Rose at home? It's not fair that the poor child should suffer from my foolish pride. She will not suffer for it. Pneumonia, indeed. I reject it completely." He shook his fist at an Indian idol that happened to be in front of him, as if that particularly ugly god had some grudge against his own little goddess. Despite his defiance, his heart sank when he saw Rose again. The pain was worse, and the bath, blankets, warming pan, and steaming sage tea had all failed to help. For several hours the poor child found no relief, and all sorts of gloomy thoughts haunted those who hovered around her with faces full of the deepest concern. In the midst of the worst attack, Charlie arrived with a message from his mother. He met Phoebe coming dejectedly down the stairs with a mustard plaster that had brought no relief. "What's going on? You look as grim as a tombstone," he said, as she held up her hand to stop his cheerful whistling. "Miss Rose is terribly sick." "You're kidding." "Don't swear, Mr. Charlie. She really is, and it's all Mr. Mac's fault." Phoebe explained the situation in a few sharp words, as she felt angry with all boys at that moment. "I'll make him pay for this, don't worry," said Charlie, ominously clenching his fist. "But Rose isn't in serious danger, is she?" he added anxiously, as Aunt Plenty hurried across the upper hall, vigorously shaking a medicine bottle. "Oh, but she is. The doctor doesn't say much, but he doesn't call it a chill anymore. It's pleurisy now, and I'm afraid it will turn into pneumonia by tomorrow," answered Phoebe, giving the useless plaster a despairing look. Charlie couldn't help laughing at Phoebe's pronunciation of pneumonia, which made her furious. "How can you laugh when she's in such terrible pain?" "Listen to that, and then laugh if you dare," she said with a dramatic gesture, her dark eyes flashing. Charlie listened and heard small, painful moans that went straight to his heart and wiped the smile off his face. "Oh, Uncle, please make the pain stop and let me rest for just a minute. Don't tell the boys I wasn't brave. I'm trying, but it hurts so much I can't help crying." Charlie couldn't help his own emotion when he heard her broken voice, but being a boy, he wouldn't admit it. Instead, he said irritably, while rubbing his sleeve across his eyes, "Don't hold that stupid plaster right under my nose. The mustard is making my eyes water." "Don't see how it could, when there's hardly any strength left in it." "The doctor said so himself, and I'm going to get something stronger," replied Phoebe, not at all ashamed of the large tears falling onto the rejected plaster. "I'll go." Charlie rushed off, grateful for an excuse to get out of sight for a few minutes. When he came back, he had composed himself and hidden his feelings. After delivering a box of the strongest mustard money could buy, he left to make Mac pay, which he did so thoroughly and energetically that the poor boy was plunged into the depths of remorseful despair and went to bed feeling like an outcast, branded with the mark of Cain. Thanks to the doctor's skill and the dedication of his helpers, Rose grew more comfortable around midnight, and everyone hoped the worst was over. Phoebe was making tea by the study fire. The doctor had forgotten to eat or drink since Rose fell ill, and Aunt Plenty insisted he have a good strong cup of tea after his efforts. A tap on the window startled Phoebe, and looking up, she saw a face peering in. After a second glance, she realized it was neither ghost nor burglar, but Mac, looking pale and wild in the moonlight. "Let me in," he said in a low voice, and when he stood in the hall, he clutched Phoebe's arm, whispering hoarsely, "How is Rose?" "Thank goodness she's better," answered Phoebe, with a smile that brought immense relief to the anxious boy. "And she'll be completely fine by tomorrow?" "Oh, goodness, no! Dolly says she'll probably get rheumatic fever if she doesn't get pneumonia," Phoebe answered, careful to pronounce the word correctly this time. Mac's face fell, and remorse began gnawing at him again as he sighed deeply and asked uncertainly, "I don't suppose I could see her?" "Of course not at this hour, when we're trying to get her to sleep." Mac opened his mouth to say more when a sneeze caught him by surprise, and a loud "Achoo!" echoed through the quiet house. "Why didn't you stop it?" Phoebe scolded. "I bet you woke her up." "Didn't know it was coming." "Just my luck," groaned Mac, turning to leave before he caused more damage. But a voice called softly from the stairs, "Mac, come up. Rose wants to see you." He went up and found his uncle waiting for him. "What brings you here at this hour?" asked the doctor quietly. "Charlie said it was all my fault, and if she died, I'd have killed her. I couldn't sleep, so I came to check on her." "No one knows except Steve," he explained, looking so troubled that the doctor didn't have the heart to scold him. Before he could say anything else, a weak voice called, "Mac," and with a quick, "Just stay a minute to make her happy, then slip away. I want her to sleep." The doctor led him into the room. The face on the pillow looked very pale and childlike, and the smile that greeted Mac was faint. Rose was exhausted from pain, but she couldn't rest until she had comforted her cousin. "I recognized your funny sneeze, and I guessed you came to see how I was, even though it's so late. Don't worry, I'm feeling better. It's not your fault I got sick. I didn't have to be silly enough to wait in the cold, just because I said I would." Mac rushed to explain, blame himself, and beg her not to die. Charlie's lecture had deeply affected him. "I didn't know there was any danger of me dying," Rose said, looking at him solemnly with her large eyes. "I hope not. But sometimes people go suddenly, you know. And I couldn't rest until I'd asked you to forgive me," stammered Mac, thinking that Rose already looked angelic with her golden hair spread across the pillow and her face shining with gentle suffering. "I don't think I'll die. Uncle won't let me, but if I do, remember that I forgave you." She looked at him with such tenderness in her eyes that, seeing how deeply affected he was, she added softly, drawing his head down, "I wouldn't kiss you under the mistletoe, but I will now, because I want you to be sure I forgive you and love you just the same." That completely overwhelmed poor Mac. He could only mumble his thanks and hurry from the room. He fumbled his way to the couch at the far end of the hall and lay there until he fell asleep, exhausted from trying not to act like a baby. Chapter 22. Something to do. Whatever danger might have threatened from that sudden chill soon passed, though of course Aunt Myra refused to believe it. Dr. Alec watched over his girl with extra vigilance and tenderness for months afterward. Rose actually enjoyed being sick, because as soon as the pain ended, the fun began. For a week or two, she lived like a little princess in her bower, with everyone serving, entertaining, and watching over her in the most delightful way. But then, the doctor was called away to see a dangerously ill old friend, and Rose felt like a young bird whose mother's protective wing had been taken away, especially one afternoon when the ants were napping, and the house was very quiet inside, while snow fell softly outside. "I'll go find Phoebe. She's always busy doing something interesting, and she likes my help. If Dolly's not around, we can make caramels and surprise the boys when they come," Rose said to herself as she put down her book, ready for some company. She carefully peeked through the kitchen door first, since Dolly didn't allow any messing about when she was present. But the coast was clear. Only Phoebe was there, sitting at the table with her head on her arms, apparently asleep. Rose was about to wake her with a playful "Boo!" when Phoebe lifted her head, wiped her wet eyes with her blue apron, and turned her attention to something that clearly interested her. Rose couldn't make out what it was, and her curiosity was strongly aroused. Phoebe was writing with a sputtering pen on pieces of brown paper, apparently copying something from a small book. "I have to find out what she's up to, why she was crying, and why she set her lips in that determined way and got to work," thought Rose, forgetting all about the caramels. Going around to the door, she entered the kitchen, saying cheerfully, "Phoebe, I'm bored. Is there anything I can help you with, or would I just be in the way?" "Of course not, miss. I always love having you around when things are tidy. What would you like to do?" answered Phoebe, opening a drawer, as if to sweep her project out of sight. But Rose stopped her, exclaiming with childlike curiosity, "Let me see, what is it? I won't tell if you'd rather Dolly didn't know." "I'm just trying to study a little, but I'm so stupid I'm not making much progress," answered the girl reluctantly, allowing her young mistress to examine the humble materials she was working with. A broken slate that had blown off the roof, a short pencil stub, an old almanac for reading practice, several pieces of brown or yellow paper ironed smooth and sewn together for a notebook, and copies of recipes written in Aunt Plenty's neat handwriting. These, along with a small bottle of ink and a rusty pen, made up Phoebe's educational toolkit. It was little wonder that she wasn't making much progress, despite the patient persistence that had dried her tears of frustration and kept her pushing the sputtering pen forward. "You can laugh if you want, Miss Rose. I know my things are strange, and that's why I hide them. But I don't mind you finding out, and I'm not ashamed, except of being so behind for my age," said Phoebe humbly, though her cheeks reddened as she erased some crooked capital letters with a still damp tear. "Laugh at you. I feel more like crying when I think how selfish I've been, having so many books and supplies, and never thinking to share them. Why didn't you just ask me instead of struggling along on your own like this?" "It was wrong of you, Phoebe, and I'll never forgive you if you do it again," said Rose, with one hand on Phoebe's shoulder and the other gently turning the pages of the makeshift notebook. "I didn't want to ask for anything more when you're already so good to me all the time," Phoebe began, looking up with grateful eyes. "Oh, you proud thing, as if giving isn't fun. And I don't get the better end of the deal. Now listen, I have a plan, and you can't say no, or I'll be upset. I need something to do, and I'm going to teach you everything I know." "It won't take long," Rose laughed as she put her arm around Phoebe's neck and affectionately patted her smooth dark head. "That would be absolutely heavenly." Phoebe's face lit up at the idea, but fell again as she added hesitantly, "But I'm not sure I should let you do it. It will take time, and maybe the doctor wouldn't approve. He didn't want me studying too hard, but he never said anything about teaching. I don't think he'll mind at all. Anyway, we can try until he gets back. Pack up your things and come to my room. We'll start today. I'd really enjoy it, and we'll have a great time, you'll see," Rose said eagerly. It was a heartwarming sight to see Phoebe bundle her humble school supplies into her apron and jump up, as if her deepest desire had suddenly come true. It was even more touching to see Rose run ahead, smiling like a good fairy as she beckoned to her friend, singing as she went. "The way into my parlor is up a winding stair, and many are the curious things I'll show you when you're there. Will you walk in, Phoebe dear?" "Oh, won't I?" Phoebe answered fervently, adding as they entered the bower, "You're the sweetest spider that ever lived, and I'm the happiest fly." "I'm going to be very strict, so sit in that chair and don't say a word until school is ready," ordered Rose, delighted with the prospect of such a useful and pleasant something to do. So Phoebe sat quietly in her place while her new teacher gathered books and slates, a pretty inkstand, and a small globe. Rose tore off a piece of her big sponge, sharpened pencils with more enthusiasm than skill, and when everything was ready, did a little dance of satisfaction that made her pupil laugh. "School is now open, and I need to hear you read so I can determine which class to put you in, Miss Moore," began Rose with great dignity, as she placed a book in front of her student and sat down in the armchair with a long ruler in her hand. Phoebe read fairly well, only stumbling occasionally on difficult words and pronouncing identical as identical in a serious way that amused Rose, though she didn't show it. The spelling lesson that followed was rather discouraging. Phoebe's grasp of geography was very vague, and grammar was completely absent, though the pupil explained that she tried hard to talk nice like educated folks, which made Dolly call her a stuck-up girl who didn't know her place. Dolly's just being silly, so don't mind her. She'll always say nater, vittles, and do's her whole life, and insist they're right. You do speak very nicely, Phoebe. I've noticed it, and grammar will help you understand why some things are correct and others aren't," added Rose, correcting herself mid-sentence and realizing she needed to watch her own grammar if she was going to be a good example for Phoebe. When they reached arithmetic, the young teacher was surprised to find her student quicker in some areas than herself. Phoebe had worked with the columns in butchers' and bakers' account books until she could add so quickly and accurately that Rose was amazed. She realized that in this subject, the pupil might soon surpass the teacher if she kept up her current pace. Her praise greatly encouraged Phoebe, and they continued enthusiastically, both so engaged that time flew by unnoticed until Aunt Plenty appeared, exclaiming in surprise as she stared at the two heads bent over one slate, "My goodness, what's going on here?" School, Auntie. I'm teaching Phoebe, and it's so much fun, cried Rose, looking up with a bright face. Phoebe's face was even brighter, though she added anxiously, "Maybe I should have asked permission first, but when Miss Rose suggested this, I was so happy I forgot. Should I stop, ma'am?" "Of course not, child. I'm delighted to see you interested in learning, and to find Rose helping you. My blessed mother used to sit with her maids around her, teaching them many useful things in the good old-fashioned way that's disappeared now. Just don't neglect your work or let books interfere with your duties." As Aunt Plenty spoke, her kind old face beaming approval at the girls, Phoebe glanced at the clock. Seeing it was nearly 5, and knowing Dolly would soon come down expecting dinner preparations underway, she hastily put down her pencil and stood up, saying, "May I go now? I'll clean up after I've finished my chores." "School is dismissed," answered Rose, and with a grateful, "Thank you, heaps and heaps," Phoebe ran off, singing the multiplication table as she set about making dinner. That's how it began, and for a week the class of 1 continued with great pleasure and benefit to everyone involved. The student proved bright and eager, coming to her lessons as if to a feast, while the young teacher did her best to live up to the high opinion Phoebe had of her, for Phoebe firmly believed that Miss Rose knew absolutely everything about learning. Of course, the boys soon discovered what was happening and teased the girls about their seminary, as they called the new enterprise. But they thought it was a good thing overall and kindly offered to give free Greek and Latin lessons. Among themselves, they decided that Rose was a real champion for giving Phoebe such a great boost. Rose herself worried about how her uncle might react, and prepared a persuasive speech to convince him that her teaching plan was useful, wholesome, and delightful. But she never got to deliver her speech because Dr. Alec caught her by surprise, and the words completely left her head. She was sitting on the floor in the library, absorbed in the large book on her lap, and didn't notice his long-awaited arrival until 2 warm hands cupped her chin and gently tilted her head back so he could kiss her cheeks. His fatherly voice said with mild reproach, "Why is my girl poring over a dusty encyclopedia when she should be running to greet the old gentleman who couldn't last another minute without her?" "Oh, Uncle, I'm so glad you're back, and so sorry I didn't hear you come in. I've missed you terribly, and now I'm so happy to see you. I could hug your dear curly head right off your shoulders," cried Rose as the encyclopedia fell to the floor with a bang, and she leaped into Dr. Alec's arms. He held her close in the way a man embraces the person most precious to him in the world. Soon he was settled in his comfortable chair with Rose on his knee, smiling up at him and talking rapidly while he watched her with an expression of complete contentment. He stroked her smooth round cheek and held her little hand in his, pleased to see how rosy one was and how plump and strong the other had become. "Did you have a good trip? Did you save the poor woman? Aren't you glad to be home with your girl to bother you?" "Yes, to all those questions. Now tell me what you've been up to, little rascal." "Aunt Plenty says you want my opinion on some new and remarkable project you've started while I was away." "She didn't tell you about it, did she?" "Not a word more. Just that you were a bit worried about how I'd take it, so you wanted to confess yourself and win me over, as you always try to do, though you don't often succeed. Now come clean and face the consequences." So Rose explained about her school, speaking earnestly about Phoebe's hunger for knowledge and how much she enjoyed helping her. She added wisely, "It helps me too, Uncle, because she's so quick and eager that I have to do my very best or she'll get ahead of me in some subjects. Today she asked about cotton in her lesson, and I was embarrassed to realize I knew so little. I could only tell her it's a plant that grows in the South in some kind of pod and gets made into cloth. That's what I was reading about when you came in, and tomorrow I'll tell her all about it, and about indigo too. So you see, it teaches me as well. It's like reviewing what I've learned, but in a much more enjoyable way than studying alone." "You clever little schemer. So that's how you plan to get around me? That's not studying, I suppose?" "No, sir. It's teaching. And please, I like it much better than having free time by myself. Besides, you know I adopted Phoebe and promised to be a sister to her, so I'm obligated to keep my word, aren't I?" answered Rose, looking both anxious and determined as she awaited his verdict. Dr. Alec was clearly already convinced. Rose had described the old slate and brown paper notebook so movingly that he had decided to send Phoebe to school long before she finished her story. He also felt guilty for forgetting his responsibility to one little girl because of his devotion to another. So when Rose tried to look meek and failed completely, he laughed, pinched her cheek, and answered in that warm, gracious way that makes any favor feel special. "I don't have the slightest objection in the world. In fact, I was starting to think I might let you return to your studies in moderation, since you're doing so well, and this is an excellent way to test your abilities. Phoebe is a brave, bright girl who deserves a fair chance in life if we can give it to her. That way, if her family ever finds her, they won't need to be ashamed. I think she's already found some family, Rose began eagerly. What? Has someone turned up while I was gone? Asked Dr. Alec quickly. For the family firmly believed that Phoebe would someday prove to be somebody. Her best friend appeared when you came home, Uncle, answered Rose with an appreciative pat, adding gratefully, I can't begin to thank you for being so good to my friend, but she will, because I know she's going to become a woman we can all be proud of. She's so strong, honest, and loving. Bless your heart. I haven't begun to do anything yet. Shame on me. But I'm getting started now, and once she makes a bit more progress, she can go to school for as long as she wants. How does that sound for a beginning? It will be just heavenly, as Phoebe says. It's her dream to get lots of schooling, and she'll be over the moon when I tell her. May I? It will be wonderful to see her big eyes light up and her hands clap at the amazing news. No one else gets to have a hand in this special plan. You get to do it all yourself. Just don't rush things or build too many castles in the air, my dear. Time and patience must go into this project if it's going to turn out well. Yes, Uncle, but when it all comes together, won't the birds begin to sing? Laughed Rose, dancing around the room to release her joyful emotions that made her eyes shine. Suddenly she stopped and asked seriously, If Phoebe goes to school, who will do her work? I'll do it if I can. Come here and I'll tell you a secret. Dolly's bones are getting so troublesome and her temper so difficult that the aunts have decided to retire her and let her live with her daughter, who is married well. I spoke with her this week, and she'd love to have her mother come stay. So in the spring, we'll make a big change and find a new cook and housemaid, if we can find anyone who meets our honored relative's standards. Oh dear, how will I manage without Phoebe? Couldn't she stay nearby so I could see her? I'd pay for her room and board rather than lose her. I'm so fond of her. Dr. Alec laughed heartily at this proposal, and then explained that Phoebe would still be Rose's personal maid, with no duties except what she could easily handle between school hours. She's a proud person, despite her humble position, and she wouldn't accept a favor from anyone, even us, if she didn't earn it somehow. So this arrangement makes everything fair and comfortable. She'll pay for her schooling by curling your golden locks a dozen times a day if you let her. Your plans are always so wise and kind. That's why they work so well, I suppose, and why people let you arrange things for them. I really don't understand how other girls manage without an Uncle Alec, answered Rose, sighing with pity for those who lacked such a blessing. When Phoebe heard the wonderful news, she didn't stand on her head with rapture, as Charlie had predicted. Instead, she took it quietly, explaining that it was such a happy thing that she had no words big or beautiful enough to express her thanks. But every hour of her day was brightened by this granted wish, and dedicated to serving those who had given it. Her heart was so full of contentment that it overflowed in music, and her sweet voice singing throughout the house expressed gratitude better than any words could. Her willing feet never tired of running errands for those who had smoothed her path. Her skilled hands were always busy with some labor of love, and on her increasingly pretty face there was an almost womanly expression of devotion that showed how well Phoebe had already learned one of life's great lessons, gratitude. Chapter 23. Peacemaking. Steve, I need to ask you something, said Rose to Dandy, who was making faces at himself in the mirror while waiting for a reply to the note he'd brought from his mother to Aunt Plenty. Maybe I'll tell you, maybe I won't. What is it? Have Archie and Charlie had a fight? Probably. We guys are always having little arguments, you know. Wait. I think I'm getting a sty on my right eye, Steve said, suddenly absorbed in examining his blonde eyelashes. That won't work. I want to know everything. Something more serious than a little argument is going on. Come on, tell me, Staney. Be a dear. For goodness sake, you don't want me to be a tattletale, do you? Grumbled Steve, tugging at his cowlick as he always did when perplexed. Yes, I do, Rose answered firmly. She could tell from his manner that she was right and was determined to get the secret out of him. I don't expect you to tell everyone, of course, but you can tell me, and you must, because I have a right to know. You boys need someone looking after you, and I'm going to do it. Girls make excellent peacemakers and know how to handle people. Uncle said so, and he's never wrong. Steve was about to let out a scornful hoot at the idea of her looking after them, but a sudden thought stopped him. He saw a way to satisfy Rose and benefit himself at the same time. "What will you give me if I tell you everything?" he asked, with a sudden flush in his cheeks and an uneasy look in his eyes, slightly ashamed of his proposal. "What do you want?" Rose asked, somewhat surprised by the question. "I'd like to borrow some money." "I wouldn't think of asking you, except Mac never has a cent since he set up that chemistry lab, where he'll probably blow himself to pieces someday. And you and Uncle will have the fun of putting him back together," Steve said, trying to sound amused by the idea. "I'll gladly lend it to you, so tell me everything," said Rose, determined to get to the bottom of the mystery. Obviously relieved by her promise, Steve perked up and briefly explained the situation. "You're right that I can tell you. Just don't let the boys know I talked. Prince would kill me. The thing is, Archie doesn't like some of the guys Charlie hangs out with, so he avoids them. That makes Charlie mad, and he keeps seeing them just to annoy Archie. Now they barely speak to each other unless they have to, and that's the whole story." "Are those boys bad?" Rose asked anxiously. "I don't think so. Just a bit wild. They're older than us, but they like Charlie because he's so much fun. He sings well, dances, and plays any game. He even beat Morse at billiards, which is a big deal since Morse thinks he knows everything. I watched the match. It was great." Steve was quite excited describing Charlie's talents, which he greatly admired and tried to copy. Rose didn't fully understand the dangers of such gifts and interests, but she instinctively felt that something must be wrong if Archie disapproved. "If Charlie prefers some billiard-playing boy over Archie, I don't think much of his judgment," she said firmly. "Of course he doesn't. But see, Charlie and Archie are both really proud and won't back down. Archie's probably right, but I don't blame Charlie for wanting to hang out with the others sometimes. They're such a fun group," said Steve, shaking his head thoughtfully, even while his eyes sparkled, remembering some of the fun group's adventures. "Oh, dear," sighed Rose. "I don't know what I can do about it, but I wish the boys would make up. Charlie can't get into any real trouble with Archie around. He's so responsible and sensible. That's exactly the problem. Archie lectures too much, and Charlie won't stand for it. Charlie called Archie a prig and a parson, and Archie told him he wasn't a gentleman. Man, were they angry? I thought for a minute they'd start throwing punches. I wish they had, instead of walking around all stiff and gloomy ever since. Mac and I settle our arguments with a few whacks on the head, and then we're fine." Rose couldn't help laughing as Steve demonstrated by punching a fat sofa pillow. After giving it several scientific blows, he straightened his cuffs and smiled at her with a superior air, clearly pleased with his masculine approach to conflict resolution. "Boys are so strange," she said, her face showing both admiration and confusion. Steve took her expression as a compliment to his gender. "We're a pretty clever invention, miss, and you can't get along without us," he answered smugly. Then, abruptly switching to business, he added, "About that money you promised to lend me. I've kept my part of the deal. Now you pay up." "Of course. How much do you need?" Rose asked, reaching for her purse. "Could you spare $5? "I need to pay a small debt of honor that's rather pressing," Steve said, trying to sound mature and worldly. "Aren't all debts honorable?" asked innocent Rose. "Yeah, sure, but this is a bet I made, and it should be settled right away," Steve began, finding it awkward to explain further. "Oh, please don't bet. It's wrong. I know your father wouldn't approve. Promise you won't do it again. Please promise." Rose held tightly to the hand in which she had just placed the money. "All right, I won't. It's been bothering me, but I got talked into it. Thanks so much, cousin. I'm all set now," Steve said and hurried away. Having decided to be a peacemaker, Rose waited for an opportunity, which came very soon. She was spending the day with Aunt Clara, who had invited her to meet some young guests, thinking it was high time her niece overcame her shyness and experienced a bit of society. Dinner was over, and everyone had left. Aunt Clara was resting before going out to an evening party, and Rose was waiting for Charlie to take her home. She sat alone in the elegant drawing room, feeling particularly pretty in her best dress, with a pair of gold bracelets her aunt had just given her, and a tea rosebud in her sash, just like the beautiful Miss Van Tassel whom everyone admired. She had arranged her skirts to best advantage and was leaning back in a plush chair, admiring her feet in new slippers with rosettes nearly as big as dahlias. Soon Charlie came in, looking rather tired and odd, Rose thought. When he saw her, however, he brightened and said with a smile that turned into a yawn, "I thought you were with Mother, so I took a quick nap after seeing those girls off. Now I'm at your service, whenever you're ready." "You look like you have a headache. If you do, don't worry about me. I'm not afraid to walk home alone." "It's still early," said Rose, noticing her cousin's flushed cheeks and heavy eyes. "I'd never let you do that." Champagne always gives me a headache, but some fresh air will fix me up. Then why do you drink it? Rose asked with concern. Can't avoid it when I'm the host. And please don't start lecturing me. I've had enough of Archie's old-fashioned ideas and don't need more. Charlie's tone was decidedly cross, and his whole manner so unlike his usual good nature that Rose felt hurt and answered meekly, I wasn't going to lecture you. It's just that when people care about each other, they hate to see each other in pain. That brought Charlie around immediately. Rose's lips trembled slightly as she smelled the flower she had pulled from her sash. I'm being a complete jerk, and I apologize for being so grumpy, Rosie, he said, returning to his usual friendly manner. I wish you'd apologize to Archie, too, and be friends again. You were never cross when he was your best friend, Rose said, looking up at him as he leaned against the fireplace mantel. Instantly, he stood rigid, and his tired eyes flashed angrily as he said in his most arrogant tone, You'd better not meddle in things you don't understand, cousin. But I do understand, and it upsets me to see you two so cold to each other. You used to be inseparable, and now you barely speak. You're so quick to say sorry to me. I don't see why you can't say sorry to Archie if you're in the wrong. I'm not. His answer was so sharp that Rose jumped, and Charlie added in a calmer but still haughty voice, A gentleman always apologizes when he's been rude to a lady. But one man doesn't say sorry to another man who has insulted him. My goodness, what a hothead, thought Rose, hoping to make him laugh. She added teasingly, I wasn't talking about men, but boys, and one of them a prince, who should set a good example for his subjects. But Charlie wouldn't soften. Attempting to change the subject, he said seriously as he unhooked a small gold ring from his watch chain, I've broken my word, so I want to return this and release you from our agreement. I'm sorry, but I think it was a foolish promise, and I don't intend to keep it. Choose whatever earrings you like as my forfeit. You have the right to wear them now. No, I can only wear one, and that's useless. I know Archie will keep his word. Rose was so disappointed and upset by this setback to her hopes that she spoke sharply and refused to take the ring he offered. He shrugged and tossed it into her lap, trying to appear casual and unconcerned, though he was clearly ashamed of himself and in a bad mood. Rose wanted to cry, but pride wouldn't let her. Instead, being quite angry, she expressed herself with words rather than tears. Looking pale and upset, she rose from her chair, threw aside the ring, and said in a voice she struggled to keep steady, You're not the boy I thought you were, and I don't respect you at all. I've tried to help you be good, but you won't let me, so I won't try anymore. You talk a lot about being a gentleman, but you're not, because you've broken your word and I can never trust you again. I don't want you to walk me home. I'd rather have Mary take me. Good night. With that final crushing blow, Rose walked out of the room, leaving Charlie feeling as if one of his pet pigeons had flown into his face and pecked him. Her anger made a strong impression on the boys, since she rarely lost her temper. When she did, it was usually a righteous indignation at some injustice or wrongdoing, not childish rage. Her little thunderstorm cleared quickly with a few sobs as she put on her coat in the hallway closet. When she emerged, she looked brighter for having released her feelings. She said a hasty good night to Aunt Clara, who was having her hair done, then went downstairs to find Mary the maid. But Mary was out, as was the manservant, so Rose slipped out the back door, congratulating herself on avoiding the awkwardness of having Charlie escort her. She was mistaken, however, because she had barely closed the gate behind her when she heard familiar footsteps. The prince appeared beside her, saying in a tone of polite repentance that instantly melted Rose's anger, You don't have to speak to me if you don't want to, but I must see you safely home, cousin. She turned immediately, offered her hand, and answered warmly, I was the one being cross. Please forgive me and let's be friends again. That response was better than a dozen sermons on forgiveness, and did Charlie more good. It showed him the beauty of humility, and proved that Rose practiced what she preached. He shook her hand warmly, then tucked it through his arm and said, eager to regain her good opinion, Look, Rosie, I've put the ring back on, and I'm going to try again. But you don't know how hard it is to handle being laughed at. Yes, I do. Ariadne teases me every time I see her, because I don't wear earrings after all the trouble I went through getting ready for them. But her silly comments aren't half as bad as the teasing I get. It takes real courage to stand firm when people tell you you're tied to an apron string and that sort of thing, sighed Charlie. I thought you had plenty of courage. The boys all say you're the bravest of the 7, said Rose. I am about some things, but I can't stand being laughed at. It is difficult, but if you know you're right, doesn't that make it easier? Not for me. Maybe for a goody-goody like Arch. Please don't call him names. I think what he has is what Uncle calls moral courage, while you have physical courage. He explained the difference to me, and moral courage is actually the better kind, even if it doesn't always look that way, Rose said thoughtfully. Charlie didn't like that comparison, and quickly replied, I don't think he'd handle it any better than I do if those guys were after him too. Maybe that's why he stays away from them and wants you to do the same. Rose had scored a point, and Charlie felt it, but he wouldn't give in yet. Though he was weakening quickly, somehow, in the darkness, things seemed clearer than in daylight, and it was much easier to be honest when it was just Rose. If he were my brother, he might have some right to interfere, Charlie began in an injured tone. I wish he was, exclaimed Rose. So do I, answered Charlie, and they both laughed at his inconsistency. The laugh did them good, and when Charlie spoke again, his tone was different, pensive rather than proud or defensive. You see, it's tough for me because I don't have any brothers or sisters. The others are better off. They don't have to look elsewhere for friends if they don't want to. I'm all alone, and I'd be grateful even for a little sister. Rose found that comment very touching, and, overlooking the somewhat insulting word even in that last sentence, she said with a shy but sincere earnestness that won her cousin over completely, Pretend I'm your little sister. I know I'm silly, but I might be better than nothing, and I'd love to be your sister. I'd love that too. You're not silly at all. You're a very sensible girl, and I'm proud to have you as my sister. There. Charlie looked down at the curly head, bobbing along beside him with genuine affection. Rose skipped with pleasure and placed her fur-lined mitten over his arm, saying happily, That's so nice of you. Now you won't be lonely anymore, and I'll try to fill Archie's place until he comes back, because I know he will, as soon as you let him. Well, I don't mind telling you that when he was my buddy, I never missed having brothers and sisters or wanted anyone else. But since he dumped me, I felt as lonely as Robinson Crusoe before Friday showed up. This confession reinforced Rose's determination to reunite Charlie with his mentor, but she said no more, satisfied with her progress. They parted as excellent friends, and Charlie went home wondering why, quote, a guy doesn't mind saying things to a girl that he'd die before admitting to another guy. Rose also had some deep thoughts on the subject and fell asleep pondering the many curious things in this world that she was just beginning to discover. The next day, she climbed the hill to see Archie. After telling him as much as she thought appropriate about her conversation with Charlie, she begged him to forgive and forget. I've been thinking I probably should, even though I'm in the right. I'm extremely fond of Charlie. He's the best-hearted fellow alive. But he can't say no, and that's going to cause him serious trouble if he doesn't learn to be careful, said Archie gravely but kindly. While Uncle was home, I was busy with him, so Charlie got pulled into a crowd I don't like. They try to act sophisticated, thinking it's manly. They flatter him and encourage him to do all kinds of things, gambling, betting, and hanging around. I hate seeing him do that, and I tried to stop it, but I went about it the wrong way, which led to our fight. He's ready to make up if you don't say too much. He admitted to me that he was wrong, but I don't think he'll say it to you directly, Rose explained. I don't care about that. If he'll just drop those troublemakers and come back, I'll keep my opinions to myself and won't lecture. I wonder if he owes those guys money, and that's why he can't break away until he pays them. I hope not, but I'm afraid to ask. Though Steve might know, he's always following Charlie around, which is a shame, Archie said with concern. I think Steve does know, because he mentioned debts of honor the day I gave him. Rose stopped suddenly and blushed. But Archie insisted she confess, and soon had the whole story. He made her situation worse by forcibly putting a $5 bill in her pocket, looking both indignant and determined as he said, Never do that again. But if Steve is afraid to go to his father, send him to me. Charlie had nothing to do with this. He would never borrow money from a girl. Don't worry. But this shows the bad influence he has on Steve, who idolizes him and tries to copy everything he does. Don't say anything about this. I'll fix it, and no one will blame you. Oh no, I always make things worse by trying to help and then saying the wrong thing, sighed Rose, upset by her slip of the tongue. Archie comforted her by saying it was always best to tell the truth, and he cheered her up by promising to patch things up with Charlie as soon as possible. He kept his word so well that the very next afternoon, as Rose looked out her window, she saw the wonderful sight of Archie and Charlie coming up the driveway arm in arm, just like in the old days, talking away, as if making up for the unhappy silence of recent weeks. Rose dropped her sewing, hurried to the door, and stood there smiling down at them so happily that the boys' faces brightened as they ran up the steps, eager to show that all was well between them. "Here's our little peacemaker," said Archie, shaking her hand warmly. But Charlie added, with a look that made Rose very proud and happy, "And my little sister." Chapter 24. Which? "Uncle, I figured out what girls are made for," Rose announced the day after Archie and the prince had reconciled. "What's that, my dear?" asked Dr. Alec, who was taking his daily walk up and down the hallway, what he jokingly called planking the deck. "To take care of boys," Rose replied, beaming with satisfaction. Phoebe laughed when I told her. She said girls should learn to take care of themselves first, but that's only because she doesn't have 7 boy cousins like I do. "She has a point, Rosie, and so do you," said Dr. Alec, pausing to smile at the bright-faced girl resting in the old bamboo chair after a lively game of badminton. They had played indoors since a storm had prevented their usual run. The two things go together. By helping those 7 boys, you're unconsciously improving one girl. Really? I'm glad. But honestly, Uncle, I do feel responsible for the boys. They come to me with all sorts of problems and ask for advice, and I love it. Sometimes I don't know what to do, though, so I'm going to get your advice privately and then impress them with my wisdom." "Fair enough. What's the first worry? I can see something's on your mind." Rose took his arm and, pacing back and forth with him, told him all about Charlie. She asked what she could do to keep him on the right path and be a real sister to him. "Could you handle staying with Aunt Clara for a month?" asked the doctor when she finished. "Yes, but I wouldn't enjoy it much. Do you really want me to go?" "The best cure for Charlie is a daily dose of Rose," Dr. Alec laughed. "Or rose water, if you prefer." "You mean if I'm there and make things pleasant, he'll stay home and out of trouble?" "Exactly. But could I make it pleasant enough? He'd want the boys around. No doubt he'll have them. They swarm after you like bees around their queen. Haven't you noticed? Aunt Plenty says they never used to visit half as much before I came. But I never thought I was the reason. It seems so natural to have them around. Little Miss Modesty doesn't realize what a magnet she is. But someday she will," the doctor said softly, stroking her cheek, which had grown rosy at the thought of being so loved. "If I move the magnet to Aunt Clara's, the boys will follow like iron to steel. Charlie will be so happy at home he hopefully won't care about those troublemaker friends of his." The doctor knew how hard it was to pull a 17-year-old boy away from his first taste of what was called seeing life, which, sadly, often ended in seeing death. "I'll go right away," Rose declared. "Aunt Clara's always inviting me. I'll have to dress up and eat late dinners and meet lots of people and be very fashionable, but I'll try not to let it change me. And if I get confused or worried about anything, I can always come to you." Her good intentions overcame her shyness, so it was decided. Without explaining the real reason for the visit, Rose was transplanted to Aunt Clara's, feeling she had an important job to do and eager to do it well. Dr. Alec was right about the bees. The boys followed their queen, astonishing Mrs. Clara with their sudden enthusiasm for making calls, dropping in for dinner, and organizing evening activities. Charlie was a devoted host who tried to show his gratitude by being extra kind to his little sister, guessing why she had come and touched by her genuine efforts to help him be good. Rose often missed the old house with its simpler pleasures and more meaningful responsibilities. But having decided, despite Phoebe's warning, that girls were made to take care of boys, her nurturing spirit found much to enjoy in her new mission. It was heartwarming to see this one earnest, sweet-faced girl among the group of tall boys, trying to understand, help, and please them with patient affection that worked many small, unnoticed miracles. Slang, rough manners, and careless habits disappeared or improved in the presence of their little lady friend. All their best qualities flourished under her sincere admiration, which they valued more than they admitted. Meanwhile, Rose tried to adopt the good qualities she praised in them, setting aside her girlish vanities and fears to become stronger, fairer, braver, while remaining modest, kind, and beautiful. The experiment worked so well that when the month ended, Mac and Steve demanded their turn for a visit. Rose went, delighted when stern Aunt Jane said the same thing Aunt Clara had at their parting. "I wish I could keep you forever, dear." After Mac and Steve had their turn, Archie and company carried her off for several weeks. She was so happy with them that she felt she could stay forever, if only Uncle Alec could be there too. Of course, Aunt Myra couldn't be neglected, so with secret dread, Rose went to the mausoleum, as the boys called her gloomy home. Fortunately, it was very close to home, and Dr. Alec visited so often that the stay was far less dismal than expected. Between them, they actually made Aunt Myra laugh out loud more than once. Rose did her so much good by brightening the silent house, singing, cooking healthy meals, and amusing the old lady with funny little lectures on physiology that Aunt Myra forgot to take her pills and gave up her sleeping medicine. She slept perfectly well after the long walks and drives they coaxed her into taking. The winter flew by, and it was May before Rose was properly settled at home again. They called her the monthly Rose because she had spent a month with each aunt, leaving such pleasant memories of bloom and fragrance that everyone wanted the family flower back. Dr. Alec rejoiced in having his treasure home again, but as the end of his year-long experiment approached, he secretly worried that Rose might prefer to spend the next 12 months with Aunt Jessie, or even with Aunt Clara for Charlie's sake. He said nothing, just waited anxiously for decision day, doing his best to complete the good work he had begun. Rose was very happy now, spending nearly all day enjoying the beautiful spring awakening. The horse chestnut trees outside her windows were budding. Green things sprouted like magic in the garden under her care. Hardy flowers bloomed as quickly as possible. Birds sang cheerfully overhead, and every day a chorus of pleasant voices called, "Good morning, cousin. Isn't the weather perfect?" No one remembered the date of the conversation that had launched the doctor's experiment, no one but himself at least. So when the aunts were invited for Saturday tea, they arrived unsuspecting. They were all sitting together chatting when Brother Alec entered with 2 photographs. "Remember this?" he asked, showing one to Aunt Clara, who happened to be closest. "Yes, indeed. It looks just like her when she first arrived. That sad, grown-up expression and thin little face with those big dark eyes." The picture was passed around, and everyone agreed it was very like Rose a year ago. With that settled, the doctor showed the second photo, which received enthusiastic approval and was declared a, quote, charming likeness. It certainly was, and strikingly different from the first. This showed a blooming, smiling face, full of girlish spirit and health. The melancholy was gone, though the soft eyes remained thoughtful, and the lines around her mouth revealed her sensitive nature. Dr. Alec placed both photos on the mantelpiece and stepped back to survey them with immense satisfaction. After a few moments, he turned and said simply, pointing to the 2 faces, "Time's up. How do you think my experiment has succeeded, ladies?" "Goodness, so it is," cried Aunt Plenty, dropping a stitch in surprise. "Beautifully, dear," answered Aunt Peace with complete approval. "She's improved, certainly, but appearances can be deceiving." "And she never had a strong constitution to build on," grumbled Aunt Myra. "I admit that as far as health goes, the experiment is a success," Aunt Jane graciously observed, unable to forget Rose's kindness to her son Mac. "I agree. I truly believe Alec has worked wonders with the child. She'll be a beauty in 2 or 3 years, added Aunt Clara, offering what she considered the highest praise. "I always knew he would succeed," cried Aunt Jessie, clapping her hands with such enthusiasm that little Jamie's red stocking waved in the air like a victory flag. "I'm so glad you all acknowledge it, because he deserves more credit than you realize." Dr. Alec bowed grandly, looking gratified, then said soberly, "Thank you. Now the question is, should I continue? This is only the beginning. None of you know the obstacles I've faced, the mistakes I've made, the study I've devoted to this case, and the anxiety I've often felt. Sister Myra is right about one thing. Rose is a delicate girl, quick to thrive in sunshine, and equally quick to wither without it. She has no specific weakness, but she inherited her mother's sensitive nature and needs the wisest, most tender care to prevent a very passionate little soul from wearing out a delicately built little body. I believe I've found the right approach, and with your help, I think we can raise a wonderful, noble young woman who will make us all proud." Dr. Alec paused to catch his breath, having spoken with great feeling, his voice growing slightly husky at the end. A gentle murmur from the aunts seemed to encourage him, and he continued with an engaging smile. The good man was cleverly trying to win all the ladies' votes for when the time came. "I don't want to be selfish or controlling just because I'm her guardian. Rose should be free to choose for herself. We all want her, and if she prefers to make her home with any of you rather than with me, that's her right. In fact, I encouraged her visits last winter so she could see what each of us offers and decide where she'll be happiest. Isn't that the fairest approach? Will you agree to respect her choice as I will?" "Yes, we will," the aunts chorused, fluttering with excitement at the possibility of having Rose for a whole year. "Good! She'll be here shortly. And then we'll settle the question for another year. A crucial year, mind you, because she's off to a good start and will blossom rapidly now if all goes well. So please, don't undo my work. Be very wise and gentle with my little girl, because if any harm came to her, I think it would break my heart." As he spoke, Dr. Alec turned away abruptly and pretended to examine the pictures again. But the aunts understood how dear Rose was to this solitary man who had loved her mother years ago and now found his happiness in caring for the little girl who resembled her so closely. The kind ladies nodded and sighed, silently agreeing that none of them would complain if not chosen, nor try to take Brother Alec's heart's delight, as the boys called Rose. Just then, the happy sound of cheerful voices drifted up from the garden, and smiles replaced the serious expressions. Dr. Alec turned immediately, saying as he straightened up, "There she is, now for it." The cousins had been gathering May flowers, and soon came streaming in, loaded with their treasures. "Here's our bonny Scottish rose with all her thorns," said Dr. Alec, looking at Rose with unusual pride and tenderness, as she went to show Aunt Peace her basket full of early flowers, fresh leaves, and interesting lichens. "Leave your mess in the hall, boys, and sit quietly if you're staying." "We're busy," said Aunt Planty, wagging her finger at the rowdy clan, who were bubbling over with the energy that comes from spring sunshine and healthy exercise. "Of course we're staying." "Wouldn't miss our Saturday high tea for anything," said the chief, restoring order among his crew with a nod, a word, and the occasional shake. "What's happening? A court-martial?" asked Charlie, eyeing the assembled ladies with mock fear and real curiosity, for their expressions revealed that something important was afoot. Dr. Alec explained briefly, trying to sound as casual as possible, but his words caused immediate excitement. Each boy began bribing, tempting, and sweet-talking our cousin to choose his home. "You really should come to us for Mom's sake. She needs a change of pace after being completely surrounded by boys," Archie began, using the strongest argument he could think of. "Oh, please, we promise not to slam doors or jump out at you or call you scaredy cat, ever," begged Jordy and Will, straining their faces trying to appear angelically sweet. "And I'll always wash my hands before I touch you, and you can be my dolly since Pokey's gone, and I'll love you lots," cried Jamie, hugging her with his chubby face full of affection. "Brothers and sisters ought to live together, especially when the brother needs someone to make home pleasant," added Charlie with the persuasive tone and look that Rose always found hard to resist. "You've had her longest, and it's our turn now. Mac needs her more than you do, Prince. She's the light of his eyes, he says. Come on, Rose, choose us, and I'll never use that musky cologne you hate again as long as I live," said Steve, offering this noble sacrifice with his most charming manner. Mac peered earnestly over his glasses, saying with unusual enthusiasm, "Please, cousin, then we can study chemistry together. My experiments hardly ever blow up anymore, and the gases aren't that bad once you get used to them." Throughout this, Rose stood still, flowers dropping from her hands as her eyes moved from one eager face to another, smiles playing across her own at their varied attempts to win her over. During the laughter that followed Mac's unique proposition, she looked at her uncle, whose eyes were fixed on her with an expression of love and longing that touched her heart. "He wants me most," she thought. "I've often wished I could give him something he really wanted, and now I can." So when silence fell at a signal from Aunt Peace, Rose said slowly, with a pretty blush in her cheeks and an apologetic look around the room, "It's very hard to choose when everyone is so kind to me. I think I should go to the one who seems to need me most." "No, dear," Dr. Alec quickly interrupted as a mournful sniff from Aunt Myra and a murmur of "my sainted Caroline" made Rose hesitate. "Choose the one you love best and will be happiest with. Take your time, cousin. Don't rush into a decision. And remember, Codlin's your friend," Charlie added, still hopeful. "I don't need time. I know who I love best, who I'm happiest with, and I choose Uncle. Will he have me?" Rose cried in a voice that sent a sympathetic thrill through everyone present. It was so full of tender confidence and love. If she had any doubts, the look on Dr. Alec's face erased them instantly. He opened his arms wide, and she ran into them, knowing she was home. No one spoke for a moment. Signs of emotion among the aunts warned the boys to act quickly before the waterworks began. So they joined hands and danced around uncle and niece, singing with sudden inspiration the nursery rhyme, "Ring around a rosy." That broke the sentimental mood, and Rose emerged laughing from Dr. Alec's embrace with the imprint of a waistcoat button clearly visible on her left cheek. He noticed it and said with a playful kiss that partially erased the mark, "This is my ewe lamb, and I've put my mark on her so no one can steal her away." That tickled the boys, who began shouting, "Uncle had a little lamb." But Rose quieted them by joining their circle and leading them in a proper dance around an imaginary maypole. Meanwhile, Phoebe came in with fresh water for the flowers and began to sing and chirp like all the birds of the air had joined in the spring celebration of the 8 cousins.